champions and the current title defenders here at the Esports World Cup, the inaugural winners of League of Legends here at the Esports World Cup. They look to do it again.
Testing mic 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Yeah, I mean it's just the Korean org in esports, and you know, same can be said for League of
Here
Legends,
it is.
especially
All
the
around
second
owner,
most favorite team on
Go
this
on, usually
roster.
and Korea.
It has always
Hi,
revolved
guys.
around him.
맞습니다.
And this roster with owner Guma and Keria alongside of him has been
Let's
solid
go.
for many
Let me
years
jammies.
now. And now with owner coming in, or rather Doran.
Big day today. Big day.
It did feel like, okay, there were some questions, and then there was some iffiness with Guma as well.
해요. T1 해줄 거냐고.
International started, I don't know, they're just back here, and it's weird. Obviously, Gen.G is like the big favorite from Korea, but T1 is right behind
Hi, Fevy,
them.
you're
And
late.
who
Okay,
knows, at this tournament,
game
maybe it's
started at
something
6,
special
so
at EWC,
I was
they can
gonna
make it
turn
happen
on
again.
the stream at 6. We turned it on a little bit faster than yesterday, though.
I don't know how much you can learn if
아니,
you're
경기가
not
6시 시작이니까 나 6시에 오는 게 좋지 않나. 아, 물론 일찍 시작할 수 있긴 한데. I mean, we have to like wait for all the countdown. I was like,
they do stuff that doesn't make any sense.
I don't know.
You look at their setup for a fight and you think, oh, this
Okay,
looks
we're
really
here
bad
now.
for them, and then somehow
We're
they
here
just make it work.
for the important
They
part.
just do magical stuff, even when
actual
their
game.
setups aren't perfect, and
It's all good.
they kind of
일찍 시작도
really excel in
좋다고요.
chaotic games
근데 내일은 좀
where
일찍 시작해볼까
there's
그러면?
not a whole lot
또
of,
내일은 어차피
rhyme or
경기
reason
3,
to
3일
what's
좀
going on, which
5시라서
makes them so
여러분.
fun to watch. I think
Tomorrow
they're
the games are going to
by
be
far the
starting an
most
hour
entertaining
early
team,
because
so
there's going to be a
yeah, I'm looking
third
forward
and
to this one.
fourth match.
Yeah,
Third
it's
and
like
fourth place
when I was a
match
top player and I was
tomorrow.
analyzing
Just
T1
keep that in
games for my own
mind.
improvement, it was
There
like,
it
I
is!
had to rewatch a team fight
Tarzan
7-8
and
times because
owner.
every time I rewatched the fight, I saw a new thing that
Holy
someone did. It was,
moly,
like, so
Tarzan is
cool.
popping
It was
off
like
there,
this
look at
micro
that.
little step. And here we see the head-to-head between the match I think most people are
KD는
excited
그렇다
about.
치는데
Owner
일단
versus
KP
Tarzan, two incredibly
KP가
talented Korean
굉장히 좋네요.
junglers
The
that
Q
have
participation
accomplished so
is
much on the world stage.
incredibly high for
Yeah,
Tarzan.
I mean, you'd still be playing if you had one of those junglers right there, making top lane super easy.
Right.
But that is going to be one of our.
Bevy, are you gonna stream LRVS Gam? Oh yeah, I heard they're gonna be streaming Gam esports. It's gonna be super hype.
You can pick a
I
matchup.
definitely
It's going
want
to
to
be
stream it.
brilliant. 1 minute
Probably
before we
not
head
on YouTube
over
though.
to stage. So Medios, let's start
Gonna
with
be
you.
streaming on Twitch.
What do you think is going to happen here?
I am gonna predict T1 because it's an international tournament.
T1,
They beat them
T1,
last
T1,
time,
T1,
and while I don't
T1
think it's gonna be
Meteos,
super
guys. T1
one-sided,
Meteos.
I just don't see T1 losing.
All right, the Valde analyst.
Okay, what about Valdez?
what do you
Is
guys
this
think?
T1 Valdez?
What is my prediction here? Is it 2-0 or 2-1? Yeah, I do think that T1 will win. I do
T1!
think something special.
아니
I don't know,
다들
it's just the
근데
T1
부두술
effect. When they get into the
아닌가라는
internationals,
걱정을.
when they get on the big stage,
I
they
mean-
can handle the pressure more than any other team, including AGAL, just like last time at MSI. I think they do it again.
Finn, final thoughts. Quick.
I'm gonna have to go step aside there and say AJL has learned from their MSI defeat, and they're gonna come in here very hungry, and they want to prove that they are
Finn!
better.
Thank you!
Well,
He's
when
holding
T1 plays,
AL
the
for
world
us. Thank you.
stops and watches. They will do battle
Holding.
against their new nemesis.
Ulti.
It is AGAL and T1 for a
AGAL.
spot in the grand
Okay.
finals.
There it is. 3판 2선이라 무섭다고. 실수를 절대 하면 안 될 것 같은데. We should make sure we don't make a mistake. Always have to be better careful.
作为对手来说是真的非常的强了，因为他们就算是先进入到
야, 니 가을 땡스 프레스 몬스터에서 빼셔도 우리가 맞아도 못 보고
们的整
Thank
体
you.
不管是运营的思路还是他们的打法都不会说是那种
Welcome back, welcome
缩
back.
在后面，他们会一定会跟你们抢，然后
Flondre
把资源都把小龙都控下来，所以我觉得他们这一点是心态特别好的，而且他们游戏的执行上也特别好，所以我觉得是一个非常强的对手。
Everyone breathe in, breathe out. It's okay. 다들 숨 쉬어, 숨 쉬어. 괜찮아요.
일단 아직
숨 쉬어.
팀적으로 분위기나 컨디션이 완벽하진 않다고 생각되고요. 그래도 이긴 거에 의미를 두고 AL전을 잘 준비하면 될 거라고 생각하고 있습니다.
구멍.
MSI 때 막부터 봤기 때문에 되게 한타 팀파이트를 잘하는 팀이라고 생각하고요. 그리고 뭐 언제든 이번에 우승했던 젠지라든지 또 준우승했던 저희도 이길 수 있는 강한 팀이라고 생각하고 있습니다.
我觉得要打败 T1 的话，首先
대상형 모드
是
스타트.
我们前期
고전파 모드
那
온.
些策略一定要做好，就哪些小龙、哪些草丛能控，能跟他们对战，能要放，这样我们一定要。
T1 경기 먼저인가요? 네, T1 경기 먼저로 바뀐 걸로 압니다.
일단 일단 작년에 저희가 EWC 초대 우승자이기 때문에 이번에도 그 우승 리핏을
작년.
있다면 좋을 것 같고
Last year was Zeus though. Last year was Zeus. I really want us to win this time with Doran, okay? I really wanted Doran to win MSI. And now I want him to win EWC at least. You know what I mean? Let me know if the sound is like too loud, like the background sounds. 소리 괜찮은지 한 번만 확인하겠습니다. 소리 괜찮나요? Like my mic sound, is it like okay compared to the background sound? 제가 듣는 거랑 여러분이 듣는 거랑 소리가 좀 다르기 때문에 밸런스가 괜찮습니다. 오케이, 나이스. Dora is winning worlds? There it is, guys. Was salting. 자, 이제 팀 소개하고 Sound is okay for me, but okay, 소리 좋다. 오케이, 나이스. Go. Time to go. 777 viewers for good luck. Let's go. The 777. 우리는 참고로 T1 응원 방입니다. T1 응원 방이긴 한데.
Making it this far
Here it
is a
is.
feat in itself.
Here it is.
Make it to
There they are.
tomorrow. You get the chance to fight for the right to be called best in the world.
Let's talk numbers. 12 teams have landed in Riyadh. Only 4 remains from 3 different
Semifinals
regions.
today.
And only 1 shot at the grand final with 0 room for mistakes.
We begin with a banger. An MSI rematch that went the distance. This time around, they are working towards this trophy, club championship points, and a monster share of our $2 million prize pool.
It's a rerun with huge implications. Every draft, every dragon, every second matters. Ian, shall we welcome the teams?
We welcome it. Riyadh, should we bring out the teams?
Zero English League of Legends? Wait, what do you mean?
Alright.
We're listening to English right now.
China's
It's
rising
English.
stars to 3rd place at MSI. They are back and they want revenge. It's AGAL.
가자. 프레스는 절대 안 되거든요. Like legit, like we cannot lose. Cause I know the GIF of like keys breaking into is gonna float around.
Their opponents, a global
프레스는
dynasty
절대 안 돼요.
chasing
박제
another
된다고.
shot at glory, led
It's okay.
by the greatest to ever do it, Team
T1! 주인공 음악 같은데 뭐야? Here it is. Wait, Carrion's carrying it. Carrion. 가자.
One seeks redemption. The other
We kinda,
retaliation. A
you know,
priceless opportunity
ran it
is
down a
on the
little bit
line.
yesterday.
Let's begin.
Game 2, but it's okay. Locked in for today. They're all carrying pandas.
MSI rematches. This is the land of AL and T1 battling it out in another 5-game series rematch that only goes to 3. But hot damn, am I excited for it? My name's Turks. I'm joined
Blue
by
sides?
and
No
Finn
way.
as we take 3 into the battle of 3.
Welcome to the cast. How you doing?
한국 사람입니다. 어서 오세요. 경기 내용 소리 좀 높여줄 수 있을까요? 아 근데 이게 제 마이크가 경기 내용만 보실 거면은 이게 중계방 가서 보시는 게 좋을 것 같아요. 같이 보기라서 마이크가 만약에 사운드가 겹치잖아? 그럼 오히려 듣기 불편해.
Unfortunately, despite getting super close, didn't manage to get a series win over the LCK teams at MSI. Now looking for that opportunity again.
It does feel like AL.
Okay, what are we
showed us
cooking
a
today,
lot.
guys?
It felt like AL
What is
showed
Mata
the
cooking
over the
today?
tournament, and as we got into that
T1 never
5-game
lose
series
to
towards the
LPL?
end,
우리
T1
정글
the clutch
오너.
factor came out.
세체
Every
보띠
single
어떻게 말 건데?
international,
오,
bar that
그림
grand
좋은데?
final, it feels like we always see
Let's
T1
go,
when it
guys.
matters most.
I mean, that drawing is kind of great.
It is this thing that people say about T1 is that they are the best team
My-
in
my-
the world
my,
at improving.
I'm kind of like
There
losing
was
my
an
voice.
LPL coach I remember that said Every team
Too much-
enters an
too much-
tournament with their own problems.
too much
and the team
screaming
that
or
wins
what's
it is
going
the one
on?
that fixes those problems. And I feel
Too
like
much
this is the
screaming.
story of T1. No matter what issues they face before
Yeah,
an
my
international,
throat is
the
like
moment
tickling,
they
so
get
if I
there, it's
randomly
like they
start
all
coughing,
really find
don't worry
those
about it.
compromises.
I'm
They
okay.
find that middle ground and they really work out how they want to play the
Ticklish.
game, and that's why they are so successful.
Carry
It's
on.
also because, you know,
He hasn't
the
smelled
tournament
it,
goes
but,
as well,
it's okay.
obviously they've got that experience in problem solving, and it's been said, you know, over MSI as a shorter tournament, people worried about how they were going to improve and adapt. EWC is an even shorter tournament. It only goes for the period of 5-6 days. Like,
Eat
we're
some
not even
candy,
into
yeah.
a
I need
week,
like one of
and
those
T1
like
now have
ginger
to adapt
candies.
against
That would
the
be
next
so
strongest
good,
teams in the
actually.
tournament outside of Gen.G.
I will say though, because it is the same patch as MSI, you know, allows that continuation of
That's a great
figuring
point.
out and adjusting on what champions are working best for them, what champions they think are
I
higher
mean-
priority. We've seen picks like, you know, the TF, the Callisto Renata, which were super high priority in MSI, really fall to the wayside and just not really work out for a lot of teams.
Yeah, can we like
Curious as
not
we get
draft
into
Callisto?
drafts
That'd be
here,
great.
what kind of
No
approach these
TF.
teams get. We see a lot of the
Oh, there we go,
skirmish
Rani.
and
I'm
the jungle
assaulting
bans
inside.
we take out.
잠시만요.
Pantheon Varus have been the main two bans on red side that we see
No, no.
almost every single game.
Yep.
And now it's where it gets a little bit more open. You can look for the Xin Shao, the Auroras, the Yones. That's where they kind of increase in priority, and we're gonna have to see what AL really prioritize because they have. a
어,
lot to look
알리스타
at now.
밴은 근데
Interesting
신기하다.
'cause neither
They're banning
Tia
Alistair.
or
Kinda
Azir getting a
interesting.
look in, so far. We've often seen sometimes them traded in terms of bans, or if not, then one picked, one banned away. They could end up seeing an early Azir
Yeah,
pick
Baker
up
Oriana
Talia, or the
banned
Talia
out.
traded with the Azir. You know, often in the
Talia
LCK,
ban
you
하지
would see
않을까?
people favoring the
Maybe
Talia
Talia
into
ban?
the
Okay,
Azir
nice.
in terms of
Talia,
matchup, but
Pantheon
they
both
actually
have
banned
global
away,
ults. We don't
so,
really want
you know, I
that.
know Faker would love to have that Azir without
No,
the
어쩔 수
stage to match it.
없다는데.
It's great
바루스
because,
판테온
again,
배내야
you
되고 탈리아
respect
배내야
Shane
되니까
Fontaine, a
이게.
great
I mean, the thing is, we
champion,
have to ban
respect
those
the
champions on
mid-jungle
red side.
prowess
Just
of
sucks.
anyone's legend.
Okay,
The takeaway
Gwen
means in
priority.
Fearless, there is no more Azir
No
left in
Rumble,
the series
Gwen.
with T1.
Okay.
Their response seems to be solo laners here with a blind Gwen and the Annie to match.
And this Anne is very
Annie.
telling that you really want something in the jungle that wants to create these
Are we picking
skirmishes that
Xin
Annie can
Zhao? What's the
facilitate.
fun?
I'm
Xin
thinking
Zhao
the
하는 거 아니야?
Xin Zhao, I'm thinking the
I think we should
Wukong
play Xin
especially.
Zhao.
I
Xin
think
Zhao,
all
Gwen
those
is
are
just really
great
broken.
options here as we see
Gwen
the
Xin
Lucian
Zhao
Brown
되게
being
좋은데.
picked up for AL, dropping that top lane pick and allowing that Gwen to actually maybe set up a few
You think Xin
bans to
Zhao
really
here?
secure that blind
What
pick.
else can we
Yeah,
pick?
it really makes things a bit more
Wukong?
difficult for Fondre, but
Xin
I do
Zhao 아니면
understand it,
502
'cause
둘
to
중에
me, I
하나인데.
think Lucian is one of Hope's signature
I
picks.
mean,
I think he's had so
Wukong
many
is
phenomenal
fine too, because
performances on
combo
it.
with Annie.
But it does mean,
Annie랑
now
콤보가
T1
굉장히
have the
좋아서
opportunity to ban
나쁘지 않을 것
away
같아요.
some of these
Plus,
top
we
lane
we
picks
can
you'd
also
expect to
deny
see
them.
into
They
the
could also
Gwen.
play
You know,
Wukong as
Rumble
well.
is one of
So
those that is still open
maybe
and
Xin Zhao
available.
ban.
The Wukong is
이러면은
picked up
신짜오
for
배내도 될
Spirit,
것
though,
같은데
and this does make it a
어떤가요,
little bit
여러분?
tricky for that Lucian who is so short range.
아이번
Yeah, but I also feel like Gwen, she's kind
아이번은
of
안 돼. 아이번은
jungle
바드보다
pretty cool here
거리다.
as well because
Okay,
there are
what are we picking?
you see already see the
What are we
Lucian ban.
banning?
You could just target out because there's already the Vi ban, there's already the Pantheon ban, and you pick the Wukong yourself. If you take out the Xin Zhao, suddenly all
Xin
those
Zhao ban!
booster
No.
junglers that has
Okay,
been the meta for
okay,
so
okay,
long
okay.
in the
Winnable.
Asian regions
Winnable.
are now out. And
Okay,
now
we
you
can also
get
ban
into
top
either those
laners.
tank junglers that work in tandem with Azir, or you
저쪽은
gotta dig
서폿을
deep
계속
into your
밴하나?
pool for looking for something like a Poppy.
Yeah, I think maybe
Another
Trundle
jungle
the last
ban.
one remaining.
Good
That's
call
on the
out.
higher prio.
Maybe
AD
like-
junglers.
I don't know if we should ban
like a decent
Sejuani.
pool available in terms of those
Skarner,
junglers.
Doesn't
Sejuani,
really
like,
make
yeah,
sense.
but
go down a bit,
Skarner,
right?
Those AD
Sejuani,
bruisers have
there's
been
like too
really
many
high
of them.
priority, especially the
Maokai.
ones who utilize the Sundered Sky. That item is just so strong. right
Rumble
now,
ban?
and have
Oh,
so much
Poppy
value.
ban.
Poppy
Tarzan
can be
loves
taken away,
Poppy, so this is
so
a good ban, I
the
think.
Rakan ban
타잔
out,
선수가
something
뽀삐를
really
실제로
good
되게
into
잘하고
the
좋아하고
form, and
아제르
also with
궁이랑
very
콤보가
confident
또
on the
이어질 수가 있기
Rakan.
때문에
Played that in the road to MSI
우리가 막
finals,
진입해서
has
들어오는데
performance
뽀삐가 궁으로
really taken
날려버리면은
away,
홈런을
one of the most
쳐버리면은
played
굉장히 불편하죠.
for area.
Yeah.
Looks like Guma just gonna pick up the Jin. Strong lane and a pick he is very comfortable on.
Jin?
Yeah, now we see what Flandre
I mean-
wants into the
I mean,
Grand.
Jin is
Obviously, there's been a
okay.
lot of different champions across
Kind of
the
annoying
career.
into
Rumble's
Braum,
still
though.
up and available.
Braum can
Yorick's
block the
still
full
available,
shots,
and the Jax. There's
which
so
is a
many
major
champions
damage
here
from
he can
Jin
choose
coming
between.
through.
Aurora we've seen a
They're
bit. I
gonna
don't
be
think it's
playing
that good
Aurora
into the
top
Gwen
lane.
necessarily, but my eyes are on Tarzan here because I don't really feel like Trundle makes that
No
much
Rumble.
sense into the comp of T1 because he's gonna have to wolf
어,
up
요즘 뭔가
and really
럼블보다
rely on
오로라
his
탑이
pillar.
더
And if
자주
he
나오는
just gets
추세죠.
Annie ult to the
So
Wukong,
instead
I
of
feel like he gets
Rumble, they're
just
actually playing
one shot before he
Aurora
really gets his
top.
ult off, so it can be
The
quite
priority for Aurora is very high as a top laner now. Very interesting because we keep having AD junglers like Nocturne, Xinjiao, Pantheon.
There's not anything that really attaches to the Nocturne, but I've seen Nocturne
So
Aurora
AP top
a lot
laners
over
are
the
really
start of this year.
strong right now.
I know you don't like the Trundle Finn. I guess they're just thinking, well, that's the best option available.
Yeah, and
카이사
I think
좋아
the
보이.
moment you lock
아니,
in
no,
that
no, no,
Aurora,
no.
that is when you really need that skirmish heavy jungler, and that is the only real option left there. Sure, you would probably prefer another AD jungler, but
카이사는
they're so
다음번에 하는
targeted.
걸로.
All the AD junglers
일단
are out, and this is the only one that fits that category of
Okay,
champion.
what
So
are we picking
even
here?
if it's not the best
Rel?
individual champion for the game, it is the only champion that fits that the persona that they really
Rel's
want to
good.
fill in the jungle department.
But we had a pretty bad Rel game from Keria.
Works pretty effectively with the team. A lot of engage
1K
options already,
8데스의
but
경기가
this feels like a
생각나는데
really
괜찮아요.
solid engage composition. They have the follow-up from the Jin. They also have the Gwen. who's
뭔가
also provide
하드
consistent
이니시가
damage.
같이 있긴
I feel
하는
like
게 좋을 것
honestly, you know,
같아서.
these years are really
I mean, I
strong
think
pick,
Bard is
but
impossible to play
overall,
here with that
the
comp.
cohesiveness of
Really
the comp
impossible.
T1
You kind of
feels
need
really
like a
good.
hard
I think
engage.
For me, the
Front
Lucian
line.
really needs to get going.
So I think
from
Rel's
that
fine
impact,
here.
because if you
Carry
start to
waiting.
fall behind, I mean,
Carry
it's so
on.
hard to function in the
We believe in
5v5
you.
as a short-range AD carry into so many threats that challenge
아, 어서오세요.
a
하이
short-range
다들.
pick.
웰컴.
Yeah, and I feel like Doran on his Gwen is
Doran
gonna
fighting.
be very comfortable
Doran.
into the Aurora. I've seen him play Gwen so many
Okay,
times.
what do you guys think about the
spring
comp?
split, and
Yeah.
he usually
조합은
makes it
뭔가
work.
상대
Sometimes
조합이
it
좋아
loses
보이는데
in lane
버그인가?
phase, but he finds so much
I don't
use,
know.
and
I
this Aurora
just
really
don't look
has
at the
to
team
kinda
logo, don't look at the
snowball that lane
players,
and then
just
look
look
for
at the
a lot of good
champions.
angles to have a higher
I
effect than
think
Gwen,
the
and I
left
think
comp,
Doran is
like
so comfortable in this
AO's
matchup.
comp,
Isn't
look a
Doran
little bit
Fultz is
stronger.
what makes him Doran? Like, internationally, I
I'm a little
remember
bit scared.
the years of talking about Doran on Gen.G where he wouldn't come up to the performance, he wouldn't step up. But
AO's comp is
recently,
more
at
solid,
MSI, I think
that's
he
what
had
I'm
one of the best
thinking too.
performances on T1. I think at EWC he's still been having explosive performances. Doran with his oopsies, you got to take the good with the bad, you know. Orcs, I don't know what you think about him.
이번 판 란도 망할 그 탑을 계속 봐줘야 될 듯. Keep having top, helping top. Sounds good. 어차피 지는 뭔가 버티기용도 굉장히 잘하는 챔프기 때문에.
Hasn't just been able to perform at that same level. It's changed, you know. MSI,
Okay.
he was playing
Pat top,
at a really high
play
level,
top,
and I feel like EWC
gang
has
top.
continued. So the team has a lot of faith in
Room
him. That's
top.
been demonstrated, and he's
Swap top.
rewarded them with his
I feel like
strong
believe it is
performances.
actually
So
possible.
I think he's going to feel confident in this matchup, and if he gets ahead,
Yeah,
if he gets
Annie needs to
momentum
watch out.
in this matchup, he'll
Azure
take over the
definitely
game.
outranges Annie, so
Yeah,
it's
I
really
mean,
hard matchup.
Really
Sure.
big eyes on how the top side of AGAL makes it work. Because when I think about AGAL, I really think about this team fighting savants kinda that just are so lucid and
하품형
aware of
나왔다,
what's happening
하품형.
on the map and doing
Yo,
so many
Baker's yawning,
angles.
guys.
Now
It's
we have
won.
Nasir.
It's
Nasir,
over,
Sure,
guys.
you can go for the mega shuffle, but generally this Nasir will stand behind the jungle.
Baker
Usually we stand
is
behind
so
the
bored, like, it's
Braum
too easy for him.
and paired up with
Where's
their,
Sakura GG?
Lucian
Thanks for
Braum.
the 6
The only one that can kind of find these
MYR.
angles is gonna
Not really
be
sure what
Flandre,
currency
so
it is,
big
but
eyes for me on
we
him.
got after
If you're looking at
EWC,
these
Loser
guiding
Donuts.
fights, I really wanna see
Yeah, we're
how
gonna be
he approaches
co-streaming
them
on
from
Loser
which
Donuts
angles.
after EWC, by the way.
yesterday,
오늘
like,
로스터 도네스라고
the
이제
Humble
캐드런님
Live
팀,
series,
유럽에서
or
있는
yesterday,
팀.
my timing's wrong.
감히 스포츠랑
did see
스크림
them
하는데
on the
그것도 이제 같이
Thursday,
보기
which was
할
2 days
겁니다.
ago. Against Humble Live, we saw
아니
Flandre
같이 보기
Aurora
스트리머가
again.
되고 있어. 나는 원래 이런 사람이
Insane
아닌데.
setup. As you said, he was the one who had to really pivot
점점
the
이제
angles
같이
inside the
보기
fights.
중계 이런
Flandre has been insane. I mean, he's another
콘텐츠가
player
돼가고
who can
있어가지고.
be a hit or miss
Yeah, I'm
at
just turning into like a
internationals,
full-time
even
coach now. I don't even know what's
domestically.
going on,
I feel like we
but
are definitely getting the hit at the same time as Doran for Flandre.
I mean, I feel like why this
well,
top jungle matchup
I
is
do
cool
want to
because
watch
both
it, and
Oner
like
Taz have
co-streaming it would be
fantastic
super
years, but
funny.
also Flandre
물론
and,
캐드런님한테 다 허락 받았습니다요.
Doran,
그쪽
this
측에서.
tournament so far have had some great performances. That series you
같이
were
보기
talking about,
중계 이런
Doran really
거는
impressed,
허락이
was
제일
making
중요해서
waves, and
무조건
as said,
그쪽
Doran
측이랑
at
연락을
internationals
해서
really showed up,
받았습니다.
but I think the
아,
jungle
Code
matchup
Post
is
Main,
really
thanks for the
important.
host. Really pushing it. Hope you had a good stream. Hi.
T1,
Okay, that's like really loud.
okay, there was a lot of wins that
Hosting sound is a bit loud. My apology.
Oner
But
dragging the team over the finish
호스팅
line.
소리가
I think
조금
he was a
큰데
player who, you know, over the course of this
나중에
iteration of
조절하도록
this roster, when they
하겠습니다.
did have,
감사합니다.
you know,
Thank you for the
previously
raid.
had
Hope you had a good
this,
stream.
there was some
Thank you for the
times
shout out as
where
well.
Oner
And the mods.
wasn't always in the best form, but normally came together at
Okay.
Worlds and had really strong
Cultural,
performances. I
cultural,
think since
cultural.
last Worlds, Oner has just been locked in. I think his form has not dropped since then, and he's just been performing at such
맞아,
a high
오늘
level.
9시 경기였는데 그 어제 조절이 됐습니다. 바뀌었어. 6시로. 근데 이거 모르시는 분들은 와 9시 보려고 왔는데 끝나 있을 수도 있기 때문에 좀 공지 부분이 좀 아쉬운 것도 있는데. But there's like a pause going on. I saw the player screen. There's like a pause going on. So I'm not sure exactly why it's paused. They're not really talking about it. So.
I think sometimes also respect is a factor. Other people's viewing experience can come into play.
I don't think we've had.
No, not yet.
우승 상금은 200만 달러입니다. 200만 달러. $2 million prize pool. $2 million prize pool.
I think this is a thing here.
I think
at
even
EWC
if
right now, because I feel like we've had
you
so many cool
lose,
instruments. We had obviously the
and you
trumpet
haven't
guy
won a
from
single
MCOD
game,
that
like
was
you still
iconic.
get
You were
participation
hearing
prize.
two things, little
Participation
instruments
prize.
during the game, so it was just so increased the vibe so much.
And you heard the whistle.
200만 달러는 하나로 얼마야? Wait, how much money is $2 million in Korean money? I don't know.
If you sit next to that guy, it wouldn't be too great. If you're
A whole
about
ton of
couple
money.
rows away, you'd be like, it's fun. As long as he gives a break between whistling. By the way, have you played Mass
The
Effect?
little panda.
You guys played Mass Effect? You know what I'm talking about?
마스코트.
This is Mass Effect music.
되게 귀엽다.
Like you're in space, you're going through.
T1도 이번에 마스코트
cosmic
나왔다는데
door.
여러분 보셨나요?
You're on a ship.
T1 actually has a new mascot as well. If you guys saw
yeah.
it. It's like some kind of bird, like phoenix bird.
Pretty good.
I feel like I'm at a nightclub in 2055.
공이 몇 개야 저거? 2 billion?
I'll give you an update when
Is that a billion or a
there's
billion?
an update. Oh, Tarzan's doing the
Yeah, that's
makeup.
2.7 billion.
He's
Korean won.
getting the patch update.
He's downloading.
감사합니다.
You notice as well,
Thank you
the
very
crowd
much.
cut out the faker
불닭
everywhere.
예쁘다고 좀 정이
It's a
좀
little bit scary, I think.
되기까지 좀 시간이 걸릴 것 같은데. Thank you so much. I'm from Malaysia. 슈먼 yo, hi. Thank you for the donation. Appreciate it. 자, 딜레이가 왜 걸리는지는 아무 해설자분들이 얘기가 없기 때문에 저는 오 괜찮아요. It's okay. 가진 건 시간뿐이기 때문에. Are we starting soon? Or are they gonna explain like why there's a pause? I don't know. They haven't really talked about it. So.
They always sell out. They always sell out a crowd. It's
괜찮아.
incredible.
주말이잖아. 한
I
잔에.
mean, you always
It's okay.
know
It's
every
weekend.
single seat is going to be
You guys
filled.
should
Now AL,
all
not
be
to
happy.
discredit the
It's a
AL
weekend
fans
fun.
out here
That's
as
cool.
well. I heard some JOs coming into the arena today.
Oh, that cosplay is really nice.
From China just come here and support your team. I think that's just so cool.
Korea as well. Like,
Yeah, it's just like so amazing to have so many people make it their way out here just to support their team.
How come we have all these fakers?
Freaky and scary, but
100 fakers.
Hawks, how long was the trip from Korea?
I had a connection, so it was like 10 hours, and then another
10
flight after
hours?
that, so it was a trip.
Not as bad as like NA or Brazil. They were
Yeah,
like
Brazil
14
is
minutes.
really bad. Because you have to
Still
like,
pretty bad.
there's a
And
big
you're on a different
layover.
time zone.
Still pretty long, you know.
Yeah, it's pretty bad because there's no
I'm
direct
not
flight.
gonna ask you, you came from Sweden.
그 한 번에 가는 비행기가 없어가지고 브라질이나 이쪽에서 오신 분들은
I saw them. I
오
saw Doran was playing these card
비행기
games on the
시간이
little
장난
screen in front
아니더라고.
of them.
20시간을
Oh,
갔대요.
on the
20
TV.
hours.
I hope he was winning.
20 hours.
Right, you know,
Kinda
you can
crazy.
verse other people on the plane with that.
Yeah, I remember when we flew to Shanghai 2020, we had like a big lobby
Tons
with
of
like
fakers,
me,
yeah.
Caps, Whippo, we had like a big fight.
Holy.
현준이
I probably
돼.
felt really safe on a flight with T1 because they have plot armor, so it's gonna be
True.
There it is.
Very true. Ladies and gentlemen, there is still an issue on stage. For now, we're just chilling out and just waiting. However, hopefully that's going to get
대한민국 따단따단따.
the crowd is just getting
이거
more
방금
enthusiastic
곤토.
despite the fact that we're just in a pause, you know.
This
they're
is
just
like the
having a
cheer
great
we
time.
have for like
The drum is
World
get it
Cup, like
going,
football
you know,
World Cup for
having-
Korea and stuff like that.
Having a fun time.
That's pretty funny.
Ladies and gentlemen, with that
도란
pause,
주사위
we're gonna get a
98
deeper
떴다고.
insight into the arena.
아
So
그거
in advance,
운타라님
stand by to
유튜브에서
talk to the
봤습니다.
fans
그
and
도란님
see what's up.
도란 선수가 막 메시지 카톡 같은 거 보낸
I know the
거
world is waiting to get into this
귀엽던데?
crucial semi-final, but while we
롤
wait,
실력 배송
we've got
부탁하던데.
a packed out,
한국에서 뭐
very
가져올 거 있냐고
loud
물어보니까.
crowd here in Riyadh. They're having the time of their lives, right? Fancy, I think you take this side, I take that side, and we see which is loudest.
All right, let's
All right.
try to do it. First, on this side, all the way from China, all the way from all over the world, we have AGL fans. Are you guys ready? All right, on my mark.
네, we actually have a lot of AGL fans.
AGAL!
아니 뭔가 AGL 해외 팬들도 좀 계시나 본데? 오.
Let's see what you got.
We actually
over
have
there.
a lot of
That's
like
good, that's good.
non-Chinese
That's
AGL
good.
fans in the chat and
How about over
the
here?
stadium at least.
T1,
Or maybe like Korea.
you!
T1! That's us! That's me, that's me,
All
that's
right,
me.
come on, guys,
Go,
you
go,
gotta
go,
give me
go, go, go.
something. One more
Go, go,
time.
go, go, go.
AGAL!
Hey, hey, hey! Chill out, chill out. T1!
T1! T1! Go, 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 go,
That's
go,
what I'm
go.
talking about. Hold on, hold on. One more idea, because it's loud in here.
Vamos.
It's the loudest it's been since we got here. All together. 3, 2, 1. Make some noise!
와. 방구석에서 이러는데 현타 좀 오긴 하지만.
There's so much on the line. This is not a warm-up. This is the Esports World Cup at League of Legends.
Vamos
So
T1,
let's
yeah,
head
vamos.
into the casters and jump into the game.
Okay, we're doing it.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for waiting so patiently, and thank you to the arena as well. You guys are electric. We love it. And we know you hate delays, but it's okay.
네, 3판 2선입니다. It is a best of 3. Best of 3. Tomorrow I think is a best of 5 for the finals. So. Someone correct me if I'm wrong.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you use that a lot in Sweden, or? Like,
I mean, it's an occasional saying. Yeah? I mean, I think there's a nice.
Okay,
value to
we're
that.
still
I think
paused.
There's something worth
We're
waiting
still
for.
paused.
Just wait it out.
선수분들 보면 아예 손이 키보드 위에 없기 때문에
Don't be
이거
too hot on
보면은.
the porridge.
Okay, what is the problem though?
It's like when you're really reckless,
What
you're
is
hot
the
on the
problem?
porridge, you know.
We don't know yet.
here for gratin.
Get the gratin, yeah. Don't be too hot on the porridge. You gotta be careful of that, or you're gonna burn.
That's a good one. So.
Okay.
페이커가 몇 명이야?
Next, what's up?
What is it? It's like don't throw rocks in a house of glass.
Okay, that's normal. Yeah.
이거 경기장 들어오기 전에 저 가면을 막 나눠주셨나?
There's like an area
T1
in
구단이나
Sweden that's
뭐.
like known for making a lot of butter.
Okay.
And there's like a saying.
I don't
like,
know. I don't know if they actually sell like the faker mask over there, but why do we have so many fakers?
That's a lot of butter.
They all prepared faker
masks.
masks.
Butter that I wouldn't do that task for.
It's really funny. I like the Timo hats
Don't have to
though.
wait for any
Timo
more
hats.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to go into game, and we have solved the issue. Thank you for waiting. T1.
There it is! Finally starting! Let's go.
To get into our MSI lower final
여러분 준비되셨나요?
rematch.
Everyone ready?
With the Hanadu sets in the arena, I'm sure that are there, and the Gyos will get into the LCK.
하나,
versus the
둘,
LPL.
셋. T1 파이팅! T1 파이팅! 감사합니다.
It was the
Thank
wait
you
that
very
was
much.
worth
There
it.
it is.
Because this series, even though it's only a best of 3,
아, 완전히
we're
2,000원
all
감사합니다.
hoping
Thank you.
delivers to a good degree.
아, 잠시만,
Faker in a
이거
bit of trouble.
브라운
Chasing
내진탕
something
조심해야
across
돼.
that blows,
브라운
but-
passive broken, we have to watch
Okay,
out.
it ends there. Faker just backs
Really
away,
deep ward
and we're talking
actually?
about the
Or
cost
no
coming
way,
in
they're not
before.
warding.
I know you were
Never
concerned
mind.
about the Trundle and
하는 척만 해서 이거 잘못하면 렌즈 저기다 돌리게
for
생겼는데.
T1 as well. They have a lot of setup with a lot of AOE all
괜찮아.
in.
하소해.
Yeah, so what you guys will see is this Trundle, while he is a bruiser and while he is a kind of tanky champion, he can't really walk up to the comp that is T1. So what they will do is he
아,
is
타잔
gonna
선수
look
팬분.
with his pillars. And then
Oh,
on
there
that
it is,
pillar,
they
they're gonna look
warded.
with the brown Q and then maybe try to proc that brown
Carry
Q.
on?
Good chunk as we get a fight going here, perhaps.
I mean, classic blows. You've got a Brom. It's dangerous. Stun comes out from Faker, but it ends there. They're not going to continue on because Kale is a threat, and it is just going to be support health bar on T1.
아, 캐리어 선수가 이거 렐로 조금 지난번 어젠가 어제 2세트. 에이 설마. 괜찮아요. He didn't W over the wall. He should W to the backwards, like he shouldn't W in the side like
They're
that.
going to get a little bit more damage on a carrier. Guma gets stunned as
안
well.
좋은데?
Gusset blows now down again, but Hope and Kale are really pushing it to the limit at level 1.
그래서
Top
캐리어
as well, Doran looking for a very aggressive trader. He
숙련도
has the
있은가?
counter and it has
라고
the
걱정이
flash.
될
Usually we see
정도인데.
Gwens go for the exhaust sometimes, but he has the flash.
이제
with
W
obviously
사용하면
being
이게
as a,
실드가 생기니까
Aurora. Not the best trade for him.
사용하는 거
but
자체는
this will
괜찮은데
mean
이제
that him
방향이
outtacking,
조금 아쉬운
Flandre in
부분인가?
that wave and Flandre
좀
hitting him
뒤쪽으로
back.
하면은
This
좀
wave
빼면서
will
할 수
push into
있었는데.
him way faster than it would if he did not do
사소해!
that. Usually Aurora can
사소해!
sit on the wave and
포션
slow push
먹으면
that and make
그만이요.
life
쿠키
really
있잖아
annoying
이제.
for the Aurora. But by trading this,
오케이, 나이스.
Aurora will
구도준
outtack
킬.
you and the wave will push faster, which means that we'll get into the tower
yeah,
faster.
Faker's
and we can
pushing
catch
in,
it safe
too bad.
and sound. You see here the wave is already stacking up quite big and will crash probably before next wave arrives. Seems like Flandre managed it really well. So Doran might
Carry
be a
the
little
party
bit of a
mark.
tickler.
Got a bit of
Boo.
info as well, thanks to that ward
Party
on
mark.
Raptor camp. So they see Owner, they
바디
see him
찍고
moving
너무
out, the
귀엽고.
ward now expires. Topside camp fully cleared. They know that Owner's pathing towards this bottom lane. That means for
Yup,
Tarzan as well,
Trundle's
he's doing
pathing
the exact
downwards
same, but
too.
a little bit quicker. Flandre can keep pushing up. He's got no holds barred, no worries whatsoever. Doran's on one. He'll now catch a little bit, but that W just in time because the poke is
바텀
starting to land at
바위계에서
level 3.
싸움 날 것 같은데 we might actually see him fight at bot lane Scuffle because both junglers are pathing downwards.
Did hit level 2, weren't able to connect though. But that is really the point where the Lucian comes online and able to provide a bit more threat onto this Jin and Grell. Just a matter of weathering the storm though, I feel like for the side lanes of T1. if Guma and Carrier can get through these early levels.
Okay, honestly, just give the bot scuttle. 사타를 이게 2로 막죠, 브라움이. See, Braum can eat the entirety of the full shot damage, which is a major damage for Jin. That's like his main combo. Right. Just give it, it's fine. Just go top side.
I mean, this is one thing with playing Jin.
Just go top side, it's fine.
The shield can just completely.
그냥 주는 게 맞아. 이거 괜히 난리 나거든요.
They can block that force shot. Really hamstrings him a lot more than other AD
Doran
carries.
is getting bullied by Aurora.
Yeah, Trundle
It's okay though.
has actually leaped around towards bot, being scared of a dive. You see, he did the crab,
Good
like
loss,
the
Semifinal.
Trundle got the crab, so usually what would happen is Wukong
집 가서 탑을 swap하나 이 타이밍에. Maybe they go home and then
which
swap
means now
top.
Trundle can open top side and probably get that crab for himself as well if he decides to go and check it. So pretty big lead already for Tarzan, a little bit of a tempo lead.
Yeah, we didn't actually grab
General
top
pretty
scuttle.
solid start
Interesting.
for AL.
탑 바위게 먹진 않았네요. 탑 주도권도 없었기 때문에. Doran no mana. No, Aurora 저기 하기 챔프 너프 좀 해라. Aurora broken champion. Look at that. What the hell? 아니 저거 진짜 말이 안 돼요. It's a faker? Okay.
Yeah, we see the swap coming out from Guma. He was a bit low on HP, but it's matched by AL, and I think this is a good move from them.
Okay, nice swap. 와, 저거 스틸 저거 집 가는 거 막았으면 진짜 대박이었는데. Try from Guma. Yeah, if you stop the recall, then the later that they get to lane, the more minions they miss out on. Right. Okay, not bad.
And now he will start actually
잘
to be able
피했고요.
to trade
It's a faker.
back into this Aurora. Those first levels is really where you're just getting bullied every time you want to get a minion. You will be getting hit, you will be getting cast that spell on.
부러움 없는데.
Hope fighting a little bit, but yeah, in general, now you're gonna see Doran be able to contest Flounder a little bit better and hopefully make that laning a little bit easier because he's a little bit behind the CS, but I reckon he'll be able to catch that back up
Wait,
rather
Doran
soon.
TP back, he's already dying. 텔포 타고 다시 온 건데 벌써 피 상태가 저렇게 됐어.
The Rumble,
Wow.
And that was Keen on the other side.
yeah, that one was rough.
that was domination.
How do you feel about?
I mean,
ranged top
technically
laners, Finn?
speaking, Aura's combo, you should be able to W the combo,
I need
right?
to keep this broadcast friendly, right? So I will just say that I don't really enjoy their presence in my top lane. But in general, I
My
think
top lane.
Keen is
Top
by
laners.
far the scariest range top laner at this tournament. I feel like he just has such good knowledge about how minion aggro works. Like he always
봐주는 거
controls
너무
the wave
좋다.
so well, and
Wukong
it's just
kinda
so
helping,
hard to get any
he's
sort
not
of
really trying to
minions
look for a
when you
gank,
play against him. You're getting hit
but he's just
every single
recalling
time you go
nearby
for
just in
melee
case
minion,
something happens.
and when he
Right.
crashes that big wave that is stacking, he's just gonna
And
make
6
your
minute there is a
life
jellies.
a living
마이구미가
hell.
6분에 나오거든요. 그래서 강가에 마이구미 먹으러 가면 좋아요. 꿀팁. 솔랭에서도 가네.
The wave, as you said, slow pushing for
Yeah,
now.
you can grab the little
Dragon
jellies at
spawn,
6
so
minutes.
eyes on that
Huge.
as
Really helps with
Climax
lane.
top
I
left,
love
don't
grabbing
look
the
too great,
jellies
guys.
in my games.
That seems like my League of Legends experience. I don't know
이
what
정도면
time it is
그래도
in the
나쁘지 않게
Rift,
하고
it's not
있어. I mean,
5:57,
Doran is
but
behind a
look,
little bit,
Map
yes, but
Dragons up at
it's to
the
be
very least.
expected into
6:30
Aurora.
is now where we're at as AL are bringing
Bully
Tarzan to top.
Olympus.
This is a gank attempt for KL. Need to get the permafrost.
Carry has a flash.
With the flash out with the pillar slow.
오, 포킹 런! 이건 죽었다. 아이고. That's the broken part about Trundle. He puts on a pillar, and then even if you flush out.
Even with the flash, the follow-up is there,
Man.
able to pick up that kill.
이러면 우리 영웅은 우리가 먹긴 하는데 들어와서 이제
A little
레드까지.
bit greedy by the T1 bot lane here as Carry is looking for Trundle.
Sucks.
Behind him, slowing
Yeah, they're
down.
just gonna invade us.
Mano a mano here at the red
Unless
buff.
Carrier.
Might actually slow down the red buff completely. There's no Wukong. While Dragon's being done, Huma's walking up.
Look at the rel W into the
He's
Jin
still
W.
chopped
That
though.
would be the combo, and then I think Fake will be able to move up. So he defends the red buff actually.
다행이다.
Really well done by Carry. But I was gonna say, a little bit greedy by the T1 bot lane there. They were getting the Dragon uncontested. Sure, the wave was a little bit frozen, but I think you can hold out for
퍼스트
about 30
블러도 어차피
seconds,
300원이라서
farm the Jin W,
옛날엔
and just play
400원이잖아.
safe until your
그래서
jungle
300
can bail you
gold.
out, but
It's
really
fine.
good punish by AL. and
First blood used to
it's
be
the
like
first blood going.
400 gold, but we don't have that.
Yeah, I think one of those situations where when Ona is getting the dragon for free on the other side of the map, really.
Faker's actually farming really well. 우주너는 애니가 조용하게 CS를 굉장히 잘 챙기는 모습. He actually has,
Pure damage output here as he now hits.
if I do my
level 6 as well.
mathematics correctly, it's a
Culling is going to
16.
be up and available.
16, yes.
For now, Shanks is actually managing Gumayushi in the side lane. They've just sat mid and Hope and Kyle are not moving.
근데 이제 바텀 플래시 빠졌기 때문에
Shake your bushes, guys.
Tarsem
walks over pink,
다음
and so does Owner.
공호중 같은 건 당연히 줘야 될 것 같고. I think we can't really contest around Jin right now. Jin doesn't have flash. He's gonna get ulted back by Azir and things like that and just die. We want to make sure we play safely and we don't really die here.
Look at Carrier.
Not too bad.
So much from this pink ward. I don't know who put it, but that guy is the MVP.
Did Tarzan do it as he went deep?
Trundle's skin is supposed to be a representation of the fan. 아니 이거 what? This pink ward 75 gold value is crazy.
Nah, he's going back.
Oh my lord. Okay,
저거 핑화 75원 밸류 진짜 미쳤네 아까부터.
Oh, Current ulting. I don't think there's a kill onto Flandre.
Okay, the orange just trading. I don't think he can kill him.
It'll work early.
I mean,
라인전
내내 맞다가
Flandre stays safe.
지금은 이제 오히려 때리는.
What you do
I'm
usually
SLT
in
buzz.
these melee versus range matchups is like before they have time to bully you down to low HP, you really look for an all-in.
Yeah, there you go.
Not really to kill them, but to just get an HP
Yeah, Finn is
advantage.
explaining
And
really
suddenly
well.
now,
Finn is a
because of the
professional
threat
top
of
laner.
these
He used
these
to.
meta junglers, if they see a range champions with like 40%
이게
50% HP, it's so easy to go
딜교용
down and collect
궁이
a free kill.
확실히 원거리 상대로는 근거리가 충분히 할만하다고 해설가분이 얘기해주죠. 핀 선수가 이제 점프로 선수이기 때문에 점프로 유럽 탑라이너 선수라 이런 탑 구도나 이런 세세한 걸 알려주시네요.
We'll be able to get away. Do you see
I don't
that
wish.
Carry are staying around top lane? Looking
Pokeball.
at a plate, I think.
Broman Lucian scary though. Lucian does have the 300 gold from the kill.
The tempo of T1 is pretty bad, and AL did secure those free grubs. So if they are left alone with this tower, being able to free hit that, maybe even Trundle comes down and chomp down that tower, like we saw earlier in the base race challenge, you will get a lot of plates and a lot of gold influx just by securing those grubs early and just using that tempo lead by stopping the grubs.
I mean,
yeah, so they don't stay around for the plate.
Dragon's up in 2 minutes. Herald is spawning in 5 minutes. I'm guessing nothing's really gonna happen right now. 지금 아마 별 일이 없을 것 같은데.
Yeah, he has
지금
to
당장은.
adapt now. So what happened now? Because of what
We
happened
just have to
now,
be careful.
Boring
Jin
had to
doesn't have
stay
flash
back and
yet,
catch and defend that
so
tower. And now he's gonna have to
진
TP
플래시
top
아직
side,
안
defend that
돌았기
tempo, but
때문에
this has
그때까지
allowed
우리도 살리면
AL
좋을
to
것
have a
같아.
little bit of a lead. Now they have a TP advantage on Flandre.
한타에서
If they
진
can
풀로 한
translate
턴
this into something, that would be a huge
살아나가서
opening.
싸우면 좋을 것
Dragon in
같아서.
a minute 45 could be what they translate it into.
I'm just waiting as well for the Trinity Force Rush that's going to come through, or at least the push for next Dragon to coincide with that first item out of junglers too. Crucial to know that no one's sitting on their first item yet.
Yo, very lovely.
And
Thanks for
again,
the soul
we
for
hope
the
we
fish.
get
I didn't
that
welcome to
first
the
of
Miko
this
family.
Escalation as Ghost is going to
Thank
be
you.
caught by Carrier. He wants to swap around for heal. This flash is also unavailable. Hope is going to get pushed in here. And
Oh wait, this is good though. This is good. 먼저 때리고 시작하면은 잠시만. Oh wait a second. No way, Carrier can do it. He doesn't have flash. He's just gonna get caught. 안 돼요, 딜이 안 돼요. 오, 1 HP. 와, 진짜 플래시만 있었으면은 진짜.
Tarzan clubs them to death, the king of the jungle for a double.
Huge team fight wins for AL on both sides of the map. The double kill for the bot lane, and then the double kill for the top side. AL coming up big on both sides.
What a power play, and now Trundle is left alone hitting this tower with all those guys. Probably will want to look for the base now as that dragon is spawning, but as we're gonna get back into replay, a lot of small things here that went really well for anyone's legend. I think a little bit ambitious by Carrier to go for that. They saw that Braum E was down, and they thought that was the time for an all-in, but I think the W from Jin went a little bit too wide, and that's why they weren't able to lock down Hope as well as they wanted.
Let's be careful on AL though, because they're stepping up the Carrier.
We're fighting right away.
Telbo going to be burned.
Okay.
T1 need lockdown here.
괜찮아.
It is all about the dragon getting numbers a bit of a chunk as
T1
well as
fans,
AL
pick up your copium.
to this second dragon.
It's okay, it's not over yet.
For this one, they are looking to prioritize this. There is TP on
괜찮아.
Flandre, so want to contest this.
눈물을 흘리며
괜찮아.
Yeah, this is a dragon you for sure give as AL. You can look around a little bit. First of all, illusion is on bot, split away from your team.
그래,
so
우리
we are
용
to
먹었잖아요.
regame.
We got 2 dragons.
Keep
Fine,
it
we've got 2
down
dragons.
Combined with the fact
용
Doran
2개.
keep it up earlier.
This is good, this is good.
Kale stopped his base.
탑은
Now
웨이브건 타지만.
Flandre is left alone top for so much with those grabs.
괜찮아요.
See the replay here.
I mean, there is no Braum E. That's why they looked. The W did not connect.
and the Braum and breakables down, but the CC layer.
아 이게 왜 들어갔냐면은 브라움 E가 빠져 있는 상태에서 킬각이라고 판단하고 들어간 건데. 와 진짜 한 대 차이였다. W 맞췄으면 저거 랠리 교환은 하겠는데. 교환은 했겠다. 가소해 근데. It's fine. 어차피 렐 먹어봤자 중요한 건 아니긴 하거든. 진이 먹은 것도 아니고. 애초에 그냥 천천히 해야 됐나? 플래시가 있었으면은 뭔가 스킬을 피했나라는 생각도 하고. It's okay. 3킬 루션, a little bit of an emergency, but it's okay. 3킬 루션 좀 많이 무서운데 괜찮습니다. It's building the Vori, Essence Reaver into the Vori, and Jin is building Yomus.
It really highlights as we have a maybe gang for KL. I wanted to talk about Flandre, but now they're looking at
Baker's holy thank you.
He
He does have flash, but I don't even know if it's worth it. 그러니까 이건 플래시 쓸 가치도 없긴 해 근데. The moment he got tagged by Braum, like he's just dead. Oh my gosh, Doran's dead as well. What is going on, man? We're getting absolutely stomped 7-0. 아니 5,000 골드 차이가 됐어.
Flandre consistently baiting in Doran, playing with his range.
What?
Doran thought he had an angle there to try to get something, knowing Flandre had no flash, but in the end, didn't have enough damage, didn't have those items he needed, and now Tarzan, alone with his tower, with those 3 grubs, just demolishes it.
아무것도 못 해보고 지겠는데 이거?
Massive gold influx that are really gonna snowball AL.
이게 킬 차이가 많이 나는 것도 문제인데 골드가 6,000 골드 차이라서 We have a 6k gold lead. Like how does that even happen though? Oh my gosh, I don't even know, guys. Carry on. Carry on. No. Oh no, what the fuck is going on, man? It feels like one of those solo queue games where one team just stomps the other one. It doesn't even feel like a tournament game. Because I feel like we should have just played around the dragons. Like, why are we trying to 2v2 bot lane? Why are we trying to, you know, 2v2 top? Okay, Faker got 1, Muppet 2! Let's go! Okay, Mr. Faker? Wow! He was using 2 bursts to like shield himself there. Really well played by Faker. 아니 진짜! Mr. Faker showing his best, but everybody else is down like 1.6k gold and the 2.6k gold and the 1.k gold. What is going on? Oh my gosh. 대상이야 혼자서 해주는 기름은 좋지 않을걸? 이렇게 비비다 보면은 뭔가 되지 않을까라는. 이런 방금 같은 상황이 한 5번 정도 나오면 모릅니다. I mean, we do have the win con of the Dragon Soul, despite being super behind in gold. So could ask like Fevi, why are we so behind in gold? Main reason, not just kills, but just tower gold in general. Like,
but still 5,000 gold
like
lead,
tripling gold, tower
gold,
gold,
for the time
not to
being.
mention
AL
the CS.
Everything. You know that third
CS
dragon
cap
coming
is
in a
pretty
minute
big.
15 and AL should be strong enough to fight 2
오늘도
items
B50. 또 B50이야?
at that point might be running into his second as well, as he and his jungler are also way ahead of the curve up there.
8-1.
Yeah, AL is just reopening on the map now with all those items.
At least it's not 7-1.
For the TP here, they're trying to look on Shanks.
Flank might mean everything to T1 right before the dragon if they can get Shanks while they got his ulti.
Oh my gosh, he's gonna just shuffle and run away. 그 저 위에 AL 선수들이 다 있어가지고 못 들어가. Mid tower's gone. Mid tower's just gone.
Really good move from Shanks to disengage.
Oh no, fucking wrong.
I think they should be able to take the
Smart.
down.
Okay, nice.
Smart in the end. Okay.
오케이. 그래, 천천히 어지러지하던데요. 괜찮아요. It's like honestly, we don't even have a late in comp, but we don't mention that in here. We don't do that here. Professional T1 lawyer, feviknight.
is down there with that TP advantage, and now they're gonna send 5 man
full-time lawyer.
completely dropping that top side. And I think AL looks like they want to go for bot lane, but I struggle to see how T1 can contest this. Faker is dropping these top waves, and he really wants to make something happen, but Doran is basing, probably has his item, and I just don't see an avenue where T1 can approach this river.
Just give him the dragon, we already have 2. 어차피 이 용 먹었잖아요. 그냥 줘. 미드타워 주고, 용 주고. 넥서스도 줘 그냥. 아 넥서스는 주지 말자. 안 줄 것 같은데. Bro, nobody deserves a Faker! Fucking roll. He's gonna flash his head. Oh my. Even if he wasn't out there, he's underneath tower. He still gets stowed, by the way. 이거는 저기 1차 타워 밑에 아예 서 있으면 안 되는 상황입니다. 그러니까 미드 타워가 밀리면 이렇게 된다니까? 땅 따먹기 게임이 돼가지고 롤이 땅 따먹기 게임이잖아. 근데 미드 타워가 밀리는 순간 땅을 훨씬 더 쉽게 내주기 때문에 그 저 1차 타워가 더 이상 안전하지가 않아요. 바텀 타워가. 타워 밑에 아무것도 안 하고 있어도 다이브 당하는 상황이라. 와, 이건 그냥 빠르게 다음 판 뱀픽 준비해야 될 것 같은데. I think we need to start thinking about next game draft. I'm not gonna lie. I do wanna have some hopium, but honestly, with this comp, we're not even scaling. Right? We have a Jin, we have a Annie, Rel, Kong.
On Annie, and you actually don't get something from that teleport. While Aurora has been pushing all the lanes in the meanwhile, suddenly the map becomes almost impossible to play.
ADC gap? No, it's not AD gap. Every single lane is getting gapped, honestly. The only one who's playing decent is like Faker. He had a pretty good lead into his Zero, but even then, he still made some mistakes sometimes, and like, the game is just so impossible. The game is just super impossible.
Sometimes you just see these plays working out.
Sorry, did you say water out of a stone?
Yeah, like you squeeze the stone so much you get all the water out of it.
Is that another Swedish saying?
No, that's not a Swedish saying. I think that's an English saying. I hope.
How much butter is there in a stone?
Right.
I wouldn't give the dragon for all the butter in Småland.
Yeah, that's true. Look, at least one taken away. For AL, the play after really impacts deeper though, doesn't it? It's an 8,000 gold lead at 19 minutes. T1's early game has been...
AL is just playing better. I don't know.
Is 3,500
T1's just playing bad, yes, but AL is also playing good, so.
This Trundle is more than off to the races.
뭔가 우리는 그냥 같이 뭔가를 한 적이 없는 것 같은데 이번 판. I don't think we actually did anything together. Did we do anything together? I don't think so. 그냥 뭔가 바텀에서 2대2 하고 뭐 탑에서 탑 정글 교전해가지고 지고 같이 한 거는 별로 없죠. 상대는 근데 확실히 유리하니까 굴릴 줄 알죠, 당연히. 잘하는 팀일수록. AL이 더 잘해지는 게 맞아. There it is! Atakan spawning at 20 minutes, Baron spawns at 25 minutes now. It's been like that for a while.
Yeah, T1 committed for 5 for a long time there. Teleport now burn from Kyle.
아니 아타칸을 근데 그 봉풀투 강타를 실하게 해도 아예 그냥 들어가지를 못하겠는데? I mean, Carrier could try to smite it with Spellbook Smite. I know he hasn't changed it yet, but this is our only chance. Okay! This is not too bad! 괜찮은 것 같으면서도 트로들이 너무 잘 커서 근데 안 죽을 것 같은데 그만 Flash though. Okay, wait, no, it's fine. Wait, Azir's so low! Oh my gosh, wait, Doran!
Kyle's low and T1 are doing better than you'd expect, but then Flandre and Tarzan.
Tarzan's full HP! Tarzan's
dropping for a triple. The Trundle
How is he full HP? What the hell? 아니 어떻게 불피하고 분명히 트런드 때렸는데? 뭐야 버그인가? What? How? What? Spear Visage?
Despite them being so far down in gold, if that's
트포 다음에 저거 같네. Holy Spear Visage plus healing.
Too strong. AL manages to clutch the fight. I mean, of course, as
what
AL,
the
when you
hell?
are ahead, you're able to take more liberty in your fight selection. So, really good play by them.
I think it's all over, guys. We're 11k behind. What is going on?
Chomping everyone. Every time he gets a kill, he's back to full HP. There's just nothing T1 can do to cut through him. I actually think the play that was pretty positive.
I mean, this was your best chance, honestly. Because if you just give Atakan and you give Baron and you give Ever, you might as well just give the Nexus, right?
Oh, not gonna get a steal.
그냥 모든 걸 다 줄 수는 없기 때문에 한 번 노린 건데. 와, 트런들이 저렇게 사기구나. Trundle is the most broken champion in the game. Just delete the champion already. Just delete the champion.
Yeah.
Anytime now.
Is AL going to try and end with Doran in 25 second death time? I mean, this is such a one-sided game. We came in hyping up this MSI rematch, but game one has been crazily one-sided. One of AL's most dominant games I've seen in the past 2 months.
It really has been spearheaded by Tarzan. Finding that really early gank, giving the dragon and finding that gank on the T1 bot lane was really what the catalyst of the snowball. I think that just gave him that extra little gold to kind of be able to take fights more freely, and in those 2v2 stops and those 2v2 bots,
Yeah, I'm gonna
that
tell you
team
guys
is
how
like
we win.
everything just
How
becomes
to
so
come back from
difficult
this.
for T1, and they have been
First of
making
all,
solid fundamental
we catch out
efforts
this
to
year.
come back into the game,
Get the 1k gold.
ALS is not giving them any openings right now.
Over to Gwen.
I mean, at this
Gwen
point,
somehow magically wins
13,000
1v1 to
gold
Aurora.
difference.
And then we
T1
get
have
Baron.
one kill.
Yeah.
Secure with the
Yeah, I
spellbook
feel like at
smite
this
coming
point
through
you
from
can't look
Rel.
towards game two.
And then
Here, you probably like you have
We
to look
siege
for a
mid.
crazy Annie flank on a side.
Have a
lane,
crazy
look for
good
big
Juno.
flash tibbers followed by a big Minus Storm by Rel.
meanwhile
I
Trundle
think
is like
those are the
AFK
only
farming
avenues
bot
you
lane
have,
for some
those
reason.
bounties on top
So we
of-
somehow
top
win the
side.
team
It's either
fight.
trying to send all those members into that to try to get at least one tower, get a little bit of gold back, and maybe get one crucial spike that will allow you to make one pick. That's all you really have right now. That quick one shot into back out.
But it does seem like Cope angle, I think. But you're right.
Yeah, I mean, this game you need a lot of cope, and I
You
think
do.
you need a series of mistakes from
Yeah, I
AL.
think,
like one
I'm running out of
mistake
the
will
cope.
start things, but you need a series
Can
of
win,
mistakes
yeah.
to get back into this one. I think Baron up in a minute 15. AL just need to choke the area out of vision, and then, I mean, it would be easy enough for them to take it, but if T1 contest them on it, they can just take a fight. With the state of T1's base, you can end the game pretty easily. But T1 kind of hoping that if they get AL in the pit, that's their best chance of winning a fight. It's not a good chance, not their
그리고
best chance.
생각해보면 솔직히 한 15분 동안 버티잖아?
네.
40분 게임 되면은 어차피 다 18레벨에다가 풀코어 뜨잖아요?
They bought Merc stack here. From Mundo's shoe shop.
Might be onto something here.
크흠 희망을 단판 아닙니다. 3판
I mean,
2선이에요.
moving to 500 gold as well.
풀템전 가도 지는 거는 비밀입니다. 아니 AL 챔프들을 봐봐. 여기 있는 챔프들이 풀템 뜨는 거랑 여기 있는 챔프들이 풀템 뜨는 거랑 좀 뭔가 체급부터 좀 다르긴 해. Launcher's level 16, yeah. There's a little bit of a jungle gap going on, but then again, like every lane's getting gapped, it's not just jungle.
To get some pressure bot. Ona was there covering as well, but AL are going to return to the scene of the crime and start hitting away.
In this kind of game, there's no need to point fingers, because from what I'm watching the game along with you guys, right? Literally everyone is making mistakes, right? Everybody. It's like a team problem. It feels like we're playing solo queue. Meanwhile, AL's playing together. Right, AL's playing together. Like, our flash timers, we didn't have flash yet. There's no reason to overcommit. There it is! 1000원인데 저거를! Okay, nice! Guma got it! Guma got it! Okay, oh wait, carry is that though. Faker's on the wrong side of the map, but... Oh, 와, 이거 진짜 잘 싸웠는데. Fucking run! It's the Faker! 10 HP and running for his life? Okay, run. 텔포로 이거 나가는 거 같은데? Nice! Okay, nice. Okay, that's not bad. We just do that like 5 more times. Okay, well, that's Dragon. I mean, that's Baron.
I mean, honestly, considering the difference in terms of gold, that still didn't go too
방금은
badly.
정말 최선이지만 최선을 해도 발언이 나가는 굉장히 불리한
Not
상황.
something they can view too positively.
It really was the best thing you could hope for. Find an isolated AD
Someone
carry,
wake
look
me
for
up.
flash tibbers, try to
W로!
get him in. Gonna look here, say hi to
Kabi.
Flandre, try to snip him a little bit, but he's gonna have to
거리가 안
be
돼서.
Flandre is the one that says hardly doodly. Like, you don't
I mean,
need to
Wukong
worry
wasn't
about
even
that.
there.
He doesn't care about Doran
But I'm
visiting
thinking
his
maybe
neighbor.
Rel could've like...
Because this game,
Spellbook
Flandre's had his
smited,
number.
but
He's
she wasn't in
3K
range
gold
yet.
ahead, obviously, and
I mean, T1 doubled their kills
다음
in
게임
that
가자.
last fight.
빠른
ROI on that is very
빠른
high.
스캡
investment.
괜찮을 것 같기도 하고.
Nice one, Orcs. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
This is what we need you
와,
for.
AL이 진짜 레벨업을 한 건가? 무섭네요 정말.
Well, now with the Baron in pocket,
AL is just
I think
playing better.
Oh, the sign. Well, if that happens, hey, it's just a game. It's just game one.
Well, it's specifically talking about series, right?
Yeah.
Not talking about games.
They're talking about series.
Yeah, because
T1 and LPL's fathers.
This game's not looking too hot.
It would be crazy if AL helped break the curse. This team that came out of nowhere, left field, as the number 1 representative. AL looking for the final fight of
On
this
the
game.
run. Okay,
It's
run.
between worlds
Okay,
again.
carries coming in.
In goes Shanks and
Okay.
Faker back.
Wait, this is good!
He's
Annie
got
ulti!
one, 'cause AL, again, they're getting low. It looks
well,
nice. You're like, yeah,
Annie's
it's
kinda
so much
dead.
better than the
What am I
rest of the
saying?
fight.
That was
Even
Gwen.
as Gruber gets another return on
I mean, they both have like those little passes underneath them, so I was like...
wants him for a few.
What do you mean? Wake me up from this game, holy moly. Someone tell me this is a dream. What is going
Over to
on?
the EWC semifinal.
You mean things for the two dollars or episode?
Felt like T1 never really
Holy.
got started in this one, and you know it's only a best of 3, so they need to get things going quickly to answer back.
Yeah, T1 just gotta shake this one off, go back to the drawing board and try to draw up a new draft. I actually like the
Game
draft,
one
but I feel
curse?
like
Yeah,
it's
game
the
one content
patience
game out of the way,
sometimes,
guys.
The patience to wait for your turn to make a play that kind of was their crucial
이
mistake
세트는
this game, but I
웜업이었던
still
거예요.
think coming
근데
back
웜업이라고
into the
해도
game, they have what it takes to really bounce back.
아무것도 못해보고 지네 진짜. 아무것도 못해보고 지는 건 진짜 오랜만인 것 같은데. Have we ever lost a game like this where we couldn't even do a single thing?
So bad for Guma here. You know, he pops the ult, and look at Tarzan just runs over.
I mean, Guma has some good ultis, but look at that.
Not much you can do.
Trying to just pull a pillar.
T1 in the
Just walk
gutter a
forward,
little bit.
boom,
It's the
boom.
best of 3. It's elimination. It's our semi-final. AL have started
타잔
strong.
한국인데 타잔
Game 1
선수랑
in the
카엔
third, game
선수,
2 coming up right after
AL
this.
서폿이랑 정글이랑 한국 선수분들입니다. 타잔은 전에 이제 그리핀에서 뛰다가 투비, 리안즈, 바이퍼, 타잔, 그리고 탑에서는 도랑 혹은 소드 이렇게. I mean, the damage graph looks okay, but damage graph isn't the problem, guys. Do not play Rel again. Ready?
I think one change I'd like to see in League next season is to nerf support. I feel like support
Nerf
should be
support.
all over the map and not really lose anything. I think he has way too
Nerf
much
support.
insurance and you can make a lot of mistakes, and I feel like
Yeah,
you
I
can
think
do whatever you want. So I'll
carry
say
as
support.
Rel even from level 1. Trade is just really bad.
下个版本就 나의英雄多加强吧。
If I could make some
Wukong
changes
was
to
basically
the current
invisible
meta, I
last
would
game,
probably
and
buff AP Kog'Maw. It's something that's always
Doran
fun to
was
play,
getting destroyed
but
by
it's a bit
Aurora.
off meta.
You have to use
개인적으로는 이제
W really well.
요즘에는 요즘 리그 같은
Who's the
경우는
faker?
굉장히 팀적인 움직임이나 그런 플레이들이 굉장히 중시되도록 패치가 많이
Give women some
됐었는데
plays.
앞으로는 이제 좀 개개인의 그런 역량도 좀 주면 그런
개인
패치가 있다면
캐리를
플레이어들도
높여달라.
그런 패치가 있다면 플레이어들이 좋아하지 않을까 생각합니다.
One change I would
그러니까
like
옛날에는 롤이
to
그랬거든요.
see
진짜 혼자서
in the
그냥
next year
무쌍
would be,
찍어가지고
I was
캐리했는데.
thinking about that they remove TP for a bit and see how it goes. I think it would be quite interesting.
And where's the subtitles?
我觉得中路的刺客
No subtitles for English speaker?
版本可能
Hello?
中路刺客都非常弱，就体现出来很难赢。
Next season in League, I would like the queue times to be reduced. Nếu mình có quyền được thay đổi,
But you play on NA
thì mình
Brazil.
sẽ thay đổi,
NA region just
mình sẽ
kinda
bắt
bad,
những,
no?
vị tướng sát thủ ở khu vực rừng.
Feels bad now.
就是可能打野更多的那种野核的英雄吧，因为战士打野这几年玩的有点太多了。
I think I would nerf a bit Drakes.
They're done
Like,
spamming
getting more
Sejuani
of the
Makai
fun
every game.
game.
At least we have
Whoever gets
other
4 Drakes faster
damage
is win, so
champions.
also getting 4 Drakes is not easy, but yeah, I think I would tone down a bit the Drakes.
I would say it's not a change that I want to see next season, but generally jungle has changed every single year, regardless if it's the map, camps, the actual role. It would be nice to not have jungle changed, I guess. I mean, I don't really mind because I'm used to it, but it basically changed like every single year.
I would personally remove free boots from the game. It's very frustrating as a top laner that I have to run away from like Pantheon jungle and like Lee Sin jungle and these kind of junglers that just rush their item and then just cave my head in.
Oh wow, everybody has different opinions, even pros, guys. Puipo is cute. Okay, buddy. He has a girlfriend. You gotta stay away.
Over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
T1, 젠지 둘 중 아무나 우승해줘? 일단 저는 T1이 무조건 이겨야 돼. T1 결승은 가야 되는데 결승에서 지더라도 제발 Please T1 Can't lose here guys. 상금이 미쳤긴 하다. 상금 역대 롤 대회 중에서 제일 높은 것 같은데? Would it be crazy if finals is AL vs G2? Okay, but like you're saying G2's gonna beat Gen.G, Renee? You're trolling, right? G2가 젠지를 꺾는 그 세계선은 설마 우리 지구는 아닐 겁니다. 그 닥터 스트레인지 그런 것처럼 물론 그런 만약에 평행 세계가 있다면은 그런 곳에서 존재할 수 있긴 한데 과연 일정 빡세다. 일정 얘기가 나올 수밖에 없음. 어제도 못하긴 했음. 어제 진짜 질 뻔했습니다. 정말. Like T1 almost lost yesterday. Legit, like game 2 was so bad, and even game 3 there was a lot of troll plays, like all over the place. I feel like T1 should have taken Rumble instead of the Gwen last game. I think it's because Gwen beats Rumble, and like Aurora also beats Rumble. So teams have started prioritizing Aurora or than Rumble. Yes. 아니 근데 3판 이전은 진짜 한 번 실수가 너무 뼈 아프네요. 그러니까 1세트 이렇게 지니까 너무 어려운데? I mean like if it's a best of 5, at least we have a chance to like warm up, brace ourselves, you know? But like best of 3 is a little bit harder, like losing game 1 like this, I don't know if we can recover in time for a comeback, you know?
First question. Solo lanes are the hardest roles in League of Legends.
라인이 제일 어렵다. 솔로 라인이. Both of them agreed. 둘 다, 두 분 다 맞다고 하네요. 솔로 라인이 제일 어렵다. 리그 오브 레전드에서. 탑 미드가 좀 어렵긴 해, 근데.
Second question.
미드가 제일
Solo
어렵다고.
queue is the most competitive solo queue in the world, either super server or normal server, but the most competitive in the world out of any solo queue.
不难，很简单。AO 现在是太强了 ，AGL 现在是太强了，很简单。因为我一直觉得
중국 슈퍼 서버 전 세계에서 제일 강력한 서버다? 근데 이분은 오케이, 저 플랑데르 선수는 오케이 맞다. 그리고 이제 아니다. 샹크스 선수는 아니다고 하네.
Third question. Yuumi should be removed from League of Legends.
유미는 삭제돼야 된다.
我觉得比起猫咪
플랑드레 노.
因为我非常讨厌这个英雄。
다리우스를 삭제해라. 탑라인.
没有操作的英雄。
탑라인 노트. 다리우스 싫어.
Games of League of Legends are won
샹크스 선수는
and
yes.
lost in draft.
삭제해라. 유미. 드랍.
오.
反正阵容选的再好，也有可能会输啊。
조합이 더 중요하다.
你觉得？
맞다. 아니다. 조합보다는 인게임이 더 중요하다고 하고 또 이제 플랑데르 선수는 조합이 더 중요하다.
但是你选的再好也有概率数嘛，所以我觉得阵容还是一半一，我觉得一半一半吧，一半一半，选手发挥跟那个阵容。但我觉得还是阵容更重要。
근데 탑은 무조건 조합이 더 중요하다고 얘기하네. 근데 탑은 진짜 카운터 맞으면 아무것도 할 수 없기 때문에. 와, 컵사님, thank you so much for gifting 5 gifted subs. Really appreciate it. 5 membership. 감사합니다. 딸랑딸랑.
Next question is: top laners who play ranged champions are annoying and unskilled.
탑에서 원거리 하는 사람들 짜증나고 스킬이 없다?
我是站在中路的立场。
원딜이 원거리 딜러들을 싫어하는 샹크스 선수. 네, 위에서는 플랑데르 선수는 실제로는 실력이 필요하다. 원거리 딜러도 탑에서 오면. 픽을 하고 이제 초반에 엄청 밀어붙이지 않으면은 효율을 못 보기 때문에. 감사합니다. Thank you very 감사. Plunger would say that Chap won Worlds on Graves top. 참고로 플랑드레 선수는 그브 탑, 스몰더 탑, 오로라 탑 이런 거를 원거리 딜러를 굉장히 좋아하기 때문에 그거를 참고해서
AGAL
정답이 왜 저렇게 나왔는지 알겠죠. 아 2,000원 또 있나
victory, the most lopsided victory so far here at the Esports World Cup. It is a pretty impressive performance by the LPL champions. AGAL one game away from the grand finals. Welcome.
I don't know, Ricky, but game 1 looked really bad, so we're trying to see if we can win game 2.
We're going to be looking at it through
if we lose here, we're going home, guys.
Very, very one-sided here, Medios.
This was way more one-sided than I think anybody expected. I think these teams are pretty similar in skill level, but this game did not support that hypothesis.
여기에서 게임이 끝났다? Game ended here.
It didn't actually have to do with draft or really team fights or anything. It just the early game went so bad for T1. They lost bot lane. There was this top lane fight where owner and
아니 이게 플랑드레 선수한테 다 빨렸네. What the hell? They literally all flashed forward on Flunger who just flashed out and then
goes for the all in, doesn't quite.
And here like we didn't have flashes up yet. 플래시만 있었으면 브라운 궁이나 Q 이거 피했으면 됐는데. Like we didn't have our flashes back up. Why do we have to fight this bot lane?
Yeah, it doesn't really happen this way. I think that T1 sometimes can get into this mode where they're like, we're better than you, we can just outplay you and take these fights, and we're going to win them. They have that confidence, which helps them a lot, but sometimes, especially when AGAL are playing this well, which obviously they got they got their ankles broken in top lane, and then in bot lane it was very close. We were talking about this, like maybe if the Gen.W hits, like maybe you kill the Lucian, but even then you're probably like trading 80 carries. It was just very thin fights that they were going for, and they lost every single one, and AGAL just ran away with the game.
Yeah, T1's not afraid of taking the hands diff coin flip, and it came up tails both times in both lanes. And after that, it was such a huge mountain to climb here on the bottom side of the map. Guma trying to get the trade, not able to, and then Hope just skirts away with the tiniest bit of health. Carrier trying to bait it on out on the rel, getting the flash, and look at that. Oh, just a big explosion. You're thinking, okay, maybe they got it. No, they didn't. Now on the top side of the map, investments already made on the bot side for T1.
아니 근데 방금 바텀에서 2대2랑 탑에서 이거 2대2 끝? 이거 끝? 이거 하고 끝났다고? I mean, the game doesn't make sense. Like we literally lost 2v2s and the game ended.
Surprised you this tournament so
far.
How
did it even work?
Yeah, definitely. Before MSI,
no!
just looking at regional playoffs, I didn't think Aurora was actually that strong, but she surprised me doing really well at both mid and top lane. So that's been really cool to see.
닭을 잘못 본 것 같다고.
But one play that we didn't actually
주로 근데 이렇게 킬기만 나와도 뭐 그냥 다시 파밍하고.
It was on the bot laners, but they were in top lane.
한타하고 뭐 이러는데 아예 그런 게 없었어.
And got both of his summoners.
Just got dismantled after the 2v2s. It felt really weird because like oftentimes early game things happen and then teams are able to like farm back and like skirmish again, team fight again.
Since
like we didn't have anything like that. We just got ran down everywhere.
Topside, no real lockdown. They pretty much just have the
It's a best of 3 by the way. Best of 3.
Bromstone's great when you have all these auto attackers, so it's kind of enough. But like I mentioned earlier,
just don't let carry up the crowd.
Drafts mattered too much just because they found so many good early plays. They found a lot of kill windows, and
100% POG was
out of this game.
Yeah, Valdez, you know that
Mr. Tarzan.
Owner is the consistent player on this team, if not the one that can stand out when others are struggling. If you stunt him and stop him, kind of like what Tarzan was able to do, it made it so difficult for T1 to operate once they fell behind.
Yeah, it was definitely very difficult. I don't really blame Owner for this loss. I just feel like it was AGAL playing really well and being in the right place at the right time and winning those skirmishes just got them so far ahead. Like Owner trying to follow up on some of the Trundle areas was, especially in the top lane when it was that 2v2 and they just got their ankles broken by
we can't lose here, guys.
Flandre. That was kind of like the end, and Owner was so far behind. Tarzan got like a couple of kills from there, and he ended up in this game with like that ridiculous KDA that you guys saw, which is like 16. Just absolutely stomped them.
All right, well, we're not the only tournament here happening at Esports World Cup. It is championship
are you going to watch
weekend,
LRV's camp after EWC? Yes, I'm planning to, Damian.
We'll be crowning a brand new winner for Dota 2.
So I accidentally walked into the wrong MOBA arena again, and it's you, Tsunami.
You just keep wandering in here all the time. And last time I saw you, we were like in the middle of a 60-something minute game.
Again.
It ended up going 80 minutes. I got quite a long nap there, but it was an exciting finish no matter what.
Tell me what's happening today, because I know you guys have some important matches coming up.
Yeah, so yesterday we had the last round of our eliminations up until our grand final. Now we're getting ready for our third place, fourth place decider. And it's going to be Tundra versus P-Vision. Those are our two matchups. Once we get that out of the way, it's time for grand finals. Best of 5. Team Spirit versus Falcons. You know, Team Spirit, one of the most decorated names in all of Dota. And you've probably maybe even heard of them in Counter-Strike as well.
It is Kitty.
But in Dota specifically, they've 2-time won TI. And now they're going for a 2-time here in Riyadh. They won back in 2023. But it's not going to be easy because they're going up against Falcons. And surely you know a thing or two about Falcons and where they represent.
Yeah, I mean the club
한스
champions
사마 부럽다.
will be claimed today for Dota 2.
최악의 원딜러 가나요?
All the remaining
한스
teams,
사마?
they're mainly European. Are they good at MOBAs?
Oh yeah, Europeans dominate. Eastern European and Western European. Falcons is mess well, at least that's where they compete. But I mean, Europeans are always good at Dota, right?
For League of Legends, we have the exact same format coming up in this championship weekend on the Sunday, where we will have a third place decider and also the grand finals. But we have 2 Korean teams and 1 Chinese team left, with only G2 representing the West. So is this really going to be a debate?
Welcome to the grand final. We'll have to put them head to head. Maybe we run like a gauntlet of like a best of 5 between the 2 games. We'll see which region's the best.
May the best region win, and looking forward to Dota 2's grand final.
뱅이랑 한스 사마는 최악의 원딜러.
Thank you very much,
세금 많이
Kitty
내라.
and Tsunami. It has been great to meet some of our fellow casters over at Dota 2.
그래.
One of the great parts about the Esports World Cup, just
There
bringing
it
people
is.
together from multiple different titles. Team Spirit
We're gonna be
and
loading in
Team
soon, guys.
Falcons going head-to-head for the title of the new crown over at
T1은
Dota.
서사를
Now
쌓는
let's
중,
turn our
아니
focus
서사 좀
back
그만
on here
쌓았으면
because our
좋겠는데.
current returning titleist is on
그냥 좀 맘 편히 보고 싶은데 마음이 어떻게 편하지가
the most
않아.
lopsided victory here at the Esports World Cup in League of Legends. Valdez, kind of give us some hope.
아, 요청은 감사합니다. 정보 AL 감독 탑의 감독님은 13년도 롤드컵 결승 우지랑 바텀 듀오 출신으로 그때 당시 페이커랑 결승에서 만났던 선수였다.
When I looked at the draft for game 1, we talked about how it didn't really matter. But at the same time, I
2013년도?
felt like T1 drafted a lot of comfort, right? Like they had the Jin for
벌써
GENG,
12년 전
they had Annie
얘기네요.
for
12년
Faker, which
전.
he's been playing a lot nowadays. Even the Gwen for Doran. It just felt like they should have felt comfortable for game number 1. Instead, we saw the exact
아직
opposite.
현역으로
So,
뛰고 있는 페이커 선수 그리고
draft-wise,
이제
they're going to
감독이
be moving
되어버린
over to the blue side, we
탑의
can assume.
감독님.
And from there, you know, try to get another good draft and just play a lot better than you did in game number 1.
Just
because
play
that was kind of a
better.
disaster.
Yo, thank you,
EGAL
Valdez.
showed up,
Thank you for the
and,
great
T1 did not.
analysis. I'll keep that in mind so I can hit Challenger as well.
The draft wasn't
Rank 1
necessarily the
ankle,
reason they
guys.
lost. It could be better. I think that when I look at T1's strengths, I would expect them going into this
그래,
game
근데
to
T1이
maybe
블루
try to get
사이드라 이번 판
top lane to be
모른다
more of like a
진짜.
tank matchup.
아니 근데
With the
애초에
Trundle gone,
블루가
it puts
너무
a lot of,
유리해.
Biome
레드는 무조건 판테온,
or
바루스,
even
탈리아
Ornn.
이렇게 배내야
I
되니까.
think Faker would
You have to ban
probably be
Pantheon,
best
Talia,
on
Varus on
control
red side,
mains, 'cause
so
a lot of
blue
these,
side
like,
is
playmakers
infinitely
are gone. You know,
more
Aurora's out, Annie's out,
broken.
Zer's
Because you can actually ban
gone.
champions
Talia
that
will
you
probably
want to
ban.
ban.
So I wouldn't be surprised to see, you know, Victor or Orianna in this next game. So I think doing something like that topside, maybe get Owner on someone who can have a little bit more impact early game, because Wukong, he is a really strong jungler, but he's not that strong early game. He kind of needs to get his ultimate, his items to really be like a big team fight threat. So if he's on something like Pantheon, Xin Jarvan, I think he could help his team a lot more early, and then maybe getting Keria on something with, you know, more agency, like a Bard or something.
Yeah, I mean, that was the interesting part to me, picking Rel and Jin for the bot lane. It felt like, hey,
그래.
we want to have
바드를
some
카일
pressure on
선수도 할
their
수 있기
plays,
때문에
and
조심해야
when we did
됩니다.
the lane swap, they got over the
Kyle
top
can
side of
also
that.
play Bard.
That
We
part of
have
the
to be
game
careful.
went away. Didn't
Kyle's
give
also crazy
Wukong
on
an
Bard.
opportunity to scale, get to that level 6, and have an impact. So we're about 90 seconds away from heading back on into the STC
번역을 하자면
arena.
서커스를 해라.
Pins and needles are the
바드
fans
같은
here,
거
but also
해서.
AGAL opportunity to have a huge victory, right the wrongs for MSI. So media, so I'm going to
Bard
go
mentioned?
to you first.
Oh, yeah.
If you are
Let's go.
AGAL, what is the game plan for them to come on back? Because you said if you're
이거
trying to
저도
get
3, 4위 전에
control
있으면
maybe in
그러니까
the mid lane, maybe more agency.
내일
for Keria,
viewership을
and you
챙기긴
kinda have an
챙기는
idea
거야?
that's the game plan. If you're
그
Coach
여기서
Tabe,
지면은
who do you put the
키 뽀각은 안 되는
proverbial
건가요? 왜냐면 이제
ball
키
in
뽀각은
hand
내일 해야
to?
되는 거야?
Well, Tabe's a great coach. I can't pretend
어떻게
like
되는
I
거지?
know it's going through his head, but I imagine he's cooking something up. I think he's really good at knowing what other teams want to do, and I think he'll
What
try to
did I
draft in a way
miss?
that kind of takes T1 away from their comfort or takes them off a comp
We don't
that they're
talk
gonna be
about
really knowledgeable in playing. So
We just move on to
I
the
don't think
next
they're too
game.
stressed.
Don't
Obviously, they
worry.
just won a game
Yes.
pretty handily, so I think they'll just try to get comfortable chance for themselves. Maybe throw off T1, and yeah, they can probably do it.
Well, there's 20 seconds. Give us the hope.
I'm definitely
상금 차이 때문에 3-4위 전진해. 상금은 또 중요하거든.
spots where they are under a lot of pressure. The one thing is that it's a best of 3, so that's rough. You're right up against the ropes right after game number 1, so you just gotta win it from here.
All right, here we go. T1 and
일단은 부순다.
AGAL,
키는 뽀개지는데
the
3, 4위 전은
reigning
그냥 하는 거. 오케이.
hopes on
그게 맞긴
the
해, 근데.
line. Let's send it on
어.
over to two great blokes in the STC arena.
Even if a team loses here today, guys, they're eliminated, but they play third, fourth
It
match
is
tomorrow.
Intense.
Third, fourth
It
match
is
tomorrow.
intense out here. What do we think? Can you clutch up in 2 here? Yes. You think?
Yes.
What do you think?
Yes, they're gonna win.
Well, I'll tell you what. T1's chances of retaining their trophy here at EWC are in danger, and these fans think AGAL will win game 2. What do we think? Is it going to be AGAL?
No.
Well,
No.
Ian, if we learned anything about T1 over all these years, is that
만원 감사합니다.
they do not break. They bounce
민민님.
back. T1 fans, let them hear.
어제도 후원 많이 해주셨는데 감사합니다. Let's go T1! 이대로는 안 된다. 이대로 갈 수는 없지.
In the grand final of
Can't
League of Legends at EWC.
lose here, guys.
They won it. Let me hear
Losing
you
in finals
fans of AGAL.
can happen, but
That's all I'm saying.
It's best of 3, it's fearless strat. There's still so much room for T1 to come back. One more time, T1 fans, make some noise!
Yo!
There is a chance
Yo.
for AGAL to make history right here. T1 key.
Hey, they're back
at the esports
with
World Cup has never been broken before.
Doran, Uno,
Will this be
캐리아,
the time?
구마이씨 다
Let's find
있구만.
out what the cast is.
어저께 봤던 분들.
T1 got pulverized in game 1. I'm sorry, T1 fans, that's just the
그러니까 이거
reality.
축구팀
They got
같아,
destroyed,
진짜로.
beaten, battered. Like they were
막
deep
맨유나
fried,
리버풀
called
이런
out,
거.
yum in AL's tum. I can tell you one thing. Game 2 better show us a little bit more because
There it
they
is.
didn't really get to play
Game
League of
2
Legends.
draft
Three
is
yet.
starting, guys.
Yeah, now on the
이
blue
세트
side,
팬픽
the
시작했고요.
drafting becomes a little bit easy. You can dictate a little bit more how you want to approach it. Taking out the Orianna, the Nico, and the Vi.
That was fun.
My eyes are
알류님
on
멤버십
Natalia.
가입
Will it be
환영합니다.
banned or
웰컴
will it go
유튜브
through
미포.
this banning phase?
We're in a first fiction
Yeah,
zone.
it could be high priority if it does go through. It
First
was
fiction zone?
Alistair
Maybe a
banned
little
by
bit banned.
AL on the blue side.
Ali,
That
thanks
is
for
now
the
being
membership.
swapped
Really
out
appreciate
for
it.
a
To me for 2
Go by
months.
T1, so
Thank
that
you,
will be
Nico.
available
Thank
this
you.
time around. Obviously, a lot of picks taken away with the
니코는
being
팬이다.
fearless.
오히려 T1이 니코를
Picks
팬했죠.
Zaya taken. I
귀엽다,
feel like the
니코.
clear has to be high prior, especially denying that away from Shanks.
What are we
We'll
first
see if
picking?
T1 feel the same way.
Wonder what AL's response would be. I would be very surprised if the
Are we
Talia
first
doesn't
picking
come through
Xinjiao?
here from T1.
Talia?
There's no real
Talia.
staple pick
That
that
means
is
they're
up
gonna play
and available that
Xinjiao.
they can outshine that, so that will be locked away by Faker. And now Flandre and Tarzan, what do you want to pick?
I feel like if we're talking about Shanks though, as early, even though the Galio's here, that's an option.
갈리오.
That's an option. Depends where that
갈리오
Galio's
신짜오
going, but
개
that's why
무섭네.
he picked into an AD
갈리오
pick,
신짜오
but
is
if it
very
is,
scary.
AD early.
Shinsao's gonna go in, he has his ulti to revive. If I try to kill him, there's a Galio ulti, boom.
To re-blinding that top lane and picking that together with an AD skirmish.
와,
jungler,
제드.
so usually you're fine
제드.
taking that mid, but you also could have in a
Zed
situation where
jungle.
you can kind of flex that
Amumu.
into Rumble if so needed.
Yeah, especially with the Aurora already gone, having that Galio secured as an answer to the Rumble kind of limits options for T1.
Yeah.
So you see the Corki picked up, something we've seen rising a bit in priority. You know, Rula had a great
Corki?
game
That
the
is a
other day,
very early
so
Corki.
that has been secured for
굉장히 빠른 코르키
Could just pick the
픽인데
Alistair here if you want to pair up and
일단
pick
구마유시
that pick
선수
that was
코르키
banned
딜량이
in the
계속 막
first
6만을
rotation
넘어가고
last time
있거든.
around. I think picking
Kuma
Alistair
keeps getting like
blind
65k
does have
damage
some
on Corki.
drawbacks,
Like his
but
Corki is really
obviously
clean.
a
He
pick
can do a
that
lot of
Carrier has
damage.
a lot of confidence in.
Seems to be
Skarner.
the Skarner Corki being paired up.
Skarner duty.
This is one of the
Why do we
best, I
not
think,
pick
tank
Skarner
jungle
Rumble
responses
though?
into the Shinsha. You can
럼블을
lock him
열렸는데 왜 안
down
하는 걸까?
in,
어차피 상대가 픽을
before
안
he
한다?
gets that
상대
ult up.
밴을 할 수도
I
있거든요.
don't know about this Corki.
Because
What
like
this Corki
Skarner
offers,
and you compare it with
T1
Rumble,
is
it's a
lot of
super
early
broken
game
combo.
prior. You can kind of dictate those
Do we
trades
really
early
need to pick
as
Corki
you
so quickly?
highlighted, maybe try to get some early things going on. Alistar, as you said, was banned game 1, up and available. Could very well be the pick for Kyle.
상대 벌써 굉장히 단단하죠. Enemy comp is already really tanky. Just ban out all the hyper carry ADCs. What's the plan?
The Galio as well. Like you're such a tanky support, and you know you have the backing of a mid laner who can drop in on top of you. Means you can play with such confidence and super aggressively. They do ban out the Poppy as well, just to ensure that
Kai'Sa is super good. Kai'Sa 좋다.
I think this is what they saw when they realized Talia would be open. That they would probably get that Alistar coming later, so taking out that Saya really early in the fight is great foresight by the AL
아니
team and
받으면은
really securing themselves now, because now they can target all those annoying support matchups. 2 of them are already being out.
Goodbye,
Brown
Bardo.
are solid answers
Bye
into
bye.
the Alistar. Now Bard and Poppy taking away, as you probably look for the AD carry here. I would assume something that is fine.
Senna makes sense for them. 상대는 세나가 당연히 괜찮을 것
To me,
같은데.
Senna really stands out. I would have thought that T1 would have banned it because Senna Alistar has been such a strong lane at this tournament. Senna's been performing so well. You have so much
이러면
protection
서폿이 남은
for this pick,
거가
and you're just going
what
to
do
be
we
able
have
to
left?
outrange
Like
as the
Braum,
game
the
goes on.
Rail's
It really
gone.
puts T1 on a bit of a timer.
Smelling a little Door and Renekton here. I think that's the
Oh,
contract
Rakan
with
it
the Ornn
is.
ban and all these melee champions by AL. It would be a
Rakan
good
Rumble?
top-in
Rakan
pick, I think,
Rumble.
for that blind. If you go for the Rumble, I feel like you
Rakan
just
Rumble
walk
하면
into
될 거
the plan
아닌가?
of AL, so some kind of switch up would be nicer, and it could be one of the options. There's also that Ambessa.
아니
but
럼블
Ambessa
말고
doesn't really
할
make
만한 게
sense with the
뭐가?
Ornn ban, so that's why I'm thinking it could be a Renekton.
I mean, there's nothing
or
else to
some
play
also
but the Rumble here.
Renekton's still up and available, right? And I know it's not always.
Oh,
commonly
Renekton
said
is
because, you and I
a
are talking about this
good
morning
choice.
over breakfast, but there are options into it. So it feels like the Galio first pick has cornered T1 a bit, unless, as you said, Doran just goes to that tank matchup and just pulls through it. 5
아니
seconds.
럼블이 근데 신짜오 갈리오가 너무 단단해서 좀 생각을 하는 것 같은데. There it is.
It is the most
There it
standard
is.
pick. It is the meta top laner that almost everyone
스카너
picks on
럼블
blue
콤보
side.
하면은 스카너 그 신짜오든 갈리오든 알리스타든 그냥 다 녹이면 그만이요. If we can get the barbecue going like with Skarner ulti on top of the Rumble ulti, the barbecue the grill. 양꼬치처럼 그냥 꼬치 구이하면 그만이거든. 그 콤보랑 이제 라칸 공이랑 막 겹치면서 뒤에서 콜키 폭딜하고 다 터져요. 탱커든 말든. 요링이다. 요링이가 플랑드레 선수가 정말 좋아하는 요리. 이거는 근데 타베 감독이 아예 그냥 준비를 굉장히 잘한 게 이거. 레드 갔을 때 뱀픽을 이렇게 준비를 했네 아예 그냥. Like they actually prepared for this by the way. Because Flandre is really known for his Yorick by the way, and Yorick is very good into Rumble. 럼블이 라인전에서 굉장히 빡세죠. 요릭 상대로. Like the 1v1 is just really impossible for Rumble because he can't really get out of the W from Yorick, so if he ever gets caught in the W, he's going to just get run down.
Red side responding to whatever blue side wants
It's
to
kinda
do.
cute.
But I really
The figure
like
sign.
what they have done. They've secured a lot of comfort picks, a lot of something they feel good about, and I think that is the most important thing when you are
Okay, chat.
drafting. You gotta make
If
sure
you're a
your
T1
players
fan,
are
you gotta stop
comfortable
praying.
and confident playing those champions that you as a coach
You gotta
have
stop
given to
praying,
them.
guys.
I feel like as well, getting the Senna Alistar is just such a powerful
여기서
build. He
지면은
did
여러분
so well
끝입니다.
at this competition, and you know we saw the game before be really one-sided towards AL, but if this one
Super
goes
close
a bit longer,
faker,
gets
close
a bit messier, then you're gonna have such a reliable late game with that long-range pick.
I do feel like T1, the onus is on them. The team that got to the MSI finals only recently. It's been a narrative that's been pumped in your head, and I apologize, but you know, story is so important.
Come on,
when you
Faker.
have a storied organization
페이커 선수 얼박샷.
of T1. Their history in League of Legends is nothing
Mr.
but
Faker.
sublime. Their road has been nothing but impressive. Their players are nothing but exceptional. But anyone's legend, these upstarts put to the wayside, have had to climb up through the LPL.
Here it is.
Have done
Game
the damage in
2.
game 1. Match
We're
point
just
as
about
we
to
head
start.
back onto Summoner's Rift. Is it going to be a 2-0? Can T1 pull something out of the
Game
bag
2
for this one?
predictions? Maybe someone in the
Finally take
chat
us all the
can do
way
it.
in our first semi-final.
하나, 둘, 셋. T1 파이팅!
The arena, but I hope there has been a Hanadu set, and I hope
하나,
there
둘,
is gyros
셋.
filling the arena as
T1
well. You know
파이팅!
the crowd's there for it.
Let's go.
We need to get, Crowd people, organize one person, get it done. If it goes to a game 3, please get it done. Tarzan invade starts with Faker as well. There's going to be good damage here, but
Okay.
45 seconds.
Tarzan
Tarzan
is gonna go home though.
probably just back away.
집에 갔다가 오지 않을까?
Okay, it's gleaming crawl start from Carrier, so there's no CC. Thanks also walked
T1 파이팅! T1 파이팅! T1 파이팅! 짜이오 소리가 너무 큰데 왜? 다른 날보다 오늘이 좀 큰 거 같지 왜 이렇게?
Come down from owner there to give some information. I feel like getting a good early start for T1 is important as well. You know, we've seen this Corky, we've seen it at this tournament, we've seen it sometimes really thrive in hands of like Ruler. We saw a game from Ken where it really didn't have the impact. I feel like especially in a matchup like this, you need to make
come on, guys.
the early fire it can achieve. And you need to make sure that when you
아니 진짜 가면 진짜 무섭긴 하네요. 보일 때마다.
Yeah, I want to see T1 try to look for some
눈에서 불빛 나와 무슨 슈퍼맨도 아니고.
The sooner you get
무섭다.
Rumble out of that matchup, when Yorick gets a little bit of levels, the better. When early game Rumble will have that control, probably not level 1. Yorick's level 1 is very powerful.
Okay,
with all
Mr.
that
Faker
healing,
with traits.
the moment the wave bounces,
어,
that's
페이커
when
선수
the
좋아요.
Rumble Flame Spirit
Faker is
starts
playing good
having
today though.
all so much poke.
I think we can win,
yeah.
guys.
Really becomes about that level 6 spike when Yorick can start contesting. So much damage is just loaded into that maiden. And
Okay, the Q miss. That's not
usually,
good.
like when you
It's okay.
ult as Yorick, some champions
약간
can
패시브
poke her
뜨면
down
그만이요.
across multiple waves
It's okay,
and
we're
eventually
gonna get
kill
past
her.
it.
And when you kill her, she goes on cooldown. So that is really your goal when you play against Yorick when he ults. If you can kill his maiden, it goes on a 2-minute
There
cooldown.
it
And that's
is.
a big
Scorch
power to him.
damage.
So Rumble kind of struggles with that, I think. He can't really walk up to try to poke her down without getting caught in the
라인
cage.
땡기는 거 좋아.
It's on theme, he has the
Pull the wave. Both junglers are popping top though.
I
What's
just
that?
realized.
둘이 이제 탑 동선을 타는
Uncanny, it's intentional
중이거든.
blind rate. Tarzan's passing top, by the way.
혹시 럼블 다이브라도 당하는 날에는 끝나기
Top lane,
때문에
and I think Finn, with what you've set up,
봐주는
top does
건데.
feel like the most volatile lane early that can really run away with the game, that can really control tempo up here, and getting grubs early on either Rumble or Yorick also, I think is pretty impactful when these guys are menaces inside lanes early too.
Caught?
Yeah, Yorick getting those grubs really accelerates his tower taking. If he's left alone with a
It's okay,
tower,
though.
that's dead in like 5-6 seconds with that demolish proc. Dora might look for a little barbecue here.
Have a look. No,
Oh,
pandas.
Toro?
Okay,
Good
just
trade.
2
Not
points in
bad.
his queue, I've realized, Flandre. So he's really playing for those later levels, really valuing that sustain it gives him, and probably won't try to fight too much at this bounce because I think his jungler wants to go for the bot grab.
Oh, Mr. Faker!
Thanks to take the heavy chunk, and
I think Galio has to go home
Galio,
soon.
yeah, a lot of the time.
네, 마나가 탈리아가 좀 달긴 했지만 오, 마나 달아서 그냥 있네요. So Galio's staying because he has his passive up, like the passive shield coming up, and Talia is
wanted to take
Talia
away
is
at this point. He is going to cross to the bot side, pick up that scuttle, and Fondre is healthy enough that he's not really under pressure for dive.
I mean, Faker still has a pretty massive lead in the mid lane. If you watch. CS 10개 차이 그래도. 그 갈리오는 결국 집을 가긴 하네요. 굳이 있어봤자 갱호운도 안 되는 피기 때문에 뭔지 알지? 갱호 하려고 하다가 둘 다 죽는 각이 나오거든. Oh, Shanks is looking. Shanks is looking. This might be dangerous. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. Nice. 이거 이러면은 웨이브 더 탔죠. 저런. 나이스. Mr. Faker.
Sees him, Faker stops it.
Huh?
Shanks takes a turret shot for it, not bad.
No, Faker's gonna stay now because he's so low. 이러면 또 피가.
Problem is because Shanks has been his TP already.
갈리오 개망.
He would be kind of stuck with a
갈리오 좀 무리한다.
We'll be able to get a reset off.
Orcs, was it the other day? Was it yesterday? The day before?
뭐냐고요? 잘하다가.
Faker's in trouble. Where's
그럴 수 있어.
Owner on the way? Well, he's just moved.
-1 in the chat.
He's nearby.
Oh, Mr. Faker.
And he's got to make sure that his star carry is
My
in an
co.
okay position. So that coverage is probably really important as Faker tries the back again.
그렇게 근데 모포를 해도 갈리오 망하긴 했어.
Getting pushed in once more, but Faker's low on mana.
Yeah, Faker is completely and cookies don't give you mana anymore. It only gives you HP. So when he levels up, obviously he's gonna get some mana back. So
yeah, so here they are doing the swap, and because both
Negative
junglers
one
have
vs
Torch
negative
their
one.
first time,
Yep.
they kind of don't want to go for this
They're
dragon.
just
because going
giving
for
him
the
a
dragon
chance,
would
guys.
would mean really delaying their
아니
second
라인 프리징
camp
하는 저
respawn,
알리스타
so
진짜.
both of them are gonna
Alex
end
are
up
just freezing the
here
waves.
after the
Cringe.
swap. Cork is gonna be here alone, getting a lot of solo XP against his Yorick.
I mean, Cork is swapped top.
He doesn't actually recall and come here. Doran stops his
Flash.
Wow!
Flash. Flandre now down, and
That's not bad. That's
the
not
recall
bad.
cancelled, but
Andre has no
delayed
flash
here,
now.
Favorable for T1.
Yeah, as you see, that bot wave is pushing back
Oh.
into
And
T1,
again.
so delaying those bases are just so good. Because
I think
every
Guman needs to calm down
second
though.
that
He
Flandre
might not know, but the
spends
Xin
here
Zhao Sen
is
is there.
seconds while his wave is dying bot.
He's trying to bait Gumi.
오 이거 완전
Flandre
근데 괜찮아
cancelled
괜찮아.
again, but look, Tarzan
야 앞W
even
할까봐 좀
he backs
걱정하긴
away.
했어. 신자오
So he's going to be mega late
세나랑
for this.
신자오
Teleport's
있어서.
going to have to be burned, but let's see how much of the wave he loses.
Now as well, Flandre being flashless.
I mean, Flandre is
puts him in
late.
a really uncomfortable spot.
But that wave
threatening
was
for
very
Oleg
nicely
potentially
frozen by
look for
Alistair. Keep that in mind.
Just one wave, I think. Flandre had to drop there.
Okay.
He will be fine there on the bounce. But while Doran
Okay,
waits to
another
catch the
dragon
wave,
secured.
he will
좋아.
go and help on this
아 이번
dragon.
파
Does
너무
not have
뭔가
the
평온한데요.
equalizer
나쁘지
in
않습니다.
case
Not too
AL
bad.
would like
We're
to
actually
contest,
scaling
but
pretty well
looks
as
like
well.
They are taking their sweet time.
Farming is fine.
Indeed. Tarzan's going to move in though. Maybe off the back end for a steal. He's stacking up Q. Getting close. All in. No. Owner gets it, but the knockup comes through anyway. No impale yet, but the hero's entrance is going to manage a way in for Shank.
Oner.
Sliding shot doesn't work out
Oner.
against Wall Tarzan. He's
Oner.
gonna 1v2 over that
What's
wall.
going on over here?
On the right is Tarzan.
Tarzan going in ham!
He wins out. Meanwhile, top lane's
아
dead.
진짜 장난하지
One
마요.
position.
Oh,
And
Carrion's
LPL
gonna
once
die.
again
He's
is
going the wrong
trailing
direction.
into a second game. A second kill down at that as Carrion runs for his life.
What the
There's no
hell? We
flash
couldn't
again
even
on
kill
Flandre,
the
so Carrion
Xin
can buy as much time as
Zhao.
possible, but as the ghouls are sent out, the
신자오
mini
잡지도
pandas,
못했어.
all it takes is one more hit.
정복자 신자오라서 이게 계속 싸우니까 정복자가.
And AL, it will be 3.
No,
make it
Faker
4
has
because
flash, but
Faker's
he's
now caught out as
okay. He has a
well
flash.
on
I think he can
midway.
live.
His
Just
flash
walk
is
out.
available, but he's trying to walk it out, get the move speed, which will succeed. But AL's early game.
Well,
Hope is now flashed.
Oh my gosh, that was
And
so
that's what
close.
happens when
But I don't
you
know.
use your ultimate on the rumble to stop
와,
bases.
진짜
Suddenly
까비.
you cannot take those early
Guma
game
almost had to
skirmishes
kill
that usually
there.
would be favored for you. T1 starts
Yeah, they
the
got the
dragon
feat of
1-0
warfare, by the way.
down, and Tarzan
Widow King's a
instantly
stick.
recognized that this
AL이
is a good
챙겼고요.
time to
3킬
fight.
방금 먹어서.
All of AL come in, the TPs kind of come in, and it ends up being a really favorable fight for AL. You
I
see
thought this
Tarzan
was a
here,
free
sees
dragon here,
owner,
but
sees
watch
owner,
this.
and now you see him think about,
They
wait,
commit the TP coming
it's a
through.
revolt.
그러니까 이게 템포가 저희 서폿이 들어오는 겁니다. 알리스타가 들어오는 건데 그래서 오너 선수가 빨리 그냥 플래시로 뺐으면 어땠을까라는 아쉬움이. I think Oner should just flash immediately, but he was trying to like 1v2 Tarzan, but we just didn't have enough damage yet. 그러니까 1대2로 지금 5렙이라서 신자오가 한번 잡아보려고 하는 건데 확실히 그 정복자의 힘은 강력하다. 정복자 풀스택 쌓아가지고 들어오는 거라.
AL to just jump in and fight them on that dragon. And obviously the objective was already gone, but the kills go over to AL, and once again they're coming into this part of the game with a bit of a lead. 1,000 gold in favor of AL right now. Void Grubs does get picked over, does get taken over by T1 though.
Okay.
So Dragon in pocket and 3 Void Grubs is a positive for them.
I feel like Grubs against Yorick.
Guys, calm down. Okay, remember, we scale better than last game. We don't have a Jhin, we don't have a Kong, like we don't have any champions. Very scale a lot. We have Wincon, like Rumble ult, Wincon with Skarner ult. 전판이랑 다르게 우리 원복 콤보도 있고 후반도 있습니다. 나쁘지 않아. 그러니까 초반에 굳이 막 싸움 한번 졌다고 게임이 끝나고 이런 건 아니죠.
Tries to look for something.
Doran,
He's gonna get
please.
a little bit chunked, but most likely we're gonna see him equalize this wave.
They don't have the
Honor
damage.
will try to come down.
They don't
I was
have the
going to ask if
damage.
in the 2v1, who do you favor here? Because it feels like 3 souls for Hope.
오늘 T1
But it also
지면은
feels like on the
진짜
other side, Yorick in a range matchup feels a bit bad. Yes, he did get the cannon, nice one.
네, 그런 생각 자체를 하지 마! 생각을 하지 마! 생각을 하지 마!
Match these lanes just
Just don't think about T1 losing and then we win. That's how it works.
Pressure onto the rumble, so
Oh, he's 1v2, so he just ults away. That's actually really smart.
the wave. I think he's very happy about this. Good.
아니 이래서 럼블이 진짜 사기야 근데 1대2고 상황이 저거 미니언을 아예 못 먹는 상황인데 멀리 있었지 아닌가? I mean this is why Rumble is just broken in pro play. You're getting zoned off 1v2, you're supposed to be getting zoned off a lot of XP and gold, but Rumble's able to use his ulti from super far back, delete the wave with just 1 R.
Actually does hurt, so Flandre does have to respect that threat.
Now, junglers were hovering just around mid while you're talking Orcs, and Tarzan pulls off. Boda's owner on the side. Shank's good sidestep there as He's
I
keeping up
mean,
in CS
it's okay.
Faker in this lane.
Gumo's farming well,
Constantly
not too
these
bad.
Winds of War are getting better trades off, but
코르키 성장 잘하고 있고.
It is the next dragon in minute 20 that
우리는 그리고 여는 챔프가 2명이야. We have 2 cures. One from Talia, Faker, and we have one on Corki.
Nice and early for Tarzan here on this Xin Zhao, and I remember his
Lot of
Xin Zhao
scaling
MSI,
coming
I've
through
seen
for
Tarzan
us.
plenty of Xin Zhao throughout the years.
Yeah, big jungle spike lead
16
here from
stacks on Senna.
AL. Sadly, owners
Wait, what
stuck
happened
with
to
the
Senna?
coma
Huh?
belts. Just sitting in his
It's a little bit
inventory
low.
waiting.
Yeah,
Gumiti gets out of that
세나가 근데
cage.
스택을 되게
Maybe we
못했네.
can try to kill this panda
thanks for
maiden
pointing that out.
meows for some reason.
16 stacks?
You don't like it?
I mean, it's a cat.
I mean,
Crazy
it's
cat
only
lady
11
your skin,
minutes.
but because
Nothing
with
too
the
crazy,
coma,
I guess.
You just get the pandas, but they still meow.
Area.
Area
He's
is not
He's got no flash
Dorothy.
available. Look, he's got 5 seconds on
Ooh,
his
nice
watch.
moves coming through the bats. 근데 라칸공은 빠지긴 했어도 안 죽은 게 어디냐고.
Almost got punished for that lack of summoner while we look towards the top.
돌아가거든.
He's caged for the time being. Flandre gets a little bit low, but Panda Maiden is going to walk away.
The panda.
So, okay for Flandre for the time being.
아니 AL은 좀 사귄 게 AL은 마스코트가 판다인데 스킨까지 판다 스킨이 쓰잖아요. 저거는 그 사기 아닌가? Look at the little goals are little pandas and AL's mascot is a panda. Like it's not even fair.
Something that playing the Rakan into Galio.
It's like you don't even.
Way back in the day when Galio was played support, it
저거는
was
뭐
actually a pretty bad
심리적인
matchup for
버프가
Rakan
있지 않을까?
because,
Like a
you know, it's
placebo
so
buff.
easy to land that CC on him if you channel the taunt. Very hard to avoid. So, you know, one nice
귀엽잖아.
thing
근데
this game is
귀엽긴
you
해.
have the spellbooks, you can
It's
pick
very
up that
cute.
cleanse at some point and use that as a tool just to, at least in one team fight.
And owner's
evade the
looking,
threat,
but look at Kyle just hovering
otherwise
there.
definitely a little bit dangerous.
알리스타가 이거 옆 뒤에 있는데 이거 모르거든요? Okay, okay, nice. We're not tanking the wave.
Really nicely, and the Maiden's out as well. Look at the healing, even after the Impale. I think
아
Flandre
진짜.
might be cheering 'cause he's don't shy.
I don't think we have damage. The maiden is healing so much.
Trying to buy time, and all he needs is to pulverize the pop away.
아니,
And
도망가야 돼,
again, the
도망가야
wife keeps hitting. I see the meow in my eyes, and I see the meow.
거기
in my ears.
와드예요. It's more than
They're
there.
not
Okay,
gonna
okay,
step
nice.
any far close 'cause they know that
I mean, they get the
Flandre will
dragon,
follow
but at
them
least we didn't fucking die there.
Great
잘못하면
read by
타워
Kyle
탱킹
there.
할 때
AL
알리스타
seeing
풀콤보
the
맞아서
dragon
난리
being
날
there.
수도.
Kyle is like,
Wait, he's gonna flash though.
KL has flashed as well, and owners rejoin the
Oh
fray.
my
But
gosh.
again,
Like, I don't think we can win this. 아 진짜 이거 잡을 수 있긴 한데 잡으면은 그 요리칸트 킬 넘어가서 like we can kill the Alistar with flashing forward, but
I actually think in the initial play, Kyle made a bit of a mistake because
Yorick's
Doran
gonna
had
get the
aggro,
kill,
and he did a
not
combo
worth-
on him when he could have just headbutted him back on the tower.
True.
And because he had the fitted ashes, you would have got aggro again.
Torch
even
is
if he left the
everywhere,
tower,
yeah.
so
Everything is
I think
warded.
Doran definitely should have died.
Bro,
there,
we lose
but
red buff
T1
for that,
managed
we
to
lose
get away
dragon, and we
without
lose red
losing
buff, and we
members,
lose
so
Crocs for
it was
that.
good
That is
timing
so
from
tragic.
the AL support to be there, but I think maybe
레드
the different
털리고
execution
요
would
그러니까 용
definitely
털리고
guarantee
레드
at least
털리고
one kill.
거기에다가 이제 돌고보까지는 안 들었네요. 그래도.
Definitely showing awareness on
Tarzan
the
is
map,
hard
thinking
punishing that
about
top side
everything,
play.
and doesn't want to give T1
그러니까 이게
a
살아간 게
single
살아간 게 아니지.
inch
손해는
back
손해 볼
into this
대로
game.
보긴 했는데 뭐 그래도
Shanks pushes
살았잖아.
out top lane.
손해를
Looks
더욱더
like he
볼 수
wants to
있긴
look
했어.
for a recall, maybe. He
탑에서
says
손실이
actually,
너무
let's
크다.
see. Maybe he will
알리스타가
find
지금
a little
움직임이
bit of
되게
a
매섭긴
TP on
하거든.
takeover. What's
This
the
Alistar is
face?
kind of scary.
See if he can. Winds of War would get the range for that. But
Kyle's
next
always like
objective,
kind of
just to
hovering
walk
every
everyone
single play,
towards
so we have to
where
watch
we're
out.
angling is that 1 minute 25 for Herald up in top side. First item's getting picked up across the board, and for Hope,
아니
that's
카린
good
선수
news.
진짜
Despite
뭐냐고.
the fact he doesn't really have any souls in this game, 23 at
LCK에서
13.
플레이했던 선수라서 뭔가 우리가 봐왔던 그 카린 선수? Like, I watched LCK, so I saw Kyle in LCK as well. He feels like a completely new player
It's
on
only a swap against the Senna,
AL.
and you have like a Rumble. Rumble doesn't really have to walk up to clear the wave.
Very scary.
He can just stand and farm with E really far away, and then if they have a big wave they're stacking, just ult it. It becomes really hard for Senna to really farm any stacks on him, really delaying
야,
those
세나
spikes,
stacks is so
thresholds that
bad.
you really wanna hit
근데
on the
우리
Senna.
여러분 다행인 게 AL이 진짜
I feel like as
호프
well, when you get to this
선수가
point of the game,
세나로
often you can
정말
farm
스택을 못
stacks
쌓고
with
있어
enemy
정말.
carry in mid, but
지금
Poke
15분 거의
matches
돼가는데
Senna quite
지금
well in
스택
terms of how
25점.
their trade patterns are,
25
they're
stacks
short
at
and
like
busy.
almost
If you
50
actually
minutes into the
walk
game
up
is
to the
very low,
Corki,
by the way.
You can take a heavy trade that you kind of want to avoid if he goes for that burst. So it's not as easy as in some other matchups where you just walk up, you auto Q, you back off. Because if you do that to Guma, he will punish you.
The goal gap is around like
Down,
what,
you know, first
1k?
items on the board, second on the
Really
way.
nothing too crazy.
Akuma, the
So
one who is actually leading in this
it's
game,
winnable.
thanks to the healthy CS lead that he's maintained.
10분에 30개 정도는 쌓여야
You know,
정상이라고.
Manamune is soon to be on the way.
네,
Trinity Force in
30개
pocket.
근처는 나와 나와야 되는데 지금 많이 뒤처지긴 했어.
AL who have to walk in and make the play.
Look at this mid wave here. Gomushi has the priority from the mid lane. They will probably look to start it here with that push, but while
We just need a crazy Rumble Skarner combo. All combo.
Timing there, and It's gonna be a long
And then we have
dance
those
around
super
this
fat Corki
river to
Triforce
try to get a little bit of vision
doing a
back,
ton of
get those
damage
pink
onto
Corki in the
them.
bushes and
스카나고
try to get a little bit of lead.
잘만 들어가면은
Flandre now looks to
그렇게
TP in there. He
프리딜
wants to-
각이
he wants
나오거든요.
to seal the deal.
Okay, so it started up by
Okay,
AL.
if we're gonna fight this, we have to. Okay. Nice. Slowly. 지금 콜키 아직 안 왔어. 그만. Queuing right in front of them. Okay, it's okay. It's not okay. Okay, it's okay. Okay, the ult. Okay, nice. We got Galio. Owner has a flash out. He doesn't have flash. Okay, he live. 살았다. 스카너 살았어. 괜찮아. 1대1 교환인데. Okay, Doran's dead. 괜찮지 않아요. Oh, that missed from Faker's stretch. 럼블공을 좀만 기다리지. 럼블 ult needed to be delayed a little bit, my guy. 그러니까 무조건 라칸이랑 스카너 궁 보고 럼블공을 사용해야 되는데. 그러니까 먼저 쓰면 절대 안 되는 것 같은데. I think Rumble should never ult by himself. Just have to keep waiting for the Recon engage, Scanner engage, and then you use it for maximum performance. 상대가 플래시 다 있긴 해서 아마 막 차락할 수도 있긴 한데 지금보다 훨씬 좋았죠. Because like you need to have the Rumble ult stack, the Leandries just that burning, so you need them to be like CC'd on top of it. So in order to ensure that, just wait until your teammates engage first. 보시면은 어떻게 시작됐냐? Talia ulted, so Rumble's like, okay, they're all together, let me ult you. And like, see that ult isn't really hitting anybody? I know, I keep talking about the Rumble ult, but our comp is really reliant on it. That's why. 그러니까 조합이 진짜 럼블공에 너무 의존도가 높긴 해서. It's a wombo combo comp, that's why. It's okay though.
In the end by the edge. Doran's caged up by the Yorick, the Galio as well. Like the CC in one place is so huge. Faker did a lot of damage, but it just wasn't enough.
I mean, that's the thing. So much damage done by Faker and Guma, and so many low health bars on AL, which is why it's so clear that AL had to play it to that level to win the team fight, because
이용 먹었어. We just got second dragon though, so it's not too bad. Okay, it is really bad, but it's better than it could be.
The tier 3 turret, keeping Doran from the wave. I mean, it's another Tarzan masterclass, just like game 1 on the Trundle. Game 2, I have seen this since out before. There is a reason.
Good wombo combo, please. Next fight.
That this guy is consistently
Let's see, Dragons in 4 minutes 30 seconds, and we have Octocon spawning. Octocon spawning in 1 minute 30.
I feel like he's had such a good series. That game 1 Aurora Flash, those mechanical prowess that I feel like people can.
Yeah, Flandre is having a crazy series, agreed. 뭔가 지금 탑에서 탑 정글 미드에서 골드 차이가 많이 나고 있긴 해서. Even Faker is actually behind in gold now.
I think
he laned pretty well, but kill and 3 assists along with power plating and power gold, global gold.
Yeah, moving on. Second item almost on the way. That's going to be Hysteric's Gauge by the look of it as well. Unless we do go for a whole breaker second spin.
I think maybe a
그만은 상체가 밉다.
Because that.
코르키는 솔직히 뭐 이번 번 세나 상대로 스택 못 쌓게 좀 잘한 것 같긴 한데 세나's 40 stacks now if you look at it. 40 stacks for what? 20 minutes? 20분에 한 원래 정상적이면은 한 60개 정도 스택 해야 되는데 지금 40개밖에 스택을 못한 세나. 불행 중에 다행.
Let's have a look. He's got a control ward, but I feel like Flandre would have backed on a little bit more gold than 75. So
장난으로 얘기한 겁니다.
2 seconds. As soon as we get rid of this gold difference,
너무 심각하게 받아들이지 마세요.
We'll be able to tell you what we're looking at for the next dragon, next Atakan, or rather only Atakan. Actually, no item picked up. It's just a control ward, so probably sitting on the
이거는 근데 요릭 제가 얘기했잖아요. 뱀픽에서도 얘기하는데 이게 요릭 픽이 진짜 탑의 감독님이 진짜 준비를 엄청나게 많이 한 게 보인다. 그리고 너네 럼블 안 해? 너네 럼블 안 해? 너네 럼블 안 해? 이러는 식으로 거의 뱀픽을 그렇게 진행을 해버려고 가지고 거기에서 이제 탑에서 카운터, 요리, 플랑드르 선수가 제일 좋아하는 그런 챔프를
Shanks, I mean Faker just We
얼른 기도.
You open bot there, looked if York was gonna overextend, and it was around
기도
mid,
메타?
looking on mid wave. Now finally
I mean,
catches
it's
the
still
wave.
winnable, guys. I'm telling you,
Using that
our
Talia
comp
as
here
the she's
is
so fast
we're
on the
doing
map, and she
pretty
can really
good.
join
Senna is not
anywhere
skilled yet.
action happens. So that's really what you gotta do in these stages, Faker. You gotta just weave around when you have some downtime.
Hang on, Cage is up as well, and Doran kept in it for a little bit with the maiden up. Doran is getting bopped around.
Oh my
Flandre
gosh,
looking for the
please.
solo kill. With
Please.
Flash, it's easy. Fuck him on the head. Flandre digs a grave for Doran.
Blue, just ulti or something at least. Just ulti.
Side lane proven to be a problem.
At least maybe could have traded one for
Having a
one.
monster series today, just really showing why he should be respected.
궁이라도 한번
in
깔아보지.
the
좀 뭔가
paragon of
아쉽다.
top laners
타워
globally
끼고
right now.
1대1 교환은 나왔을 것
That he
같은데.
always finds so much success. He's one of the only players that makes this champion work still. Really knows
Why
the
didn't
limit
he?
there,
That's what
and
I'm
why it's
saying,
so scary
bro.
to play against the Yorick when you're playing a champion without a dash.
Bro,
Because when
this
you get
Yorick
stuck in that
champion is
cage, you gotta
disgusting,
flash
though.
out,
Please
you're
nerf it
gonna
more.
eat a barrage of
저게
bonks
너프
on the head
받은
with that
요릭이라고?
shovel.
And now because of that as well, TP
와,
advantage.
진짜.
Doran has to come up and TP as well, but Flandre, we're going to begin the Arakan. It's up to T1 to stop.
근데 진짜 준비 잘해와서 이거 럼블 픽하는 입장에서도 카운터 맞을 거 알고 픽하게 돼서 뭔가 함정에 걸어 들어간 느낌이긴 한데. Okay, there we go. The rumble ulti with Maokai ulti. Oh my gosh, we don't have enough damage, do we? Oh my. Oh no. Okay, well.
There's no follow-up. T1,
Okay, I mean,
we've done a bit of
okay,
damage.
wait, Faker's re-engaged. No, wait, this is a really good ult from Faker. But, 이러면은 갈리오는 잡았는데 아타칸이 갈리오 live!
There's no trade, and at this rate there is going to be no T1.
No!
Beautiful patience by AL, killing
We couldn't even kill Galio, he just gets out with flash. Milk trend so you actually don't get CC on time.
Forcing T1 to all
헤르메스 신발이야
trying to
다들.
get into that pit,
Mertress,
but
Mertress,
in the
Mertress,
end,
and a Swifty
getting that
boot.
Crucial advantage, getting it out the con just by the
Oh,
beautiful pick and beautiful
man.
engage by Kyle and Shanks together.
Shanks is buying so much time for his team and still
I
somehow
mean,
doesn't
Skarner
go
finally
down.
had an ult on top of Rumble ult, we
Pumping
just didn't do enough
throughout
damage
that fight
yet.
and still unable to
근데
find the
저주는
kills the
나와요.
team needs.
We need
So,
Bloodletter
big
Curse to be
boon over
completed and then we
AL
can
there.
try
They get a
again.
reward for
일단
Flandre's
PP
solo
저주는
gaining
나오고
control
나서
over
다시
that
한번
area that
해보는
they
것도
needed.
괜찮을 것
And now
같은데.
Dragon spawning
상대
up in 10
마방이 좀
seconds,
있으니까.
then moving straight
They're building a
towards
little bit more, so Bloodletter Curse is super
If you
important in
look
this
at the
game.
inventories of AL, everyone
Percent
is hitting their second
AP
item
shred.
spike.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, T1 is hitting on one components. It's a difficult.
Oh, what a route! What a route! Faker caught up, but for now it's okay. Kyle takes a heavy chunk.
Oh, okay. Kyle's 10 HP.
It's a bait, and Shanks knows it. Double shielded around. Flandre whopping away the
Oh my gosh, Flandre is just running us down. Flandre is just running us down. Oh. What the hell? We're getting completely annihilated.
Flandre and AL are dancing
Are they gonna
on T1.
end?
Have you seen his movements? The side
No,
steps
they
or
can't,
the
they can't,
shoves?
okay.
That Yorick is a menace. He puts out so much damage in these fights, and they use everything into Kale, but burning his ult and getting out. It just seems like T1 ran out of gas.
The amount of times AL members have walked out of fights with slithers of health, it feels like they're using the health bars as resources, able to play with T1, find the fights they want, and being rewarded with a huge lead now. It's already 1-0 in the series, and the reigning champs, they're not looking in a good spot to bounce back in this series.
It was one game that was a statement, but 2 games in a row, that's just class right now.
I mean,
from
we're
anyone
one-man
playing.
ulting Alistair, which is probably not the best. 알리스타 1인공은 별로 안 좋긴 한데 저걸 또 살아간 것도 문제라고 생각하지만 저기서 잡아도 손해야. I mean, like, at this point, we're so far behind, though. Like, we're one-man Skarner ulting Alistair. We're confused. I don't even know how to describe it. We're confused.
Hope was chasing this last kill.
Oh, it does end up going down. Kale goes in on low HP, helps to finish off, but I just think the use of some of these cooldowns, the CC, the cage, and like Tarzan with the wind become lightning, getting 2 with it, applying that slow. They're just working so well as a unit to chase
T1
down
is not
members.
playing
And once
today,
more,
yeah.
Kumiushi pumping damage. Most damage in that team fight, but once more,
아니
unable
그냥
to
저거
find the
진짜로
kills.
절대
The
못
damage
잡을
is
것
there,
같은데 이번 판.
but it's just
I don't think we're
not
ever gonna
enough
kill Shin
coordination,
now again.
not
Look at
enough
him,
to
he's
finish
actually
off
building
targets.
MR, how
T1
cringe is
really needs to
that?
find a key engage from multiple members and layering all those AoE spells, that Rumble ult onto the Skarner ult with a Rakan. I feel like they're trying to find
Shinzao
this
just
big
never
engagement,
gonna
but
die
AL
again this
really,
game.
like, posturized himself so well around these choke points.
I feel like the problem as well is the value from the center, that healing that keeps coming in is just gonna... There's a lot of sustain in the composition of AL. We do have Executioner's Call on Gumayushi to cut that down a bit, but it means you're doing so much more damage than you would otherwise have to reduce that.
Shank's angle.
Okay. There it is. 럼블공. 오, 럼블공 지금 다 박히고 있긴 한데. Oh my. Oh.
But how much did they need for Tarzan? T1, the best that they can
That was our best fight.
Game 1, I was saying, that's the
best fight we've ever had this whole game. 26 minutes, 25 minutes. It took us 25 minutes to have a combo like that.
Boomer's trying to get some damage here on Shank.
It's at this point.
He might kill him with a Valkyrie forward as well.
Yeah, come on!
With the shutdown.
Gurmaya.
Shutdown to T1 before.
Okay,
it's a
Mr.
positive
Gurma.
at the end. Apart from this, the fact that Flandre and his mistress are pushing in bot.
Small salvation there for T1.
And we got the 신장. 절대 안 죽을 것 같았던 신장을 잡았잖아요.
How AL are approaching this retake of vision. Look at Tarzan and Kyle. They are close but never together.
I mean, like, at the moment I said we were never gonna kill Xinxiao this game, Xinxiao died. So now I have to say, like, we're never gonna be able to come back from this game. It's over, guys.
Over the top of the fight, but isn't really threatened.
I mean, look at this, like, the rump.
Over the team fight now. He wants Baron. This is desperation, but they need to make something happen.
At 5k, it's going down quick though. Maybe a chance.
No.
T1 gonna bring Owner
No,
in.
we have double smite. Why? We got it! We have to get out! Everyone flash out! We have to get out! We have to get out! 살 사람 살아, 살 사람 살아. 오, 근데 미드 밀린다. They're tipping mid though. They're tipping mid. 이거 집을 빨리 가서 빨리 막아야 돼, 근데. I think we're okay though. 괜찮은 것 같은데 억제기는 밀리고. Okay. Okay. That's fine. We have extended the game by a little bit. 바론이 상대가 먹으면 그냥 그대로 게임이 끝나서 어차피. 억제기 2개 밀려서 이제 상대는 탑에 밀고 있는데 이제 타워는 주고 이제 슈퍼미니언 좀 파밍하면서 경험치랑 골드 먹으면 되거든? 슈퍼미니언 is going to give us XP and gold, so just farm it out, I guess.
That's where he's gonna walk out.
Yeah, respawn timers coming in. They won't get the triple.
Yo, thank you so much for the sub. Really efficient and Humber. Happy.
And I think T1 have to be happy with what they got away with there. The game is in a dire spot still. Oh, Carrier, no.
What can you get? Carrier bopped on. The
Carrier just
flash in. Carrier alive, but
why are we fighting this? Why are we fighting this? What? Is this okay? It's not okay. Rumble 됐어, 그일 돌아! 좋았는데. 아, 도망이라도 간다면? Can we get out? Nice! Tarzan, we got it! Oh my gosh, T1 is just somehow... Oh my gosh, wait, no. Oh, Flandre is just gonna kill all of us. No. No. No, Guma's alive, Guma's alive! Objective bounties are running off! Objective bounties are running off! Faker! Flash sci-fi, make sure of it. Okay. Shanks is gonna win. Oh my... Okay, we have IE complete 4 item on Guma, either. Guma has 4 items. 아니, 이거를 굳이 왜 싸우나 했는데 이거를 그냥 럼블공이 대박으로 잘 들어가서 Carrier called out, so I was like, why are we fighting this? But then look at this Doran ulti, by the way. Because now he has Blow Letter. Look at that. 마방을 아무리 가도 이게 럼블공 저거 스태킹 맞기 시작하면 굉장히 아프거든. And Corgi. Look at Corgi damage. 그래서 여기서 오너가 완벽하게 벽을 넣으면서 진짜 궁쓴 상태에서 안에서 잡으려면 빡세거든요. 근데 CC가 걸린 상태라 코르키가 마무리를 했고요. And then Faker with the crazy glancing shot.
When everything looks dire, they step up and they find a
아니,
miracle fight.
where is the Talia flash?
They keep getting away with it and they're bouncing back into this game. Now the goal lead is only 4K.
골드차 얼마인가? 골드차는 보지 않아도 돼. 4,000 골드를 줄었어. 4K gold now between the teams. Okay, 4.3K gold. Same thing. Yo, Tango, thanks for the 25 months free sell. Really appreciate it. Welcome back to Semifinal.
3K gold lead on him alone. He's nearly full build. Everything is on his back this game. He has said, I am not willing to lose this series, not yet. And T1 really relying on him to do everything in this game. They have the CC on the rest of the members. You can see Faker doing work, setting that up. He does have the Rabadons, which represents a good amount of damage, but really
마이크 소리
it comes
조금만
down to what
줄여주시면 안
this Corki
되냐고.
can do in these fights. And if he can stay safe and pump the numbers.
Adaptation by Doran going for the Sonya Spirit, realizing that he is just a decoy, a puppet that the enemies might hit while Gumayushi gets his damage out.
해결하기에는 근데 안 될 것
To kind
같은데.
of give Gumayushi that space in teamfights that he needs to get damage onto the AL frontline, but it's so difficult. They're all so tanky, free, approaching 4 items on all the front lines of AL.
But T1 found a way. They did it once, they can do it again. For AL, this game's not in the bag, and T1 are unrelenting. Tarzan trying to take away what he can. Ona does get the blue buff, though, for his entire team. So T1 have got mana reserves, but there's no objective for 2 minutes. This game is going to go mega late. Soul's also up in 3 minutes 20 for T1.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is that this next dragon,
We're pretty much caught up
it's not
now.
even going to be soul for AL, it's going to be soul point. It could be the soul for T1.
Jungle's still
sure.
behind 2
It's a
levels,
while
top
away.
is
There
behind
the
2
Baron
levels.
in a minute 45. About that time, we are going to have the inhibitors back up for T1 by then as well.
레벨링은 근데
they
많이
managed to
따라잡긴
stall
했어.
out. Considering how bad the state of the game is,
Corgi is 2 levels ahead, Guma's 2 levels ahead.
really clawed things back to a good degree. They're not out of the woods
Mr.
yet,
Guma usually
but
3번 깨고
they've
또 head
managed
swear.
to buy a lot
이름
of time
차이랑
that they
3점이.
didn't have before.
3,200 골드 차이.
And all their
1코
fans
차이가 나고 있죠.
take a deep breath. To
Okay.
get back into the game, AL setting up the map. As you see, Tarzan and Kale are always in proximity.
I'm
but
trying
never
to.
on
Okay,
top of
wait,
each other.
this is good.
Kale gets a little bit
Okay, this is
shy.
good. This is
Maybe
good.
this is an
Alistair is like
opportunity
having
for
to
T1
go.
get
Alistair
some
집
of that
갔다 와야
vision that
되고.
AL set up.
Would have been nice if
설마
they
이걸
could get their
집을 안
ult there,
가?
Finn, I think. Because KO without ult would be big, but Faker maybe now going to do it.
Faker's
Separated
hard
with
engaging?
Tarzan, all it takes is a shove back, a pick. Tarzan has pulled out the crescent
Okay.
guard, but it's turning into an engage. Kyle just rips him
아
asunder.
잠시만.
Shielded Duran, taken away, but Hope's got the range.
잠시만.
Meanwhile, AL are gonna
잠시만.
fight him, but Blandre doesn't mind at all. I look at AL still finding the fight, and T1 so overly ambitious. Faker thought he saw a way back into the game, but anyone's legend turn on a whim. If you want to fight them in the mud, they made the pit.
They thought they had an angle, but AL answered back. They shut down Guma, and with that, they shut down T1's hopes in the tournament.
Inhibitors at the very least, Finn. I think the death timers are too long.
Yeah, and AL is gonna get the revenge from MSI. They're gonna get the things that was taken from them in the global stage as they look for the base.
It's best served at EWC, isn't it? The MSI rivals of T1 have been silenced, and the title defenders will not return to defend their crown. It's anyone's legend who are coming for that trophy. It's anyone's legend first international grand finals. Anyone's legend, Layla!
What a performance. I mean, what a performance, honestly, from all the members of AEL. They just woke up today and they chose violence. Especially, I think, Flandre and Tarzan, both of the games. I mean, also Hope and Caitlyn, that both in the game one, that 2v2 was so clutch. But I feel like they're just so on fleek
What
in these
is going
skirmishes. I think they
on?
just played better mechanically.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, there was moments where you
I mean,
saw
AL is just a
signs
better
that
team
T1
today.
that
I don't
we
know what to
but
say.
AL, they were just a level above. And I feel like we obviously saw
I don't even know what to
great
say
performance
anymore.
from this team at MSI, but weren't quite able to get over the finish line against T1, against Gen.G. They've leveled
수고했다요,
up. They've
그래도.
said, we wanted revenge,
그쵸,
we wanted to
MSI
go
Faker.
further, we wanted to go to the
그쵸,
finals
T1.
and challenge whoever we meet
와.
there. Huge win for them.
판다
And
세레모니
the
뭐야?
way in which they delivered it
또
against
어떻게
T1,
캐리한
the
그만.
team who so often have good
오늘
odds
도란도
against the
수고했고요.
LPL, who previously won the EWC,
유어프레스는
now sent home.
빡정하면 안 되겠지? 유어프레스 안 보면 안 되겠지? 다른 팀들 유어프레스 보는 거 더 봤으니까 이것도 봐야죠. 아이고. 아이고. 젠지가 획수해줘야 되나? 이렇게 된 이상 젠지 그냥 다 우승했으면 좋겠어 그냥.
I think everyone, regardless of which side you're on, the expectation was a 2-1. I think that's safe to say because both these teams, I mean,
젠지도 장담보다 아니 근데 젠지도 솔직히 컨디션이 조금 안 좋긴 했어가지고 아니 젠지 T1은 결승에서 바로 날라온 거긴 해서 아 물론 이렇게 떠오니까 또 이게 경기력이 처참한 걸 어떻게 다른 팀들은 다 일정 안 좋은 거 마찬가지긴 해요. 근데 이거는 뱀픽부터 말렸다라고 할 수도 있고 컨디션이 더 좋았다. 주사위 저점들이 다 떴다. 좋은 경기력이 한 번씩 나오긴 했는데 이제 대체적으로 다 안 좋았어.
Welcome back to the stage.
아이고 만원 감사합니다. Thank you, 다요.
They take the revenge.
Congratulations, AL. This is just horrible gameplay coming through from T1 in general, though. AL was just a better team. I mean, we just lost from Champ Select. Tabe is crazy.
首先恭喜你们赢下了今天对阵到 T1 的比赛，这其实是一个历史性的时刻。然后首先第一个问题想要问到你们的是，你其实是打败了一个不死的魔王 Faker， 在一个国际性的舞台上，你现在感受怎么样
呢？我现在感觉真的太好了。首先我们
벅차오르겠지. APL 이거 T1을 꺾는.
首先我们 MSI 输给了 T1， 然后又在这里复仇，这种感觉再好不过了。
I have to say, I feel amazing right now. We lost to T1 at MSI and we
조합들이
took the revenge.
아니 조합을 얘기하는 게 그러니까 이 팬 입장으로서는 여기에서 그럼 뭐 앉아가지고 뭐 어떻게 뭐 그냥 뭐 이것저것 뭐 들먹이면서 아쉽다 이런 얘기 하는 거죠. 못한 거 누가 모르냐고. 못하니까 졌지.
在我们可以压碎他们的钥匙之前，我想问到的是，你觉得这次的胜利和 MSI 相比的话有什么区别呢？因为虽然在 MSI 的时候你们对阵到第5局，但是此次你能够拿下复仇，对，你觉得区别是怎样？
Like his idol from when he was a childhood, like at PC Internet Cafe. He looked up to Faker.
I feel that our team performance today is absolutely epic. I feel that we are always improving and just pull it out today.
Absolutely, going from being the rising stars of LPL into the grand final of the Esports World Cup, that must feel great. But you still have one more step to claim this trophy. But before that, this is a historical moment in the Esports World Cup history. There has been never a team where they crushed T1's key.
T1 키를 박살내는 첫 팀인데 어떤가 소감을 물어보는데.
这是一个历史性的时刻，从未有一个战队 曾经压碎 T1 的钥匙，你愿不愿意做这件事情？
我很愿意压碎。
I would love to crush their key.
Please go ahead.
이거는 번역 안 해도 되겠죠? I would love to crush whose key? What do you mean, Shanks? No.
AGAL and Shanks head to the grand final and destroy Team 1's key. We will let you enjoy this moment.
No. 또 T1기. 아니 잠시만. 겁나 잔인해. 박제 뭐냐고. 아니 다른 팀 키 망가질 때는 뭐 이렇게까지 기분 이상하지 않은데. Completely smushed. What the hell?
Hey everyone, Kitty here for the post-game interview by my
Mr.
side.
Faker, what happened?
Unfortunately, you guys weren't able to
Mr.
talk
Faker,
AGAL in today's
what
best
happened?
of series. So, what went wrong?
일단 페이커 선수 첫 번째 질문으로는 이번 AJL전에서 좀 아쉽게도 승리를 가져가지 못하셨는데 온 패배의 요인을 좀 말씀해 주신다면 좀 어떤 게 있을지 궁금합니다.
그냥 전체적으로 저희가 오늘 경기에서 조금 부족했던 것 같고 준비했던 만큼 성과가 나오진 않은 것 같습니다.
I don't think we met our overall standards in the game, so I think that's why we lost.
I see. And of course, this is going to be the first time that T1 is officially eliminated from going to front running in the Esports World Cup League of Legends Champions. So I was wondering, what do you have to say to the next title winner that will be proceeding into the grand finals tomorrow?
이제 이번이 T1이 EWC 리그 오브 레전드에서 처음으로 좀 탈락하는 장면이기 때문에 이제 새로운 챔피언이 등장을 할 텐데 그 새로운 승자에게 혹시 해주실 말이 있다면 좀 어떤 말이 있을까요?
저희가 안타깝게 이번에 좀 탈락하긴 했고 뼈아픈 패배긴 하지만 그래도 충분히 배울 점이 있었다고 생각하고 다음에 있을 경기들도 재밌는 경기들이 많이 펼쳐졌으면 좋겠습니다.
yeah, it's a really heartbreaking moment that we couldn't bring it all. That being said, we're trying to overcome this heartbreaking loss. And I think in next games, I think all the other players or other teams will have a fun games.
Thank you so much. And of course, we have a lot of T1 fans in the Riyadh Arena and of course behind the screen. So what do you have to say as now you are in contention for third place?
이제 곧 3, 4위전을 내일 또 치르시게 될 텐데 지금 또 경기장이
그래 아직 안 끝났어 우리 3, 4위전을 해야 3위 하면 되죠 여러분.
그래서 마지막으로 팬분들 위해서 한번 해주신다면
3위는 해야지.
팬분들께 좀 만족스러운 경기 보여주지 못해서 되게 안타까운 마음이고 다음 경기 때 열심히 준비해서
It's okay, it's okay, 걸.
3, 4위전 잘 해보도록 하겠습니다.
It's okay.
Yeah, I'm very sorry for all the fans that we
No,
couldn't
she's
bring it
crying.
up, but that
팬분
being said,
우신다.
we're gonna prepare our best in
괜찮아,
the next
괜찮아.
match, which is gonna be third place match.
잘 준비해서 리그 잘하고 롤드컵 진출해서 롤드컵 잘하면 돼 여러분. It's okay. 페이커, 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 페이커. 젠지 팬분도 이제 페이커 이거 응원해 주시네. 그래 이럴 때는 같이 응원해 줘야지 국제전인데.
And for the first time in the history of the Esports World Cup, T1's key is destroyed by the hands of Shanks and the rest of AGAL. The title defender's key, the special notation that T1 had, could not withstand the crushing defeat.
I
that
thought we
happens
could lose
at
today, but I
the
didn't think we were gonna
Esports
get
World
absolutely
Cup.
stomped like
Faker
this.
and the rest of the squad still have one more match to play tomorrow in the third place match for club championship points.
This is
But
an
in this
team
series,
fight.
there was only one
이게
team
갈렸습니다.
dominant
You
enough to
saw
close
it?
it out in
We
a
had a
2-0,
complete
and
split fight.
especially in
Doran
that
wasn't
game
even
number
there.
one, that was so
도란
one-sided.
선수가 이게 안
AGAL
왔어가지고.
here, Valdez, came up huge.
Owner and Doran were here,
They were
and then
just a
three
better
people
team
was up
today.
here.
Like, it was very
Carrier, Faker,
obvious. It
and
didn't matter
Kuma
what
was
the
up there.
draft was. It didn't matter what
그러니까
the
그
game state
가뜩이나
was.
5대5
There was a
한타 해도
moment
질
here
것
in game two
같은
where
그렇게
AGAL
되게
kinda dropped
안
the
좋은
ball,
상황인데.
But even then, even with T1 given the chance to come back in the game number 2, they still could not do much at all. AGAL just much better today. I was very impressed by Tarzan in both games. I think that he was
Why
absolutely
do I keep saying
running
in the
riff. I
history
think in
of
my
bro?
mind,
This is just a
the
second
most
edition.
dominant
Kicked over
player.
here.
But really, just shout out to the whole roster. I think that Flandre,
We don't talk about that
Doran
in here.
around the rift. Shanks had a fantastic series, and same for the bot lane as well.
I mean, they're right.
I was definitely
He's
surprised
right,
with this
you know.
outcome.
He's
I
right.
was expecting T1 to win, and honestly, in that game too, it kind of looked like the magic was about to start happening for T1. They were down 10, 11k, and then they just got
타자
Baron
너무
steal
잘한다.
to shut down. And I
오늘
was
타자
thinking,
선수
I've seen this one before.
정말 너무 잘해.
Guma was super fed, but
너무 무서워.
AGAL didn't let it get away from them. They managed to
용쪽에서
bring it back.
앞플래시 하고 이제
Even that
막
last fight we
잡아서
just saw,
살아가는.
I was really surprised they were able to kill
와,
Guma
진짜
there. It was like
진짜.
Alistair and Senna kind of just rolled up on him and assassinated him. So really great play by them. That was a super fun series, and it's just kind of shocking to see T1 go down like that.
Let's try.
Yeah, let's breeze through some of these highlights here. We start off with the early lead that AGAL was supposed to, or that was able
Everything
to make.
went wrong from
as
this
T1
fight,
constantly
honestly.
trying to find fights on this
아니 이
Talia,
싸움을
trying
잘했어야
to land
됐다.
the rumble up, but they've
뭔가
never really
아쉽네.
lined
이게
up
골키가
here,
잘
Valdez,
큰
and
상황이거든.
AGAL able to
Like we
parry
had a
the
gap
initial
between ADCs
charge
at
and
this
then
moment.
punish afterwards.
We had way more damage
I
than Corki.
really liked a lot of parts of T1's
compared to
drafts.
Senna.
Like they had so much damage, especially with the rumble
코르키
choice
여기서 막
for
트리플킬
Doran.
먹고
They elected
이제
for
안타
even more,
끝내서
but it just felt like the equalizers were
딱딱딱 굴려야
they were
되는데.
used and it hit members, but it was never used in tandem with CC, and it kind of felt like a lot of times they were trying to scramble into some of these fights. Like in that one, it's like, we gotta fight this in the river, so he just kind of throws out an equalizer. It wasn't really like T1 were playing as a team, and AGAL
the equalizer
were
was just
punishing
really
every time.
terrible.
Yeah, and then after that, Meteos, this
That
was
fight
going to
alone.
be the
We had some
exclamation
really good
point here in
equalizers
our second
afterwards,
highlight
though.
for
Doran had some
AGAL,
crazy ult
where,
angles, but
another fight
here
in the
we're
mid-lane
like
starts
using
off with the
Skarner
catch
ults
onto Owner and Faker. And
onto
you're thinking,
Kyle, which is
Kyle's
like
gonna get caught out
Alistair's
here,
just
but
gonna
he lives
ulti and
with
walk
just a
out, right?
sliver of health on the Alistair.
알리스타 저
The rest of
궁이
the team's
진짜
able to
개사긴
punish it
게
again.
수은이
He
항상
was
있는
super patient
거라서
with the Alistair ult. I think it definitely baited T1 into maybe committing more than they need to onto him and stepping up a little farther than they should. I think one of the things that impressed me the most in both of these games was Flandre. He did really well against Honor Life Esports. And then
그냥
again
분석
today
그만하고
against
다음
Doran, he
경기나
gapped them
시작하라고.
hard. Especially on something like Yorick.
T1
that
팬들은 다 그 마음일 거야.
most people don't think of Yorick as a team fighter.
그러니까 진 건 알겠고
Kind of known as a
다시
split pushing
보면은
champion.
물론
kind of like
피드백을 할 수 있겠지만
oppressive in some lane matchups. He can get
팬들의
a good one,
마음은
but Flandre has been
이미
team fighting so well on this champion. It makes me rethink, you know, like
속상해서.
is York actually good at team fighting? Because he gets the really good W's. He just does a ton of damage. He's tanky. I don't know. He just made that champion look so strong.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be a tournament without a little bit of sprinkle of some T1 magic. Let's see it here as they were down.
I mean, we
Yep,
did have a
11K
T1.
gold.
Yeah,
All of
the
us in
magic
green room
moment
were like,
happened here.
What is Carrier doing? He knew exactly what he was doing.
I love this buffer by Carrier.
꼬리 흔들기.
I didn't notice it the first time around, but he was doing this intentional to bait them. He reacted to the Alistair's flash combo with his ult, which then made it so the Pulverize didn't go through. So he actually got headbutted out. And like we were mentioning, it kind of felt like
Good point
the
for
plot armor was
Medius.
kicking in for T1. They did win this fight pretty handedly.
Just beautiful.
But it wasn't enough.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't enough. I
Crazy
feel like,
focus from
you know,
Gumo to
beating
bring
an
down
LPL
Senna.
team into a choke point is
달큰 요릭도 여기서 잘랐는데.
but,
And we were
it
able
was
to take
something
down
like
Yorick as well.
8,000,
Yorick was
9,000
super
gold they
fat,
were
level
down
16.
at this point.
Holy moly.
Now the issue
Beautiful
was the
seismic
follow-up,
shove.
right? Because T1 they did a good job baiting them in.
네,
It was
기대를
like,
했는데
they're
이제
maybe gonna
다음한테도
come back
바로
in this
그냥
one. And
살짝
then,
희망이
well, they kind
봤었죠.
of threw on the next fight.
Well, at this point, Gumayushi had
Tapio.
a 3,000 gold lead over Hope. He's the main target that you gotta jump onto if you're AGAL.
Like,
and
Rumble
this
is just walking
eagerness to
up.
get
We don't
into
even
the
have to
fight
clear
here
one.
just gets him to
럼블
head
그냥
the
텔프로
pulverize range.
합류해야 됐을 것 같은데?
Yeah,
상대는
I
텔프로
didn't think Gumo
합류했네.
was going to go down.
I mean, I think it was too deep
He was
from
the richest guy in the game.
T1
I
in
think he was
general, like
something
Faker,
3.3K
Carrier, and
gold up
Uma
on
were
Hope.
complete split.
So
Because
this
it was too
was
deep.
kind of his game to carry, and he just got comboed by Alistair, he got comboed by Galio, and then taken out by Senna. So probably a little bit of over eagerness by T1 there. I think they, you know, understandably probably thought they were more behind than they were, even though it kind of looked like they were in a decent spot to take that game because Gen.G doesn't scale very well. After you get 2 items, he kind of plateaus. I'm not sure about Yorick. I think he does fall off at some point. So it seemed like
Slow
T1 was
motion
doing
drinking
well in the
coffee.
scaling
Everyone
department,
just drinking
but
coffee.
obviously that fight didn't go their way. I think they forced a little too hard onto his Jinja who had ult, and they just ended up with a bad
와,
positioning.
저거
And you can
뭐야?
see how
They
much
have
it
this like
means
little
Shanks
thingy
with the
thingy.
pop
Did you
off,
see the
there's
board?
Tabe with the pop off,
Draft board.
and AGAL right the wrongs
뱀픽
of
준비하면서
MSI
뭔가 준비한
in
챔피들 막
that
이렇게 뭐
semifinals.
있는
There's
것
the lower
같은데?
bracket finals over at MSI,
신기하다.
and will be here
자석으로 하는
for
건가?
the grand finals. LPL still represented, has the opportunity to win their first ever Esports World Cup League of Legends game trophy, and with this victory
남은
over
건
the
결국
previous
젠지.
game title
설마
defender,
젠지가 오늘
they can have a
G2한테
special
지겠냐고.
notation called
There's
the
no
Champion
way
Slayer
G2
inside the
beats Gen.G
totem
today, right?
if they're able to get the
Right?
victory in the grand finals. So the Champion Slayer of the defending titleist is what AGAL is playing for. Goodness gracious, it must feel so good to get over the hump, get that revenge as we've seen some of the other teams like G2 be able to get earlier in the tournament. And not even a flinch
5%
here
chance? You guys
as
think there's a
Jinx
5%
goes
chance
ahead,
G2
and that
beats
special
Gen.G
key
today?
notation there, the defending titleist key is crushed under the weight.
Seems like
That
a
was
little bit
bold,
high,
He
don't
had no
you think?
emotion. It's just another
5%
day, you know,
seems a
crushing
little
T1's
high.
key. You know, I do it all the time. You know, he
3,
was
4위전
expecting this one.
내전은 진짜
He
굴욕이다,
is a stone
진짜.
cold killer. I do think that Shanks
누가
did,
이기든 정말
outplay his
굴욕이네요.
opponent today. He had a fantastic day as well, and I like that he was given the honor there. I love his interviews as well. He's so well spoken and has been a
G2
really
이기면
a nice
LCK
shining
얼마나
light and a nice
G2
story
이기면
for
우리
the
갑자기
LPL,
MSI
just leading this
그막
team,
MSI에서
to
한국
now,
리그
a
자존심
finals
지켰는데
for them after MSI, which was disappointing. You know, they really wanted to make it to the MSI finals, but couldn't do it there. But at least they were able to do it here at EWC.
G2 화이팅 역배가
Champion Slayer AGAL
G2
over
응원하시는 분들은
defending
계시는구나.
titleist
물론
T1
이제
in that
한국인이라고
last
해서
match, but we're not
굳이
done
한국팀
yet. We've
응원
got
안
to
해도
figure
되긴
out who else
하는데
is playing in the grand finals. We have one more series for you. It
그래도
is G2. It is Gen.G. The
젠지를
former
응원해야
kings
되지
of Europe
않을까.
trying to climb the mountain back to their home of glory against the best team
Caps is
in the
losing
world.
Harry
We'll have
'cause
that for
G2
you
win
and set
series?
you up for that pre-match in just
So
a
is
little
Caps
bit.
going
Don't go
bold
anywhere. You're
for
watching
winning?
the Esports World Cup.
Feviknight got to ask, do you support team or players on that team? Would you still support T1 if whole roster swapped to another org? I mean, I always supported T1 though, no matter what. So I support the team. I supported the team when Teddy and Mata played, right? Teddy Mata, Huni, who else we had? Kamna, we had Tom, Blank, we had Runtara, Sky. I support all of that. We had Bang Wolf, obviously. Effort, we had Effort bot lane.
This land is calling.
설마 젠지가 G2한테? 설마? 제 생각에는 그 감히 2대 떡 예상합니다. 이게 2대 0이 나올 것 같고요. 젠지가 빠르게 나오지 않을까. Gen.G is probably gonna like 2-0. It's gonna be very fast. So I don't know. Maybe I'm completely wrong. Gen.G might troll it. G2 might step it up and play like crazy madmen. But 혜민 저번 경기부터 왔는데 외국어 잘하세요? 제가 공부를 많이 했습니다요. I studied a lot. 뉴욕에서 대학을 나와서 G2도 젠지가 제정신으로 이길 것 같은데? 지금 다들 제정신도 아니고 지금도 좀 이게 확실히 포맷 뭐 1등 이런 얘기가 나올 수밖에 없어. 혹시 젠지가 한 판 지더라도 그래도 이기지 않을까. 그러니까 2대1로 이길 거야 아마. I think Gen.G could lose a game, but I don't think Gen.G's gonna like lose a series. They're currently 24-0, guys. 지금 24연승 중이라서 여기에서 정말 G2한테 24연승이 꺾인다? 그건 아닌 것 같아, 진짜. I don't know. But I think Gen.G could actually lose to AL in the finals, though. 근데 뭔가 결승에서는 AL한테 질 수도 있다고 생각합니다, 진짜. 그 MSI AL보다 훨씬 잘하고 있거든? 근데 오히려 T1이랑 젠지는 뭔가 폼이 조금 떨어진 것 같고, MSI 때보다. 조금 걱정이 되긴 하네요. There is no TS or yeah, BLG was here, but BLG lost to G2. Crazy. G2 beat BLG. So now we have G2 Gen.G here instead of BLG coming up. So.
Man, I'm getting really bored. Do you know any mobile games that I can play on my phone?
Oh, definitely. You're asking the right person because this is my turf. Maybe you could try MLBB.
MLBB, like Mobile Legends Bang Bang!
Yes, indeed. It is the Bang Bang game. Because right now we are having the semifinals match right behind
Bang
us.
bang.
And hey, it's all women.
So you're telling me that I could play a shorter version of League of Legends on my phone and potentially compete in the stage behind me?
Yes, that is what I'm saying. I mean, I guess if you start
Hashtag
now, you
ads.
could join next year, you know, who knows?
Girl, do you think I have the talent?
Everybody has a talent.
All right, she approves. I'm gonna grab my phone right now because I gotta start practicing, guys.
There it is. Gen.G and a little G2. G and a G.
Here comes the Western
더워 보인다.
Ghost and the rest of G2.
It's like 45 degrees. They're wearing like
the church
hoodies and
of
stuff. It's
Chovy
crazy.
And Gen.G. They are
Must be
arriving
hot.
thanks to our friends over at Jamil Motorsport. It is a rematch of something that happened over in the bracket stage.
영어
over
공부
at
팁 좀
MSI.
알려주세요.
And
영어
not just that
공부는
we don't
이제
get
즐겁게
too
하시는
often,
거를. 그러니까
but G2 flying
막
high
학습지
after
이런 거 한다고
defeating one of
전혀
their
안 늡니다.
huge nemesis over the last 2 years in BLG.
그냥 사용을
But Gen.G,
매일매일
they
사용을
are perfection
하면 좋아요.
personified. 25
영어
series
방송을
in a row
보든
dating
영어
back to the
영상을
LCK.
보든
They have been
영화
on a tear and
드라마
have given no team any
책을
quarter.
전 책을 많이
Welcome back to the
읽었어.
esports World Cup.
해리포터 이런 거.
alongside Valdez,
해리포터,
Medios, and
스타워즈
joining
이런
us
거
is the general
영어로
manager
읽었습니다.
and also heartbeat of G2. It is Roman.
학원은
Welcome,
도움이 안
brother. How are
돼.
you?
학원 도움 안
Thank
돼.
you very much.
그냥
Super
인터넷에서
stoked,
영어 하는
super excited to
사람들이랑
play today,
대화를 하세요.
first
대화를.
because we finally beat BLG 2 days ago after 3 years and a half.
디스코드나 이런 거 다 있잖아요, 요즘.
I insist on the word trying. We were not not doing, sadly.
ACK
so
글로벌
so from my
페비나이트
perspective,
중
this tournament
페비나이트
is already a
방송을
success.
보던가.
And now we're going for the spice, you know.
Yeah.
We want to be the one
the moustache
taking
is
down
there.
Gen.G in 25, you said?
Look at his red.
That's a lot. But it's okay.
Look at his red
We got that.
pants.
Yeah, it is definitely a lot. Here's
오,
the
바지
thing, though.
색깔
Like,
레전드.
I want to know, how's the team
red
feeling
pants.
after a victory
Even
like
more red
that,
than my
and knowing
outfit.
that they are going
This
up
outfit?
against one of the best
Quite
teams in
red.
the world, if not the best team in the world, but with that like house money since they defeated one of their ghosts.
It felt really good to beat them, and then everything on top is extra, you know. We're super happy for AL to beat
You also know
T1,
he is
because it turns
CEO
it into
for
kind of a
G2.
win-win for us. Today
G2
either we beat
CEO
Gen.G
분입니다.
and then we play
사장님.
a final and we beat Gen.G, or we lose and
이게
we have
뭔가
T1 tomorrow,
사장님
and it's
분들이
always super exciting
오셨는데
to face T1.
젠지도 그렇고.
So, and as well,
We
we're
did see
happy for
Arnold
Shanks.
yesterday. I think Arnold
We've
was
done
in
a bit of
the
content with him at MSI. He's such a nice human, such outgoing and stuff, like, and Caps beat him at arm wrestling. So we're
하이도
just happy for him.
네 하이 있습니다. 네 그냥 뭐
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a
보여드릴
really
일이
high matchup,
없어서.
this one, I think. If Gen.G are going to be taken down, maybe it's in one of these best of threes at EWC. Is there anything you've seen specifically from your opponents today in Gen.G that you think you can potentially take advantage of? Any vulnerabilities on their side?
Yes, at least 2 or 3, which obviously I'm not going to disclose here, but I can tell you the coaching
Hansamar.
staff had a great night and was super excited this morning. Like doing
all
a
the
lot of
Koreans are jealous
cooking
about
and
Hansamar.
brainstorm, and so we think we found a bunch of
최악의 원딜러 한사마 이거 맞나요?
weakness in the armor, so let's see.
What do you credit G2's turnaround with? Because coming out of MSI, not the performance they were looking for, and I know fans on social media were not happy with it. You know, there was so much
안드린
people
모울리님
just
멤버십 가입
anywhere from
환영합니다.
flaming
웰컴
to,
유튜브
like,
미포.
hoping about the region's
Lingo,
strength,
Lingo?
and it doesn't seem to have got you guys down. You
Welcome
came
to the
back
Meeple
swinging in
family.
this
Thank
tournament.
you.
You're doing absolutely amazing.
It's okay, you know, like the
Just
the
insane
fans
here,
are
by the
for
way. They
sure
hard punish on
overreacting,
this
but
fight.
they are also passionate
그러니까
and they love
여기에서
us.
세 명이
At
이렇게
least
너무
we are
앞에 있고
privileged
칼리스타가
because we
미드라서
have crazy
바로 그냥
fans. I know some teams where it doesn't matter if
거기서
they win
게임이
or lose,
끝나지
no one's
않았나.
gonna
I
care
think the
online,
game
you
ended
know.
there for
For us,
BLG.
it's a drama every
BLG
time we
was
lose, and we've had
being
2
too
years of
aggressive without
absolute
their
success
carry.
at
Like
home.
Calista wasn't
We only
even
did
there.
double
So.
top 2 this time.
Your
so
laugh
it's a bit
sounds like
disappointing for us.
Timo.
So
아니, 감사합니다,
we
누님.
got a
Thank
lot of
you.
extra pressure. I think we are slowly scaling.
I actually have a lot of people
looks
tell
like
me that
it's
my
a
laugh
big
sounds like
acceleration
Timo.
because we were losing a lot more than usual at MSI, and maybe we finally beat an Asian team. But to me, it's just a slow acceleration. The goal is still Worlds in 3 months. So this is part of the process right now.
Yeah, I think we heard Broken Blade earlier say
Look at that,
we
Caps
really
LeBlanc.
want to defeat an Eastern team.
캡스
You know,
선수가 르블랑을 막
obviously, the ultimate goal
와.
is to become the game titleist here for League of
Mr.
Legends, but a
Caps.
sub goal would be defeating an Eastern team. Able to do that against BLG. What is
Yeah,
the
this is a
goal
best of
now?
3 as
What
well.
what are we looking at
Zhang,
now?
this is best of 3.
LPL check.
Lower bracket?
So
No,
now
no
we need
lower
LCK,
bracket.
you
This
know.
is it.
I
Like,
don't-
you
I don't
lose,
have
you're
the
out.
stat. I don't remember the last
Single
time
elimination?
an LEC team beat an LCK team. It's probably been a while.
G2가
Was
지금
probably
폼이
G2
엄청
last time,
좋아요.
so
그러니까
we're just
MSI
looking to have
G2
another
생각하시면 안
check in
됩니다.
our prep list forward.
지금 일단 탑에서 브로큰 블레이드
Yeah,
선수가
absolutely.
범상치
I was,
않거든요.
actually very impressed by
어.
Caps's
그거랑
champion pool so
이제
far at this
캡스
tournament.
선수는
You know, a lot
뭐
of us
항상
are just
잘하지만
playing Talia,
스튜먼드
Zero,
선수가
Victor,
이제
you know,
BLG
and
정글
the
베이추원
common
상대로
stuff, right? But he's brought out the
초반
Syndra, he's brought
동선을
out the
굉장히
LeBlanc, which was
매섭게
very
짜서
impressive up against
베이추원
BLG.
선수의
Does he have
바위가
anything
완전
else in his
망했거든.
pocket?
그런
And
거.
how is he feeling as
네,
a
오늘
player? Is
이제
he very
정글이랑
confident in
탑을 좀
himself,
보면
and that's why
재밌을 것
he's picking
같은데.
those, you know, they're not really off meta, but
네,
like
그래도
slightly
젠지,
off meta
어?
picks.
Cap's
캐니언
love for the game is
긴.
unmatched. He's been doing that
괜찮지
job for
않을까.
10 years, I think now.
아무리
maybe
폼이
a tiny
좋아도.
bit less. He's so old meta. He played all champions. So if you ask him, he can play anything.
Mr. Caps.
Is it true? We're gonna see on stage. That's gonna be the interesting part.
Caps just popping
yeah,
off
like
on LeBlanc.
his ocean
Giga
pool
chats.
is unmatched for sure.
I mean, he
이번에
did
새로
play
바뀐
the LeBlanc against
르블랑을
Knight, so I think that's a
오랜만에
pretty
본 것
good
같죠? 캡스
indicator
선수가 했던 거.
of where he's at and what he's able to bring. But he's not the only
R&B
player.
장르
I think with a
저
pretty
노래를
good
아예
resurgence
못해가지고.
and bounce back. I'd say Broken Blade in the top lane. After that,
노래
you know,
뭔가
everyone keeps focusing on
레슨,
the Footy
보컬
game, but he
레슨
still
같은 거
had some
받으면
good
좋을 것 같긴
performances,
한데.
but then was able to put it to the test here
그 완전
against
코로
Finn, one
부르는
of the
그런
best in the
느낌이야.
world. This solo kill must have done wonders here for
막
not just him,
버티버
but the
분들
whole
막
team.
버티버 하시는 분들 중에서 노래를 잘 부르는 분들이 되게
Our
많더라고.
captain
부럽습니다.
didn't have the best MSI. He's having an excellent EWC
방구석에서
now.
게임만 해가지고
And
잘
when you're a
모르겠고.
top laner, those 101 kills define everything. And sometimes it's just 0.1 little click, super frustrating and stuff, and suddenly it's gonna define your entire tournament. So it's frustrating for sure.
We don't talk about the
It's in a way
on-board
more
here.
punishing than being a jungler, for example.
그래서
because your impact on the team will seem less obvious. from an
저
external
바드는
perspective.
정말
So
최악의
for
바드
top
중에
laner,
하나였던
kill,
그전
incredible, huge boost.
좀 아쉬웠던 바드. 최악까지는
So, real
아니고
quick,
최악 중에
it
하나.
seems like we have, since we're talking about top laners,
Off
we
bar.
have
I
Keen
mean, I don't know.
standing by
He has a
right
pretty
now
bad
at the
game,
stage
sure.
with an interview. So take it away, Kitty.
Hey everyone, this is the pre-match interview for Gen.G versus G2. By my side is Keen. I wanted to ask about your reflections from MSI because a lot of people have actually been having the conversation that you had a very FMVP worthy performance. So how would you reflect on that yourself?
이제 긴 선수 첫 번째 질문으로는 일단 MSI 때 좀 모습을 한번 좀 되돌아볼게요. 특히나 결승전에서 좀 파이널스 MVP 다 왔던 파이널스 MVP가 좀 어떻게 보면은 기인 선수에게 돌아가야 됐다라고 말씀드릴 수 있을 정도로 어떻게 보면 기인 선수의 활약이 정말 대단했는데 그 점에 대해서 좀 어떻게 생각하시는지 궁금합니다.
파이널 MVP를 못 받은 거에 대해서는 되게 아쉽게 생각하고 있지만 사실 저희 팀 모두 잘 했다고 생각을 해서 누가 받아도 딱히 뭐 이상하진 않았던 경기였던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, it's a bummer that I didn't get a Finals MVP, but I think my teammates also played very well. I think they deserve all of that, so I don't mind it.
We do have the grand finals coming up, and you are currently in the semifinals. So maybe another FMVP potential for you, Keen. And of course, for my final question, I wanted to ask about the team's overall performance and form right now, because you guys were able to win the previous day.
이제 두 번째로는 이제 곧 파이널까지 이제 또 가실 텐데 어떻게 보면 그 전에 이제
네, 어저께 듀로 선수가 바드 했습니다.
넘어야 되잖아요.
어저께.
그래서 이제 G2전과 또 앞에 있을 만약에 가시게
바드로
된다면
승리.
결승전에서의 또 팀의 활약을 좀 어떻게 기대해 볼 수 있을까요?
사실 뭐 저희 팀 자체가 이제 약간 모든 선수들이 다 POM을 받으면서 올라왔어가지고 이제 딱히 어느 선수가 활약할 거라기보다는 그냥 다 같이 다 잘할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
So I don't think we don't have any kind of special performances, but I think
Why are the breaks so long? Setting up the
and
computers.
we play our best in our forms. I think we can do our best in our finals as well.
Thank you, Keen. Looking forward to your match against G2, and back to you guys at the desk, Digon.
Thank you very much, Kitty. Let's see if Keen is able to do what they do against G2. That was an
초비
accident.
룰러.
As we've got a lot of talent on the opposite
얼굴만 봐도
side.
무섭다,
It's
진짜.
just so
Canyon as well.
many champions, whether it's LCK champions, MSI champions, all of them
무서워요.
now, and a world
유유.
champion as well. Like you just look up and down. I feel like one of the guys I want to start with is
Duro
Canyon.
as well.
He's been so
그랩의
so
장인.
good, and I feel
오늘
like the key
브이치
to G2
보나요?
is gonna
브이치?
have to be
아니면
Steven
파이크?
figuring out how to get through it here, Medios.
So we
I
have
was going to ask
Kian,
while you're
Canyon,
here,
Chobi,
how's
and
Steven feeling
Ruler
about this
Duo.
matchup? Because he is not as
I'm
experienced
covering
as a lot
Keen's
of other
face,
people in
but
this tournament.
I'm
And
not
I
the
know
top
that
laner. Keen
when he
it.
played against Inspired back at MSI, he said he learned a lot from
There
him,
it
and then
is.
he was able to beat him this time around. So how is he feeling going up against Canyon, who
30-minute
by
game,
most
1
rules
hour of
counted as
yapping,
the best
yo.
jungler in the world?
Nailing it. Because
Cinema,
MSI
guys.
was a interesting tournament.
Can't
It was
complain
Peru's
too
first
much.
international tournament, and he had to fight Canyon into Inspired, and I think he got a bit outplayed on both those matchups at MSI, which made him feel really sad. So he's coming with a big revenge arc, and I can tell you, if this time Canyon decides to invade
man.
the level, we're ready.
Okay, Doran has a chance with the Worlds,
so
guys.
really looking forward for that matchup.
Doran can win
Another
Worlds.
player that has stood
Fine.
out here since MSI is Ruler here
Look
at
at that.
Valdez. 'Cause when he slotted back
Chobi!
on into this
Guy has
roster
a
with Duro,
Chobi
wasn't
number.
exactly sure what to expect as he returned back from the LPL, and then was probably the standout player from MSI and has been dominant here at EWC.
Yeah, it's a good point. When you were saying there's another standout player, I was like, who's he gonna say?
내가
Is it gonna
젠지를
be
응원할
Chobi
줄이야?
or Duro or
Pick anyone.
I'm
아
like,
G2 응원해도 돼요, 근데 진짜로.
Ruler though I think is a good
G2
shout
응원해도
because
돼.
he definitely was kind of the big standout amongst
언더독을
his peers
응원하는
on his
느낌으로 해도.
team. He was just very consistent. He wasn't
I mean,
getting
this is
called out
just
very
beautiful,
much,
by the way, from
and
Inspired.
it was just a great time for him. They had some crazy fights against
아, 너
FlyQuest.
보세요?
I think generally we can see that
오늘
Gen.G are a very
니코가 벤이
consistent team. They don't
되고
make a lot of
같기도 합니다.
mistakes,
I don't
but
know. Nico
certainly
is
FlyQuest
pretty
kinda
broken.
threw
We
them
might
for a
see it
loop
banned
at
again.
times, so I think that's going to be something they're going to have to clean
룰러
up
smash
today
forward.
because G2
룰러 쿼드라키
are
먹고
looking very
이제
strong at this
게임
tournament.
끝냈죠. 아, 그 여기에서 또 룰러 선수가 나보리 이 빰빰
This was that
평타
fight
평타
that we were talking about
평타 이
yesterday, the
평타
heartbreaker
평타.
for NA, where it felt like FlyQuest had it, but Gen.G is just a little bit too good.
Sushun completely counted out.
out the
I mean, I think
there,
Ruler's just
sort of
crazy. I don't
dodge
even know.
away from Whippo, on the
카시
engage on
당연히
the set.
최선을
And I
다했지만
think we've never doubted the
결국은
hands, but it was about
게임이
some of the positioning
터졌다.
for Ruler. He was a little bit too
LRV's
eager to
gam
dish out
after
the damage in
EWC,
min-max,
yeah.
whereas now
I want to
feel
stream
like
on
he's
YouTube
right
as
place,
well. I
right
don't know,
time,
but
and
I think we have to
squeezing
end the
out
YouTube stream
every
just in
auto
case.
attack, every ability possible, and
Just in
punishing
case.
even the smallest
We can
mistakes
stream
here.
it
So
on Twitch,
Ramana,
though.
I mean, Hansama has been one of your long-standing
There it
members
is.
here in G2. He's had the
Ruler.
ups, he's had the downs, he's had the international experience, he's had the
DPM
overseas
900
experience.
plus
I feel like
DPM.
you can't ask for a better representative from EU to try and play against a world champion who's playing like it in Ruler.
And Hans is having an amazing tournament so far, so he's really, really excited to, same as Q with Canyon, to take his
G2가 이기면 그냥 G2 이기면 그냥 다 박살내고 G2 이겨라
looking
그냥.
forward for the jungle matchup, looking forward for the bot lane matchup. Yeah, I think it's going to be
G2가
really,
그냥
really
다
exciting.
이겨 그냥 에이씨
Yeah, the
몰라.
players are getting ready on stage. Should
아
be there
AL이
in a
이기면은
couple of
LPL이
minutes,
이기는 거랑
but,
조금
just going
물론
back to
한국
Valdez,
선수들이
when
있긴
we look at
하지만
this,
좀
right? You're like, oh, are we talking
기분이가
about
좀
Canyon?
그런데.
We're talking about Ruler. Who jumps out at you? Which
I mean, if
matchup
G2
jumps
wins
out at
for
you
chance,
the
I think
most
they
as the key
can win the
matchup?
whole thing. But
I mean, certainly one that we haven't
We'll have
talked
to
about
see.
just yet is Caps versus Chovy. I do think that Caps is having a phenomenal tournament so far, and Chovy, while he was
Everyone has
and,
trouble
you
with
know,
the
he wasn't
headset.
making mistakes. He wasn't really standing out in a big way. You know, a lot of
everyone's
us were
always
saying
trying
in
to
the
put on the
green room,
headset
like,
and they make
you know,
아니
he's
저
doing
이거
well, but he's not
선수분들
the
다
shining
그러네.
light so far. So
Like Ruler
yeah, I
has
think if there is an angle, it's kind of
trouble
weird
with
to
it as
say,
well.
but maybe Caps can just throw Chovy for a loop and
저,
find
저런
an angle there
장면만 한
because there's a
세네
lot
번은
of
본
weird
것
picks up
같은데
his
이번
pocket.
대회만.
Chovy himself can do it,
헤드셋이
but he
얼마나
hasn't really
짱짱한
done
거야?
it yet. So does Chovy wait this whole tournament to pull that out here against Caps? I think he might have to.
It's definitely going to be probably the ultimate test for G2. I mean, anyone playing against Gen.G is going to get tested.
I mean,
And
every time
part of what
T1
makes
loses
Gen.G so hard
Monkey,
to
we're
beat
gonna
is
have
that
all the
you
haters
can't
jump
really
on
just
the hate,
beat them
like
in
the
one
hate train.
lane or
You know what I
win one
mean?
fight against them. They're just such a
그냥
calculated
여러분
team.
T1
They
팬들은
play
그냥
fairly slow,
온라인 이런 거
and
잠깐
they
동안
just
보지
get these
않으시는
small
걸
advantages
추천합니다
against you, and they
진짜.
don't give you many openings. So I
정신
think
건강을
G2's got
위해서
their work cut out for them for sure.
SNS나 이런 데서 이제 막
I know.
욕을
and,
많이
for those of you that
하거든요.
don't know, but most of
이때다
us know
싶어서
that you can give some
그런
of the
거는
best
이제
speeches and pump-up speeches. So we're going to give you space to do that. But
다
before we get to
차단하시고요.
that moment, what is some of the preparation like for the players before they go up on stage and have
아
one of
액티브
these
노이즈
big,
맞아 노이즈
big
캔슬링
matches?
이게
To remove the pressure on the
팬들은
result,
막
you have to
트럼프
focus on the
불고
plan.
막 북치고 이런 거
And
소리 다
today the
꺼내야
focus is
돼서
beyond that is
헤드셋이 되게
having fun.
짱짱한가 보네.
Having fun, of course, the plan.
근데 헤드셋
I
되게
think
짱짱하면
today
귀
a
아플
big
텐데
part
이거
of the
선수는
game with the
대단해.
Vader on Vision.
핑크
Gen.G really
핑크
impressed
노이즈까지
us
있다고
to beat us
하는데
at MSI with the way
핑크
they play
노이즈가 이거
around
헤드셋에서
the
막
wards and the amount
되게
of pink wards they buy.
그 소음,
For
백색
example,
소음
if you
같은
check
그런
the
느낌으로
stats,
막
pretty impressive. So,
이런 소리가
we've
엄청
been
크게
doing some
난다고
work.
하더라고.
I think we are
와
gonna
근데
challenge
그런
them there a bit.
상황에서
But
경기하는
at the
것도
end of the
대단해
day,
정말.
we're just here to have fun. We're playing
역시
Gen.G.
프로.
The odds are against us. I checked the betting quote is like 1 for 8 or something. So if we win, we're legend. We shut down Gen.G. If we lose, we play T1 tomorrow. So today is going to be a good day. We're going to have fun.
Today's not only a good day here in League of Legends, but it's a good day across all of EWC. It is Championship Weekend, and so we have the Championship Weekend update with the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Invitational with Kitty standing by right now.
Hey everyone, I am currently at the MLBB Women's Invitational Arena, joined by Rose once again. I heard that it's your grand finals today.
Yes, Kitty, thank you so much for having me once again. And yes, our grand finals for the MLBB Women's Invitational will be starting very, very shortly.
That sounds super duper exciting. Please introduce to me what type of teams you have for tonight.
I love her hair,
For
by the
tonight,
way.
we have Gaming Gladiators going up against Team Vitality. Now, Gaming Gladiators is the representative of the NA region, and they're considered the underdogs this tournament. Nobody expected them to make it this far. However, Team Vitality is definitely
North
a
America?
title contender.
Actually
Although
winning
they have
something?
lost last year, they did ended up as the second place, and they have 2 MWI championship under their belt. So they are the most decorated women team that we
My
have.
freedom.
Super duper exciting. We are heading into our championship weekend. I can't wait to see who comes out on top as a winner tonight, Rose.
Thank you very much, Rose and Kitty. That sounds super duper exciting. Just like this matchup here, Roman. It feels like anytime you have the opportunity to play a reigning champion, this time the MSI
몇 시 시작하나요? 몰라.
champion,
그냥
Gen.G,
뭔가
you gotta bring your
경기
best.
중간중간
So,
시간이
as we
좀
get
많이
closer
걸리나?
to the
한
start of
최소
this match,
20분이라고
let's hear
보면
some of the
됩니다.
words that
제
you would
생각에는.
give the players
정확하게는
before they head out on
모르겠고.
the stage.
9시 시작인데 설마 9시까지 딜레이가 있을 것 같진 않고 한 5분 안에 시작하지 않을까? 그래도
as we say. So
희망을 걸어봅니다.
you put a camera on BB, you're giving him mic, he can go and on and on and on. He can even switch language. He's gonna suddenly be fluent in French or something. So he's quite a character, and it's a blessing to have him in the team. But from my perspective, yeah, today let's have fun, you know. Can they bleed? I'm not sure. Like the 25
Bara
rounds
A,
that
thank you so
twice,
much
they
for
all
the 17
failed.
months.
So,
One
we're
and
really
Seth,
looking forward,
really
you know. We're
appreciate
gonna
it.
try some crazy stuff.
감사합니다.
Is it gonna
Thank
work?
you.
Is it not gonna work? I don't know. I don't
Welcome
care.
back,
As long
welcome
as the boys
back.
can
T1
leave
is
this
out,
stage, be
yeah.
proud of themselves, smiling, and we're gonna get as much.
We
as
got
possible today
absolutely
and
crushed.
Maybe a ticket in final, you know.
Completely
Ladies, you've been a
shrieked
part of
by
some
AO.
huge upsets and big moments across North American League of Legends history and League of Legends history.
I didn't
When
realize
you
it's
guys
not
were
Elims
the
today. Good
underdogs
that
and
T1
had
is
to
still
come
in.
into
No,
this type
we're
of
out.
matchup,
We're
what
out.
was your guys' mindset before?
We're gonna play tomorrow for the third
I
and
think
fourth
the
match.
mindset that Roman shared
just
is
for the
pretty
third and
accurate.
fourth
You know,
place
just try to have fun,
spots.
play your best.
That's it.
But I think that G2 are in a kind of a unique spot because they just took down BLG, one of their longtime rivals, that in a way you have to, you know, remind yourself that the job's not done. You still have more of this tournament, and sometimes you can get a little too excited, celebrate early, be like, oh, we conquered what we set out to do. And maybe you take your foot off the gas a little bit. You're not quite as motivated for the next round. So I think that's something that G2 needs to be aware of. And yeah, just do what they did again.
Brenda, I'm going to put you on the spot with a tough question here because we still have a little bit more time before the players get themselves on stage.
Wait, the players are not even on stage?
When we think about
okay.
the last several times that
뭐야,
Gen.G
선수들
have
아직
lost a series,
스테이지
you go
위에
back to
올라가지도
Worlds,
않았어?
then before
잠시만.
that, oh, sorry.
10분
It
추가요.
was the finals for last for the LCK Cup and first stand qualification.
아니,
Then we go back
경기는
to
뭐 한
Worlds, and then
30분
before
전에
that,
끝났는데.
The LCK Summer Finals in 2024.
무슨 말하는지 당연히 다
Is there a
들리죠.
through line that you see? Maybe. I mean, it's crazy that it's only 3 big standout series, but other than that.
Yeah, it's very hard. I think that, especially at LCK Cup, Jovi definitely wasn't 100% on his game. I think the issue nowadays, and part of the reason why they're on this long streak, is that he is on his game.
Yeah,
And
Valdez looks
everybody
so
seems to be
tired.
on the
Honestly,
same
this
page,
schedule
and
is
even
hard
when
for
Arnold's
everybody,
like giving compliments,
including
Jovi's like, no,
analysts.
it was all of us. Like, we
They kind of
were
have to
all
like
great.
yap a lot between games. Like it's their
hard.
job, yeah.
I don't know. There have been many teams that have taken games, so you just gotta get one, and then it's a best of 3. Try to make it into 2 somehow. It's not gonna be easy.
알아듣지
Well, in our
못하면은
first semifinals, we saw
한국
a
중계
new
방으로
title
가셔서
be
보세요.
claimed.
여기
It
우리
was
방은
Champion
영어,
Slayer
English.
by AGAL, who will
예,
have the
울프님이나
opportunity to
친일직에서
try and
같이
slay the
중계하는
Champion
분들이
Slayer
많기
in the
때문에
grand
그쪽
finals.
가시면 돼요.
Will it be G2 or will it be Gen.G? Let's find out as we kick off our final semifinals.
Finals, semifinals? Okay, final semifinal, guys.
They
Not
resemblance a lot of what we want to do and what we
Here we
believe
go.
in terms of
Here we
like, the
go.
gameplay and like how we play the
Broken
game.
blade. BB.
Gen.G is kind of like a big mountain that we have to like climb, you know, in order to beat them, and it's not easy. They don't give us easy victories.
G2가 이제 앞 경기에 이제 경기한 모습을 봤는데 생각보다 이제 MSI에서 보이던 모습보다 더 약간 팀업도 그렇고 이제 되게 잘해줘서 온 것 같아서 저희도 준비 잘해야 될 것 같습니다.
For us, we already did change a lot of stuff to beat one of the Eastern teams, and I believe we found a very, very good recipe to, you know, beat a lot of these teams in this tournament. So I'm looking forward to play against.
Prediction going on for game 1, guys? You guys want to start betting your channel points for times
as the best team in the world.
Twitch.
We obviously want to beat them.
아무래도 확실히 좀 뱀픽적으로 많이 준비를 많이 해야 될 것 같고 이제 조합 그런 거 신경 많이 써야 될 것 같습니다.
They play very controlled, very slow. They'll choke you out very slowly, you know. And winning against them, you need to be very crisp and sharp.
이제 아무래도 좀 작년에 이제 EWC에서 빠르게 탈락했었다 보니까 올해는 이제 결승으로 올라가게 되면 작년에 좀 못했던 것들을 만회하는 그런 기분이 들 것 같아서 이제 올라가는 게 되게 중요할 것 같습니다.
I haven't played against Keen a lot. Last MSI was the first time, and I also don't want it to be the last time. And today we will challenge ourselves and see who will have the edge.
I like to hear Keen's voice. I've almost never heard him speak. Wait, Keen talks a lot though. He's a yapper. You know, someone doesn't talk is Canyon. Canyon never talk. There we go. Finally, we have the countdown going. 5, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, fun insulting. I'm guessing G2 has chosen blue side. 젠지는 결승 확정이라고. 아 근데 뭔가 BLG 올라왔어도 결승은 쉽게 갔을 것 같은데. BLG 너무 폼이 안 좋아가지고. 그나마 G2가 혹시 오늘 무슨 일을 낼 수도 있긴 해.
Tomorrow we will crown brand new League of Legends at the Esports World Cup winners. AGAL just wiped out.
Duro's the
T1
loudest?
to
Low
secure
key?
their
Nah,
spot
high
in
key.
the final.
He's a
And
yapper.
are now watching, waiting, and studying their next potential opponents.
So here's the question. We have so much to look for this match, but with all the twists and turns happening right here in Riyadh, will the favorites be victorious? Or will Europe's finest rise above and crash the party?
Last week's MSI champions won back-to-back trophies in rapid succession. Europe's former kings want to rule the world.
Absolutely, it's another MSI rematch with so much on the line. With a golden ticket to
We
the
already
grand
saw the
final, our
G2
final spots.
Gen.G
So
at
let's welcome
MSI.
the teams. First, Europe's bravest didn't come all the way here to bow down. They came for the
G2
throne.
did get a
It's
game off of
G2.
Gen.G, even at MSI. MSI에서도 근데 G2 젠지전에서 G2가 한 판 이기긴 해서 그때 폼이 되게 안 좋았던 G2기는 했어가지고 한번 봐야 되긴 하거든. We do need to take a look at this topside matchup. I think G2's topside is definitely playing a lot better.
Their opponents
Maybe a lot of practicing going on, I don't know.
dismantled the world at MSI. Now they're back to do it all over again. It's Gen.G!
와우. 인기가 많으시네요, 참. 한스사마? 여친도 있는데 이거 맞아? 여친이랑 상관없다 이거. 상관없긴 해 근데. Duro, Ruler, and Chobi. Canyon and Kian. There
It's
it
time
is.
to officially lock in our grand finalists.
Grand
One will
finalists?
make it, the other. We know what happens. Another key crushing is coming. Let's start our second semifinal.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that introduction, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf, and we're
It's kinda
here to
interesting
bring
looking
you
at the
our
mouse
next semi-final. Gen.G looking to make it 25
캐니언 선수의 마우스패드는 뭐
series
다른
in a
거
row.
사용하시네.
G2 looking to
다들 그냥
continue
기본 검은
their
색깔로
streak
사용하는
of
것 같은데.
revenge after dispatching one of their opposition that was pretty dominant
Yeah,
against
all
them
the
in
pros have
MSI.
like their own
Another
mouse
one
pads,
now
own
is
keyboards,
in front of them.
own
We
mouses
have
and stuff.
seen
Right?
2 LCK representatives eliminated already.
젠랑이
On the
지금
life
와가지고
and
열린 중.
T1 taken out by AL. And Gen.G is the last sole representative here. We saw G2 already conquer big
감사합니다.
rivals
유니폼이
in the
흑백
TLG.
요리사가
Momentum looking really strong for them
아니,
right
많은
now. We
감사합니다.
saw the other
슈퍼스팅.
side of things.
Thank you.
Gen.G playing with their food a little bit. And their
오,
last
캡스 선수
matchup
지금
against
표정 되게
Flyquest, they
좋아요.
were
He's
ultimately
actually
still able to
smiling
dominate
it.
and
Caps
take
is just
it in the
smiling full on.
end. But this is a really important matchup. As we saw in the pregame interview, Keen mentioning how
다들 뭔가
important it is for
진지한
him
것
to make this
같으면서도.
finals. They were knocked out
Kemal
incredibly
Lavrov,
early.
no ending
You know,
today,
changing
okay?
the Golden
Lavrov
Road
can
last
carry
year for those who
100%.
remember when they lost in the
Gen.G's
first round
mascot
at
looks cute.
EWC
Yeah.
2024, now looking
I
to
agree,
make that
like their
finals,
hats
now
and
looking
stuff, the
for a
mascot
title
looks really
here.
good.
If we have a victory for G2, there'll be no LCK representation after being defending world champions, first stand champions, Gen.G now MSI
우리도 마스코트
champions.
생기긴 했는데
That no
젠지
LCK
마스코트
rep in
많이
the
귀엽긴 해.
finals would be insane. So for regional pride,
T1 has a mascot now too,
there's
by the
not
way.
much more you could say in terms of stakes for both of these
We
teams.
announced it a couple weeks ago. I
It
think.
will also give Gen.G a date with T1 tomorrow if they lose here in
어글이
this best
동의하다
of
방금
three,
들렸다고요?
which is kind of crazy. I
Agree,
imagine
agree.
that the final prediction would have been
Agree,
Gen.G versus
agree.
T1 in a lot of people's minds. Now that moves on
아무나
to Gen.G
이겨라.
versus
아무.
AL. But G2, they could
솔직히
be the
저는
team
젠지가
that's up against the
이기면
LPL
당연히
first
SK가
seed
이기니까 좋긴
tomorrow
한데 거기에서
instead of
G2도
them.
뭔가 정감이 가긴 하거든.
Absolutely
유럽
formidable, like you were
쪽에서
saying.
제가
They did
유럽
drop
리그를 좀
the
많이
first
챙겨봐서.
game against G2 in their bout at MSI.
유럽은 또 유럽만의 그
It was actually, I
매력이
believe,
막
the
가렌 탑
only
이런 거 막
3-1
나오고.
that Gen.G actually put up.
I think you're right.
Outside of it's like since the road to MSI, which was 3-2
메타와는
against
무관한 픽들이
HLE,
나오기 때문에
and then
막
there
세트탑도
were,
보셨어?
they played
V4
10 games
선수.
against T1 at MSI as well. For those who really like
젠지
Gen.G versus
화이팅!
T1 matchups, you've
젠지를
already had
원하는
enough.
분들이 많은 것 같아요. We
Okay,
actually have a lot of
didn't
Gen.G
need it
fans in the
here
chat,
at
and we are
EWC.
getting
As
into
well,
game
let's jump
1.
into
잠시만요.
the
One sec.
draft.
Let me move myself.
Number 1, G2 on the blue side, which is a big deal.
Okay.
I think one of the really big stories for G2 this tournament has been Caps' flexibility as LeBlanc that got them here in the first place. The amount of pressure
Aurora
Skimon
ban.
is able to play with win caps.
기인 선수도 오로라를 탑을 하기 때문에 I mean they're banning Aurora because it can also get played top by Kiin and it's impossible to play into it. 투비 선수 오로라 말할 것도 없고.
Taken away here. The Aurora
I
strong
mean
pick
they're just
for
gonna
both
ban
Chovy
Tali
and
as
Kiin.
well, so
I
they're
love
gonna ban
the,
that 0-1.
setup for taking away Chain CC with the Annie and
아지를
the
풀
Talia as
것
well for
같은데
single
뭔가.
target
I don't
pick
think
that they removed. So making
Gen.G
Gen.G
gonna ban
have to
his
play a
ear.
composition that's going to be a little bit more complex than just blowing somebody up.
Yeah, and this is really interesting. This is Vi or Azir. Which one do you want to be taking
Azir.
away?
I think you take away the Azir here.
There it is!
Because even
They
though
are
Vi is
respect
incredibly
banning the
powerful,
3 champions
there
that we
are
always
ways to
ban.
shut it down, and you get the red side 1-2
I guess we're gonna
answer
first
here.
pick mid then.
And with so many power picks
G2
already taken away,
미드
Gen.G
마오카이.
especially when you consider, I was going to mention this as well, that Skimon doesn't necessarily
He's 마오카이 one trick
always
now.
go for the buy in these situations.
아니
He's happy to
스키원드
play
선수가
Maokai.
거의 뭐
It has
마오카이
been his
원챔
best
아닌가 저
pick. So once
정도면은
again, going for comfort here. And there's a ton of flexibility in a draft like this with the Maokai
OTP.
first pick, even though it's less meta and it's kind of a
Mr.
G2
Skimo.
exclusive, they've been able to pull so many good drafts out of it.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that the Forest remains in LEC, but it just
마오카이를
isn't
했을
really
때 그
elsewhere in the
지투는
world. King,
막을 수
he's
없다.
thinking
진짜.
that he doesn't exactly have
There's
the
the
sword,
Gwen.
but he does have
Gwen
scissors
is
that might be able to help
incredibly
cut
annoying
through.
into
This is interesting
Maokai
because
can't
it
really
does
do anything
give
into Gwen.
Broken Blade the opportunity just to play Rumble into this with the Maokai already available. It feels like a really strong setup for G2. They will get the Skarner in return here.
Yeah.
As I just feel like it's super obvious to grab Rumble at this
그웬
point.
스카너
탱
탱대 탱정글 대 탱정글 요즘 근데
마오카이가
마오카이가 탱을 안 가요. 리안들이 그 PP 쪄줘 리안들이 가서
quite a few things have been experimented with. One of them is, I guess,
묘목을 막
theoretically, Mondo, we have
심던데?
seen it
막 부시에
covered a
묘목
whole
다
bunch, so I
던지고.
don't really want to talk about it, but the lock-in is looking like a
No
Jace,
way,
and
Broken
there
Blade.
it is.
Jace is so
Broken
commonly
Blade,
picked
Brother.
with Maokai in Korea as well. It's so easy to land your accelerated shot
EU
blast or
Jace,
punish
guys.
a target that gets
EU
caught
Jace.
by the Maokai
How dumb
Nature's
this is,
Grasp.
guys.
So a strong combo, which also is great when you outrange the Gwen. You win the lane early. You just sit there with the range advantage in range mode and just kind of pew the Gwen away. So you get
참고로
bio with
블로큰
it.
블레이드가 근데 제이스 유일하게 제이스를 할 수 있는 유럽 탑 라이너
That is
중에
kind of
하나로
crazy, and of course, the Maokai is going to be
유명하거든요.
built a lot of AP.
And we
right?
have a
Right now,
Yone.
we see a
Yone.
bunch of tank Maokais in the LCK if it ever does come out. But in the LEC, they do really like it to be built full AP. That's what we saw from Skimon
저
last
마오카이
time
AP
out as
마오카이라서
well. So
여기서
Chovy, where's the
탑 미드에서
Silas, mate?
AD가
That's what I
나오네.
want to see.
그러니까 주로
That'd
이제
be a whole
탑
lot of
미드에서
fun. That's the
AP를 하는
dragon.
메타거든요 지금은.
So that is just going to be instantly locked in.
Smolder
That could be
locked
for
in for
Rullet, that could
Chovy,
be
I
for
think.
Chovy. We'll just have to
That's
wait
Chovy's
and see.
Smolder.
My
Bans coming in
expectation
now.
is that it's
아니
likely
근데
going to be
지금
for
젠지
Chovy
조합이
here.
살짝 불안하긴 하거든요.
Picking their champions, Wolf. I think
Because
that's what's happening.
I haven't seen
The reason
Smolder in like
why
50,
is
50,000
there's so
years.
many
I haven't seen
picks,
this champion.
Like there's just too many in game
스몰더는
one of
진짜
Fearless
뭔가
that
노프를 많이
shuts
받긴
Smolder down in
했어가지고
lane in the bottom 2v2,
최근에는 안 나왔는데
whereas in a range versus melee matchup into the Yone, you could stack incredibly well. Ziggs getting taken away. This is kind of tricky because obviously there is some element of AP damage missing here. Yes, Maokai will build AP, but it's not the same kind of oomph that you're looking for. But it's also strong into Smolder. So this is a little bit tricky here for Gen.G, saying we might still play this in the bottom lane. We don't want you to have the zigs into the smolder down there, but I think it's just a wise ban in general.
Yeah, and also going back to the whole LCK likes to play Maokai as a tank thing, you don't see Maokai as a representation
what about like
of
a
magic damage
Renata?
in a composition so much
With
these
Maokai,
days
like pair it with
back at home. So
with Maokai.
a likely reason why they're banning
Is that like
that one
even
away.
playable?
If the Kaiser is also banned, then we can tell that that's exactly the reason for it. Also does fit into this composition quite nicely, as the follow-up to a Maokai is generally pretty comfortable.
스몰더 스몰더 믿습니다, 여러분. 스몰더가 원딜일 가능성은 굉장히 낮은 것
Probably
같은데.
just go for something like an Alistar ban as Gen.G. Don't necessarily want to be looking for that pick in this bottom lane. Also, would
물론
kind
제가
of
틀릴
reveal
수도
that you're
있죠.
not playing
I could be
Smolder
wrong,
down
but I
there
think
for
Smolder
sure.
is mid lane,
Yeah, I
guys.
don't think you
I
ever
think
want
this
to be
is
playing a
Smolder
Smolder
mid.
Alistar lane in almost any scenario. So
바텀에서는 뭔가 강력한 게 나을 것 같은데 이게 굳이 원딜로 스몰더를 돌리나 이거? 라는 생각이 들거든요.
This is a really tough one. They're going to go for the Braum.
미드를 카운터할 이유가 없잖아. 미드 이미 골라가지고 그래서 그러니까 이미 미드 카운터가 있기 때문에 오픽으로 서폿을 돌리는 거야. I think it's gonna be interesting, but we're gonna have to see what G2's cooking in the bot lane.
I was thinking the exact same thing, but they're gonna look at
Never mind, I'm wrong.
In this
There it is.
And this
No
Nautilus is so
delays.
flexible here, like the Leona I was mentioning.
Feviknight roam
if you do
again,
end up playing
as
that
usual.
bottom lane with the roots for the Nautilus, it's hard to dive,
와우,
especially with
이거를
the Maokai
노티를
composition.
먼저 블라인드로
It's just not
픽한다?
really easy to go down there and punish that
몰리,
Smolder, so still
몰리.
incredibly open-ended.
아 물론 이제
However, picks
드로
like the
선수의
Victor
그램
are still up
굉장히
if
무섭긴
Gen.G wanna go
하지만
incredibly heavy on that
주로
late
이제
game
상대
scaling in this
바텀
draft. They already have
보고
strong
카운터
late game,
노려도
with the
될만했는데
Smolder and the Gwen side
그만큼
lane
뭔가
power.
뭔가를 준비했다.
Rel,
Gen.G has something
I
prepared,
kind of like
perhaps.
this amount of flexibility that Gen.G is sitting on. The Rel does fit into this very divey style of composition.
Is this going to be Rel MF here to try to dominate the lane and have a lot of combos
There
set
it
up?
is, Corky.
Oh, the
Okay.
Corky that
Corky.
doesn't really make any of us feel good ever is going to be locked in. Hansama laughing at us in our feelings right
now. I think the Corky's okay here because most of this composition is low range. It's hard to get to the Corky, and the Corky's additional mobility could be used aggressively to snipe this Smolder pick.
Yup.
So
sniping.
They're
I do think
talking
that
about
it is
sniping.
quite
We have a
strong.
Jin.
Jin here is really interesting
Jin
because
이거
I think
많다고.
if you look at just the Gen.G composition,
I mean,
you don't
Rule
look
is
at
really good at
G2,
Jin. Don't get
it's
me wrong.
incredibly
Rule's
powerful
Jin
because
is
you have the
amazing.
Gwen and
But are we
the,
sure about this Jin
Starner
pick?
to really set
Into
up for
Yone?
Jin. You
Maokai.
have this insane front line. They're going to be fighting far away from the Gen. He has a ton of agency. But when you look at G2's
불안하긴
top and
한데?
how well they can lock down that front line and actually just circumvent it
젠지
with shot
조합이
blasts
좀
and stuff like that, I'm not as
AP
big
딜이
of
좀
a fan
부족한
of this Jin pick, but
느낌인가
it's going to be
아닌데?
pretty stable in the
구엔이 좀
laning
잘하면
phase.
될 것
As we
같기도 하고 근데 구엔이
expected,
뒤에
even
있었는데
though it
좀
was still
빡세죠.
kind of
I mean, it
relatively
depends on
unknown
how
until the
Broken
end,
Blades
Chovy
plays
will be playing
Jace.
the Smolder
But
into
if, for
Caps'
example, for
Yone,
Gen.G, if
and
Gwen starts
Chovy is
losing
known
lane,
to
it might
stack
become
quickly.
really
He's known
hard.
for really oppressive laning phases.
Really needs Gwen to do
Sometimes the Smolder gets a little bit slower in the mid
some
lane because he's not
damage.
able to chew onto multiple targets. He's only facing
Silly
off against that
doubting
one mid
Gen.G,
laner.
yo, my
But into
bad.
a melee mid laner like the
Hi.
Yone, sometimes that just doesn't matter.
My name
you
is
can even
Silly.
flap your way
Nice to
into
meet you.
some additional stacks, just Q constantly. And we'll see what runes he does go for because we have also seen a ton of
I thought Kai'Sa could be
Smolder
good.
to just get additional health stacking and be so difficult to deal with later on in the game.
Kai'Sa for who?
Really likes Grasp.
I think
as
Kai'Sa
well, and
for
basically
Gen.G makes no
anything that he
sense though.
plays,
They have
so
Smolder
we'll just have
already.
to see what he is going
그러니까
to be
보조
building
원딜을 하는
here.
거죠. 밑에서
Likely
스몰더가
gonna
이미
be sticking into
있으니까.
that mid lane for a large portion
딘으로서
of
보조
this
원딜
game, and that's
역할만
kind of what he's been
해도
doing here at
초중반
EWC as
해주고
well. Even
후반은
his,
스몰더가 해주니까.
rise that we saw yesterday was just
근데
kind
요즘
of
진
parked
잘
there and all
크면은
of a
이제
sudden had
후반도
like a
굉장히
70 CS lead
강력한
by the
모습
end of the game,
보이고.
and otherwise we hadn't really seen him. So we'll see whether that is going to be another situation here because of course the Smolder is a win condition by himself. And I think that really
G2
does
fans.
open the door for this Jin pick to be powerful, to be strong, right? Because we have seen a lot of Jins that have, you know, been required to be the sole AD
스카너가 좀
carry,
애매하다. 에이
and
그래도
that hasn't
캐니언
worked here
선수의
at
스카너
EWC
이거 한번
2025.
봐야 되겠는
But here we
거야.
are.
I mean,
On the ridge
Skarner
for
is
game
played by
number
Canyon,
one,
guys.
Gen.G versus G2. The
Comp
tales all the
looks a
time.
little bit questionable
G2
though.
have given a lot of bad memories to Gen.G
Oh
in
no,
the
another
past.
pause.
We'll
아까
remember
T1전에서도
those,
초반에 퍼즈였는데.
many years ago. And so we'll see whether it's going
G2
to be
fan.
once again heartbreak for Gen.G at the hands of G2 or whether this time is going to resemble the most recent
Remake,
outing at
Fnatic remake,
MSI.
We have an
FNC
incredibly
remake.
full crowd
Wait,
today.
did you see
we have
Poby's like
had a
literally going like
full crowd
27
throughout
and
this
0
event
on
here in
EU
Riyadh,
server?
but It has
apparently.
been really cool to
지금 포비
see,
선수가 유럽
despite
서버에서
the fact that,
27승
you have a
0패인가?
massive Western audience
솔랭에서
here cheering for G2. We saw MCOY's fans as well.
해외에서 되게
You also
유명합니다.
have,
포비 선수
so
계정이.
many Korean
그래서
fans who have traveled just like last year to support the Korean
technical
squad.
pulse, we
We've
don't
had our
really know
Chinese
exactly
fans
why they
coming in
pulse,
as
but
well. People traveling here to Riyadh from all over
he's
the
duking
world.
with
We have a relatively
Razork.
even split crowd for the semifinals.
He's just
match.
trying to get
It
his,
is
you know,
so awesome, Atlas, as we
practice going
are
with his
good to go
teammates.
here in this
Happens.
first game.
Yeah, you're
So
right
much of
though.
this game
Duo
to me is gonna
smurfing in
come down
Masters.
to the angles Keen can
It's a mage.
find in these mid-game
Duo
team fights,
abusers.
because if he's just simply rooted and locked down and can't actually close the gap onto this Corki that's very mobile or this extremely long-range Jace, the Gwen doesn't necessarily get a lot done.
Yeah. And I think for Gen.G, this is going to be all about how well you play the defense. And they have been good at that in the past. That has been their bread and butter, especially if you remember, you know, the old Gen.G memes where they were the most boring team ever and
Here
just
it goes.
constantly played
G2 Gen.G.
defensively, did nothing
Game
for
1.
as long as possible, and then won the game. That is likely what they want to do in this one, because the mid game that G2 are representing is kind of terrifying. With the 2-item spikes, even the 1-item spike to come out of the Yone is
some
massive.
interesting
Ensemble with
item
a
rune
Trinity
chases
Force
coming
is going
through
to be
from
very, very
each team.
scary. And Gen.G are just going to have to take what they can get, play the side lanes, manage to get cross maps.
코르키가 신발 룬이 아니죠. 코르키가 신발이나 쿠키 룬이 아닌 거. No cookie rune, no boost rune coming from
And he's
Hansama.
going to get a ward down as Caps comes in.
And also Jin
This
is not
something
going that one either.
Jovi hasn't worried about too
Celerity.
much scrapping in the early game on this Smolder, but you can see here Caps feeling pretty good
Nimbus
as he
cloak.
stacks up that Q.
Respecting Caps a lot here in this matchup to go for the fleet
오,
footwork.
뭔가 캡스 선수 이거 무서운데. So
So
far,
far,
Caps
Caps
has,
trade aggressively and try to get those stacks
I'll
up
trade
rather
it,
than trying
but
to be
we'll
a
have to
little
see.
bit more of a trading, tanking force later on with that grasp. As plays like this,
Of course,
where
a
you
couple of
avoid that
hits.
Q3 feel really nice. You get that
오,
proc
Q 이거
of the fleet
빗나가고
footwork,
있거든?
and you're getting your health back. You're
Listen,
trading well.
Q's like that,
It is
though.
obviously going to be the Doran's shield versus the blade here in this matchup. Chovy trying to do as much damage as possible to heal, and Caps just weathering the storm here as he becomes more relevant later on. This mid matchup is so fun.
Chovy missed the CS, so it could be a really bad time here, taking flap second.
dodge
though,
from,
that's able
Chovy.
to avoid the Q. Speaking of level 2s,
Oh.
going to be coming through here for G2 on the bottom side of the map, getting the push.
네, 뭔가 되게 빡세게 한다. Rel already flashed by the way if you watch. 렐이 플래시로 진한테 들어간 것 같아요. 진이 플래시가 빠진 상황이거든? They didn't actually show bot lane, but Rel has no flash. And Jin has no flash, so I think Rel probably like flashed onto the Jin level 1.
Otherwise, Broken Blade has to space really well here and harass as best as he can. But Keen taking flash, it can be tricky.
카메라!
See, Caps is
뭐냐고!
really struggling to take
없죠,
these trades. Chovy avoided both of his knockups there, was able to trade back. That fleet footwork is working really well for him in this early game, starting to stack up a significant gold lead here at the CS advantage he has, but more than that, 13 stacks online. Once he hits that 25 break point,
구엔
that's when
상대로
this
이제
really
제이스가
starts
라인을
to get
땡기거든.
rolling here for
Gwen
the
is
Smolder
actually pushing
in
in the
terms of lane
Jace.
matchup
Usually you see the
and
Jace
the
pushing in
wave
Gwen
clear.
in that matchup.
Full clear, now almost
구엔
finished for
상대로
Canyon and Skimon.
웨이브 땡기는 제이스 이거 맞나라는
get
생각이
on towards
들면서도
his blue buff pretty soon, but that Gromp will be dead.
튜비 잘한다고 무빙 예사롭지
So
않습니다.
a bit of an engage here as Dura just
Whoa, no
trying to
flash on
keep
Ruler. I think Ruler might be going down here. Oh, no flash auto attack coming through.
He'll still have to go home. Good news for
아니 이거
G2,
근데
but
아플래시 평타 방해만 했는데 꼬르키가
It
참았다
is
이거.
heartbreaking, but they get both summoners there.
I don't know why Hansama didn't flash forward. I think he could have flashed. Because he also has barriers, so he could have used barriers as well.
Means that he doesn't have barrier, and I think it was really good judgment there from Hansama. He just gets that one extra auto. It's 100% a kill confirmed, but either way, still double summoner confirmed. We are going to see the lane swap to come through here, and Ruler is only able to pick up his brown bags and a refillable off of the back. So definitely not an ideal situation. Not exactly what he was looking for.
네, 이러면 집 간 김에 이제 뒤는 탑으로 수업을 하니까 웨이브 손에는 없는 거죠.
When you're playing Ezreal, when you're
라고
playing
하는
Corki,
순간
the 2-item spike, when you can get that extra longsword off your first back, you feel amazing.
Yeah, you really do. And there's also the fact
저런
that Gen.G loses an entire
더
wave.
안 좋은
They weren't
상황일 수도
actually
있었어,
able
근데.
to get Keen down towards that bottom line.
이러면은
bottom lane in
근데
time.
구엔이랑
And
제이스랑
so
바텀에서
an entire
이제
wave is gonna be
용이
sacrificed
5분에
through that
나오니까
turret. That does
30초 후에
mean a little bit of an
나오는데
advantage as far as the
1렙에 도대체 무슨 상황이 나왔길래 플래시가 빠진 걸 다시 보여주지. 레리 근데 확실히 저 저만을 들었을 때 훨씬 세다. Like Carrier keep going heal on Rel, but I think Ignite is the right spell on Rel. The Q pressure is just insane. 그러니까 1, 2렙에 킬각이 나오는 게 다르거든. 저만 있는 거. Good movement from Chovy. Not bad.
Yeah, moving on in here, looking for an angle onto Ruler. Captive audience is going to be there.
I mean, he got 6 stacks off of that exchange. You know, like with the minions there as well. He went from 25 to 31 right off of it. Can flap Q.
No, Bro was actually playing pretty well. I'm surprised.
And I mean, he is just stacking so
Ignite is coming back up for Rel in a little bit. 오? 지는 집 갔는데? 잠시만. 아니 잠시만요. 지는 그냥 집 가고 바텀으로 다시 swap하는데 they're swapping back lane again. Interesting. Jin is actually going both straight. Maybe they want to force the dragon. Yeah, they're forcing the dragon. 용을 먹으려고 2명을 바텀으로 보내는 젠지. 이렇게 되면은
I don't think this was one of those times, unfortunately, for Turo. He does end up losing his flash, as you mentioned.
They're actually going to do it. I thought they were trying to gank Jace. Jace 갱을 하나 했는데 그건 아니고.
Broken Blade on the bottom side. Keen having a tough time there on the top side as well as Chovy. He's not having a tough time. He's like, yeah, you want to trade
Chovy's
early?
stacking
You've got
for
your
free.
Scepter. I'll just keep hitting you. I'm stacking, baby.
Yep, 43 stacks already. Just have to see when he does make it to those break points.
지금 스몰도 굉장히 잘하는
We're
중
going to be
라인전.
looking out for later on in the game. Around 20 minutes being a decent clip for that one.
Does not have level 6 here. They're going to have to TP for the defense. Duro going to come over here.
There
They
it
should
is.
be able to stop the dive, but it is going to be
There it
matched,
is.
in fact, by Broken Blade. They want to double down.
Yeah, this
이거
is actually
어차피
kinda crazy,
텔포
though,
타고
because
수업을 하는
now
거네.
Broken
So
Blade
G2's
has
actually
used
just
that
swapping it
teleport
anyway.
towards the top side, and no one is going to be there to defend against Ruler, and he knows it. You can see continuing to shove up.
Yeah, they just decide to go back for the swap. I thought perhaps Broken Blade was going to force the dive before they swap, knowing that Ruler has that extra push, but it's just going to be a delayed response here in
I
the
mean,
bottom
I think
side.
it should be fine. Bot wave is going to be grabbed by
damage
Corki.
into that first plate.
이러면 근데 웨이브는 대부분 다 모시는 상황이고
going to
Corki.
that plate, but he won't secure it. But a lot of CS
Maybe it's
loss
just
here,
like
really
a
evening
3.
up what was a significant lead here for Ansama and LeBron.
CS
They
거의
still
두
will have
개밖에
a
안
lead.
탄
He
것
still
같은데
will
방금.
get most of these minions here, but definitely felt like a missed opportunity there in the top side as Ruler's sprinting back up
He's
here
going
with
back
his
top
trophies
again.
to the top lane as we just
와
continue
근데
to
진짜
swap
수업은
lanes.
또 어떻게 안 되냐?
That's the strategy, you know.
그냥
avoid the
뭔가
matchup
불리하다
as much
싶으면
as
그냥
possible.
섭해버리기.
Get out of there.
And
이거
with the Swifties,
탑
he's going to be
웨이브 안
helping
줬네?
out
이
here as
기회에
Duro
그냥
is
집
gonna
가서
try and
집턴
hold the
잡고
Rob in place
반대로 가기.
momentarily. Jovi's like, stop trading. I need to kill minions.
이게
Please, as he sneezes on Caps.
최근에 정말
Does
많이
get knocked up
나오는데
this time around, but he's just been
그러니까
using the
옛날에는
flap
그냥
every
초반
time the
단계에
solo's
수업을
been
해버리는
unbound,
거지
and
이렇게까지
that
막
hook
수업을
somehow
자주 하는
landed.
그런 것까지는
Could've
아니었거든.
sworn that the wall would get in the
Swap
way
meta?
there, but
Yeah. We don't swap at level 1 anymore. Now we just perma swap after level 1. So after the early game, everyone's perma swapping. It's like, oh, bad wave frozen? Okay, whatever. You guys can have that. I'm gonna recall, go both sides.
He's like, all right, thanks, man.
Oh wait, they traded well. I have to flash back. No HP, I have to recall. Oh well, might as well go top at this moment, right? And channel TP both sides.
+3.
라인전을 안 하고 정확한 것 같은데 라인전 자체가 사라지지 않았나라는 생각이 들기도 하고.
The trophy glazing will continue. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll try and focus elsewhere as much as we can.
There is no lane phase now because of those swaps.
Well, I mean, when you look at the gold lead being so significant,
Perma swapping looks so goofy,
They're gonna have a bit of a fight here.
Yeah,
Canyon has ult.
There it is.
Turn it on to Duro.
Look at the Canyon ulti! What the hell? Canyon!
Caps now in trouble. Does
그래, 스카너는 저런 건데. This is the Skirner ulti that we always scared of.
In the meantime, Kane towards this bottom side.
I mean, that engage was really crazy from G2.
And they will just, I was about to say trade ultimate, which I guess is technically correct, but not real.
우리도 스카너 했었는데 우리는
Still Kane going aggressive, looking for a
뭔가 맛있는 공각이 많이 안 나왔었는데.
And that's a grub set up here for Gwen in a side lane. Feels amazing for Gen.G who already
결승
got that
간
first
거야.
dragon.
I don't know. I don't want to say
You know,
right now,
Chovy
but
on
is
the shoulders,
G2
it's,
gonna
again,
lose here? Maybe.
Blazing Chovy so much is just talking
And
about
look at
what the
Chovy just
champion can do is
stacking and
grab some
grabbing
additional
the.
gold
Oh
here.
no.
He
Purpling gold.
is deceptively Smolder strong.
아니
In the
스몰도
early
가지고
fights, if there's
라인전까지
any sort of
이어서
setup with his
초중반
ultimate and the AoE
까지
could provide with his
줘버리는
Q,
후반
with his
챔프?
W, these types of skirmishes, Kenyon's level 60, he's like, we win these, by the way. More stacks, more fighting.
Combo as well was like absolutely
Yeah, that's what I'm
ridiculous.
talking about. It's like Zeri, deceptively strong in early
Really good plays
skirmishes.
from
As
Zenzi,
Keen
actually.
looking to fight the
one out.
Yeah, although
not quite as strong as Keen without
I don't think they want to comment.
Going to be backing away. Broken Blade looking a little worse for wear, but has
초비 스택 봐라. 아니
Broken Blade
get
this way shoved in.
Smolder 97 stacks at literally 9 minutes. 지금 1분에 스택을 10번씩 하는 거야.
Just gonna have to play respectively instead.
I don't understand how you can stack that quickly.
Hasn't stacked that one up just yet.
Chobi's the fastest stacking Smolder in the world, I think. 아마 전 세계에서 스몰더 미드로 스태킹 제일 빠른 사람 아닌가. 그걸 하면서 이제 라인전까지 이겨버리니까 그냥 이게 라인을 받아먹으면서 라인 6마리에 Q 박는 그런 스몰더가 아니라 라인을 이기잖아. 굿다. 5-7. 저런. I mean, Jace was like completely oof. I don't know what they were looking for there from G2. Yeah, this one's gonna be a quick 2-0, guys. 빠른 퇴근을 할 수도 있는 페비나이트. Gen.G's gonna
100% ready for that. He was just
Gen.G's gonna 2-0.
I have the high ground. Yeah,
I mean, look, no mana on Jace. What are we looking for, LeBron? 그러니까 이거는 자기 탑라이너를 죽이는 행위인 게 이게 제이스가 절대 만화가 없고 체력도 굉장히 안 좋은 상태라 조금 아쉬운 플레이. 그냥 집을 가고 싶은 제이스였는데 빨렸다. Jace does not speak Korean. Quick, take lessons. Korean lessons real quick. 뒤로 잘. 아니 물론 그만큼 젠지 선수들이 잘했죠. 맞아 맞아. 근데 애초에 구에는 절대 죽는 각이 아니었으니까. Do they know Rel win for sure? I think Rel never play that champion ever again. Just ban the champion. 아니 그리고 애초에 제이스 들고 라인 땡기면은 구엔 상대로. 그러니까 이거 왜냐면 이게 6렙 이후부터는 구엔이 궁 떠가지고 제이스가 밀리거든요. 그 전에 끊어야 돼, 제이스. 그래서 어려워. 제이스 같은 챔프가 한국에서는 되게 인기 많고 많이 나오는데 한국 탑라이너 분들이 정말 그 솔랭에서도 느끼는 게 이런 제이스 같은 챔프 이런 걸로 라인도 굉장히 빡세게 잘해줘.
Things could not be better
I think
for Gen.G.
champions like Jace is just so popular in Korea, and I feel like Koreans just like to play more lane heavy champions like that. Caps also fucking roll. I think he might have to. Okay, it's about to now. Okay, Caps has to be gone. He doesn't have to be. That wave might be gone. Scumon's trying to grab the wave. I think.
I guess settle for some plates.
I mean, Caps doesn't have TP. Like, he just absolutely gets smashed by Chovy. There did not respect
it's looking grim for G2, guys. They're getting absolutely dismounted here.
Pushes him out of the lane, grabs plate gold and some additional stacks.
Across the board.
Looks like
Across the board.
2 plates here, because remember, he also has 3 grubs.
I didn't know that the Smolder Yone matchup was just unplayable.
It's just really tough, especially when Chovy's playing it this well. Like, Caps went for those early trades, and Chovy avoided everything with the flaps, and it's just... Like I said, it feels like quicksand. Like the more you struggle, the more you try to force. If you don't,
Chovy's just so good at playing into Yone. Like during the Smolder Tristana Corki mid meta,
behind, and
we have some crazy Yone players in SK. Like we have Zeka, we have BDD, like we have these crazy Yone players. And Chovy was so comfortable playing Smolder into them. Always destroy them in lane. And his stacking is also crazy. 152 at 30 minutes.
Start thinking about what we can do to not give them a scaling draft next time around.
Broken Blade.
Looking for BB here towards his top
he's not just AFK farming either, like, he's winning lane. So he's not only stacking incredibly well and incredibly fast. That's one of the reasons why Chovy's Smolder is the best in the world, I think. Okay, really good from Broken Blade, but I think he's... Oh, no. It's a good try, though.
They're not going to get greedy for the kill on to the Rel. I say that as Canyon looks to come in, throwing some rocks around here on this bottom side as he smites the Rel.
Okay, it's
continues throwing things, but isn't going to continue
Scumond is here. Maybe Scumond can do something.
Gwen going to grab another plate. Scumond is here, but just a little bit too far away for Nature's Grasp. They push LeBron away, stop his back.
Oh, that wave is burning.
And man, it's just getting tougher and tougher. Because I actually watch how Broken Blade plays this. He sees that burrows looking for the greedy route into Dredgeline Connect, and so he decides to actually get the knockback first. It's actually really smart here. Is able to then avoid the Dredgeline, go for the trade back here. Unfortunately, despite an amazing timing here on the re-engage for above, just takes so much damage because another Dredgeline goes through. He's held in place for Keen to come over here with a big lead to take him out. I feel like Broken Blade played the earlier part of that fight though super well.
데이스가 다 피하긴 했네 정말.
It's against the flow of play here for G2.
자꾸 레리 제이스를 지금. 아니 저거는 그냥 킬각을 보는 순간 죽긴 했어. 왜 Broken Blade has to run? Phase rush? 경혈
Nicely played. Phase rush is
이모티콘이잖아 레전드.
Yes, it is.
Doubling
up on control boards in this brush. Oh yeah. Ruler is not going to get caught, as this is just going to be a turret to go down here. Feats of strength for already Gen.Gs, but they get the first turret as well.
I mean, they got turret. They already have 3 objectives secured by Canyon. 캐년 선수가 근데 벌써 공호축이랑 용 2개까지 챙겨줘가지고.
Does have, you know, 50 odds to
Canyon.
go before he does hit that
the fastest possible for a mid lane smolder is usually around 17
I don't know,
to
AL has to be scared, guys.
He's kind of
Gen.G's not joking around anymore. Yesterday, Gen.G looked kind of sleepy. But today, I think Gen.G's here. They're awake.
Turret back, by the way.
T1 was looking sleepy, but we were looking sleepy today too. That's the problem.
So that's a big win. You know, finally looking for that first item. Caps has been behind Chovy for so much of this game. Spent so much time on the side lane just trying to catch up. Hasn't backed for a while. Should be able to pick that one up here.
Gen.G looking sleepy? What do you mean? They don't look sleepy at all. Chovy already has smolder stocks already. 한 20분에 나오지 않을까? 이렇게 되면은 굉장히 무서운 모습이고요.
G2 need an explosive team fight here before this really gets off the rails. It needs to happen before Chovy hits that big 225. So realistically, your fight options here are this next dragon. And that's it. Like
방장님은 1세트 승리한 팀을 응원하냐고. 저는 그냥 뭐 중립을 보는 중이긴 한데. 그래도 젠지가 이기면 좋겠다고 생각은 합니다. T1이 졌는데 복수해야지 얘를 상대로. I mean, that is a mid tower gonna be gone. Canyon's not scared of anything. Look at his items, he's never gonna die. Oh wait, Scuffle is gonna get yoinkered? Oh, he's just gonna flash out. Lebrov is getting yoinkered! Oh, that's a really good ulti, but no one's there. 다 도망가. 다 도망가는 중. 보시면은 요네 위치가 아예 탑 쪽이었고 이제 텔포도 I mean Yone was top and he didn't even TP so G2 was not interested into fighting to Gen.G. That is sole point going over to Gen.G at 17 minutes.
And then it was just a quick reaction by
17 minutes sole point.
Skewmon gets caught, and that's
not to mention the Smolder has 200 stacks in 17 minutes as well.
And tried to force a response from Keen and look for a combo there. It looks like it said he wanted to just threaten that side lane. The top turret's relatively vulnerable. You know, if he's able to interrupt Keen's TP, for example, you know, there's ways that this could be played out for G2 if they play it slow, but it's the worst possible scenario, right? Not only do they not get the fight they're looking for, they lose the fight, they lose the dragon, and I think that was their best chance to get back into this game, and they missed the opportunity, and Gen.G are just coasting. Chovy is not going to quite hit the 17.5-minute 225, but he is 13 away.
Yeah, 19 minutes ain't bad as Broken Blade going to be able to get the boot back as Keen tanking up this turret momentarily.
T1이 근데 워낙 플레이가 안 좋아서 그렇게 얘기할 수도 없어 근데 DLG도 G2한테 졌거든요. 그러니까 이게 젠지가 지금 잘하는 거지. I mean, Gen.G is playing well. I don't even think G2 is playing that bad. They beat the real G for a reason.
Does sneeze on Hansama here.
I think the Jay's pick was a little bit too much though.
At least at this moment.
No offense to Broken Blade, but like his Jace, you have to pressure and push into Gwen early game. If you pull the wave, if you just farm on the tower, you should not be playing Jace at all into Gwen, right?
Yeah, Caps is dead. Maybe you can talk about it now as the fate is
indeed sealed. Oh, this is actually hard. Okay, Broken Blade just gonna phase rush.
A bit of damage here to Kane.
But look at Chovy, he's like, all right, cool, now no one's answering
Going in again?
And also, BB has to flash to get himself out of the way of that one.
Canyon!
And cops a boulder
this Canyon is crazy on Skarner.
Maybe he's just gonna get the whole
my guy is just everywhere. Securing the dragon, securing
want to not
The
look at the
Groppies,
minimap and just
everything.
not allow
Secure the
Chovy to really
heralds.
be on screen while he's taking stuff.
Canyon
While Gen.G are also
너무
fighting
무섭다.
what feels like even fights.
He's waiting for that minion wave. He's like,
그러니까 이게
"Where's the
모든
next
걸
minion
다
wave?
먹으면서
I'm gonna hit it."
오브젝티브 다 챙기면서도 이제 갱을 가서 보시면은 그웬이 4킬을 먹은 상태. 0-0 on Gwen. 1.9k gold lead onto the Jays.
Exactly. So that does affect it, obviously, especially if you're able to sit in the mid lane against multiple people.
This Jace
just
is pretty
keep
much
stacking
useless
those
now.
Qs on the AoE. It goes
2
a lot
items.
faster, but the speed doesn't matter when you're in a
지금
stable
템을
game.
보면은
Sometimes you're like, oh man,
4쇼까지
we really need to
나왔거든요.
hit that because you're so
4쇼에다가.
far behind. You really need to hit
And
that 225. Then maybe you
it's
can
over
catch
for
up in this
Jace.
game.
He's
That's
never
how
going to
the
do
smolder
anything
goes
this
half
game.
the time, where you are actually behind because of the weaker early game.
The
But
reason
this
why
game,
Jace
because
is played in
such a lead,
to
he's
Gwen,
like,
by the
"Oh,
way,
it's no
is
rush.
because
I'm still gonna get it.
as I said,
by the way, he
pre-6
still
you win
hasn't
that.
got
Until
this.
Gwen
He
has
needs to
R,
wait.
Gwen can never really kill you, and you actually can kill Gwen.
WQ that wave, Chovy.
And send them
Okay.
home, like, forcing them to recall quite a lot.
Okay, never mind.
So we saw the counter
28.
matchup many
Gen.G
times.
are going to look for the Otacon here. Teleport to come in for Keen
But
as well.
as I
All
say
5
again and
committed.
again, Broken Blade pulled a
I mean,
wave.
there's
He
just
tried
no
to like just
information
bomb
here
the
for
wave
G2.
underneath
They
the
throw
tower
sapling
instead of
in.
pushing
That
and
might
bullying
be
on the
able to help
tower.
try
Like,
and steal it away, but it's just
I think
not
it's
something
impossible
that G2
to
are even
counter
gonna
the Otacon.
attempt.
That was
As Canyon locks that one up.
이 뚫을지도
Gen.G,
못하죠. 이게
4,000 gold in the
너무
lead. Otacon, feats of strength, everything that they
시야도
could
너무
want.
밀려 있고.
As Canyon looks for an impale, does not quite get it.
이게 또
But
쓰는
he's
마트
gonna be able to
Canyon.
steal away the enemy Gromp.
They are able to, deny a wave
Canyon,
on the
you're
bottom lane.
bullying.
Broken
Canyon's
Blade's been able to get
bullying
some
now.
additional time
He's
there.
just
Can
smurfing
maybe
it,
try
I
to wrap
think.
around, look for a play here with Lebrov onto Ruler. But
스택
he's
벌써
seen by
그러니까
all
20분
of this vision coverage.
21분
There's
됐는데
so many
230차.
captive audiences
233
here as well.
stacks. He's
Everyone's
already finished
just
stacking at 20
chilling.
minutes.
And for G2, really your best hope on that
Usually you need
Otacon
Smolder
was a faster
25,
group, or maybe
between
Gen.G
25
looked
to
turn the fight
30
a little bit
minutes
too
you have
early.
him
You're hoping
stacking.
for a mistake, and they group and they go, well, Broken
Not
Blade
for
just keep
Chovy,
pushing.
though. Not for
It's all we
Chovy.
can really do right now.
Over 10 CS
As they
per
know they've been
minute, so
checkmated in this
somehow-
game, but they've been checkmated for quite a while.
CS
and
지금 분당
you're just hoping and praying for some
10개
sort of big mistake.
넘었습니다.
I mean, Hansama
스몰더가.
is slow on the stacks here, but will hit 2 items fairly soon. He has the only gold lead, as minuscule as
I
it
mean,
is here for
Hansama
G2,
does have
but
really good CS.
they
그만큼
more
근데
than
콜키도
that
엄청
to
잘
win this
먹긴
game, they
했는데
need to blow
확실히
up
그
multiple threats. Like when you get to
다른
this point
라인이
of the game
조금
of
많이
Gen.G's
힘들다.
composition, it's not
그
just kill
정도를
the
보시면
Smolder,
될 것
there's a
같고요.
Jin, there's a big Gwen who is
뭔가 진노틸 불안하긴 했는데
So,
그래도
there's
초반에
too many
사고
threats. It's a
날지
triple
않고
threat.
살아간 게 좀 큰데
And
플래시로
I
살아나가기도
actually
했고
I didn't feel like this
I
game
think
was a
Hansama
King
just
game,
should have flash
right?
forward onto the
That's not
Gen.
what I was sort of
킬
feeling,
캐치를
'cause
못한 코르키도
the
좀
Smolder has
아쉽긴
been
하지.
a large
CS는 잘
problem that's been
먹었는데
ganked towards the top side of the map that's allowed
초반에
King
그냥 앞플래시
to get this
받고
lead.
짐
But it just
잡아가지고
means that he's
그때
untouchable
와.
in side lanes. Now waiting on a flank
빨리빨리
angle as well
뽑고
as Canyon parking
빌려 나가야
himself on this
돼.
wall. Shock Blast going to give away Broken Blade's position, and Keen just remaining out of vision right now. There's the hook to start things off as Canyon just gets him.
Oh, Hansama gets yoink! Just flash out. Wait, this is not bad.
They just don't quite have the damage.
Okay, it's really
Hansama's
bad.
going to get exhausted.
It's really,
and
really,
then rooted up and
really
taken down.
bad.
It's a double for Keen as the root comes in yet again from Ruler. And Canyon just looks immortal. Ruler's going to get another kill. That's a double for the Gen. And Gen.G can do no wrong. They're going to look for a soul.
Yeah, I'd love to
I
see-
think it's just, it's
I
looking
mean-
like we're on the verge of the game being over and G2 needing to just focus on what's happening
초비
in game
모습이면
2.
there, by the
And
way.
I hate to say it for all
그
those
초비 선수가
European
템포를
fans out there,
탔는데
those
이미
LEC
상황이
fans,
종료돼
those G2
있는
fans
그런
who've watched this
어이없는
team
상황.
perform against Korean teams, against
4v5?
LPL teams for years and
초비
years
wasn't
and
even
years,
there.
and never
Doesn't matter.
stopped doubting, or never
Let's watch it
doubted,
again,
never
guys.
stopped cheering. But I think this game was over about 6 minutes ago.
Yeah,
and
didn't even
in
have those
truth,
full
like, I
stack
want to see the
Smolder.
team fight damage in that one, because guess what? Caps and Chovy did
너무
show up.
일방적인데.
That was a team fight win without Chovy scaling, without his stacks
설마
coming through. Yes,
집중 안
he was there
했는데
at the very
설마가,
last second and got like one rotation of spells off
설마가
after the fight was
역시.
already over. But Caps didn't end up getting there at all. And it was just the Gwen and the Jhin
Someone said in the
getting it
chat,
done with Canyon,
G2 has a
setting them up
5%
there with
chance
Duro.
today
It was
of
just
beating
straight up a
Gen.G.
4v4
I don't know,
fight
guys.
Without your massive late game
Not
win
sure about
con,
that
and
percentage.
imagine what
Maybe you
happens
meant
what the fights look like if Chovy is
0.05%.
there. And it's the really scary thing to visualize in your brain when you think about what's going to happen on this upcoming Baron in a minute's time
눕는 픽
here.
뽑고 눕지 않는.
That's going to be the target.
스몰더스 카나면 그냥 대놓고 눕는 픽 아니냐고. 진짜 어이없네.
G2 haven't lost, you know, an inhibitor turret yet or anything like that. The base is still intact, but maybe not for too
Okay,
much
wait, they're doing it?
Going down exceptionally
Oh my gosh, the bro, the ulti.
Madness Storm comes in.
Okay.
Hansama will turn up to this fight as the Nature's Grasp comes on over. Mom not doing necessarily too much. It's actually
Look at
reserved
that.
just for Broken Blade. As Zero
Look at Chobi.
a Merkwolf. Not necessarily
Level
the
16
target
by
they
the
were looking
way.
for as Hansama down to
Chobi
0 health.
16렙이야.
Going to get tagged by that first bullet, and Chobi just going to finish.
Triple kill. This is quadra kill. This is quadra kill. 펜타 kill. 펜타. 이걸 안 줘? 저런. 아니 조비 펜타 kill. Not be the first 펜타 kill in EWC.
The Jin, actually, as he really just did clean
I'll
up
be
on
the
that.
first penta for EWC, but no. I'm not gonna give a penta.
And that's it. A 25-minute game here in the first
어?
one.
주려고? 근데 이미 늦었습니다. Is that actually penta?
펜타
kill! 아니 이걸 왜 주냐고? Why did I give a kill, bro? What do you mean? 이거는 너무 대놓고 준 거 아니야? 근데 그래 리스펙트 한 거긴 한데 아니 축하드립니다. 배 아파. T1 팬 배 아파 죽겠네 진짜. 부럽다 부러워. 그래 저게 리그 오브 레전드는 저렇게 하는 거지. G2 유쾌하다. 근데 G2는 유럽 팀은 저런 분위기라서 줄 건 주고 막. Congrats on the Penta Trophy. Congrats on the win, Gen.G. Definitely not jealous at all. I'm a T1 fan. Yeah. Now this is how you play League of Legends. So beautiful. Just crazy early game coming in from everybody. Really crazy jungle pathing from Canyon, securing every single objective on the map while ganking.
And he's not even focused on where it's heading.
10 CS per minute coming through from Mr. Smurdo. And of course, Keen somehow winning the matchup into Jace. Like, how do you even win the matchup early game? I don't even know.
Flap damage was kind of relevant in that one.
You can see Chobi's face is yelling penta, 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 by the way.
Just a penta, penta, penta.
And we do go forward in time just a little bit, and the penta is actually achieved there as here in game number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to take a short break. It's a best of 3. G2 have a chance to come back, but it is looking dire here after the first game.
Mid gap. Mr. Caps, I'm sorry, but the Yone got completely outplayed by like literally Smolder was dodging every single Q2 by the way. Oh, not Q2, Q3. Q3을 다 피해가지고 초반 라인전에서 조금 더 요네가 Q 에어본 막 치면서 딜교환을 했어야지 스몰더 초반에 말려놔야 되거든. 근데 그게 진짜 말로만 쉽지 저거 장난 아니거든요. 그거를 SK 미드라이너들 요네 잘하는 사람들도 못 해냈는데 혹시나 유럽 요네 가지고는 안 됐다. 아무리 캡틴 선수가 잘해도 좀 빡셌다. 제이스는 뒤로 그나마 제이스 쪽에서 되게 빡세게 막 뭔가 하려고 했는데 스큐먼 was completely yes or no?
Agree.
You agree? I agree.
Wait, what's the question? I totally
I
should listen to
one patch last year, we almost played it. It can happen again quite easily.
Europe is a better region than North America.
유럽은 북미보다 잘한다. Agree.
And don't hold back.
Maybe they did better at MSI, maybe they did better before, but right now and looking forward, Europe will make us something. Alright.
그러니까 MSI에서는 더 잘했을 수 있지만 지금이나 이제 앞으로도 우리가 더 잘한다. 유럽이 더 잘한다. 맵이 리그 오브 레전드에서 맵이 하나보다 더 많으면은
maybe they will bring some new monsters and new way of like ganking or just playing your lane. Like even if the lane is different, your trade patterns will probably be different as well. So
Caps is the greatest Western player of
두
all
분
time.
다 새로운 맵을 원하는구나.
If you say disagree,
Caps is the greatest Western player.
Which player do you think?
Disagree, agree.
Greatest in.
I remember growing up watching like Bjergsen, watching XPK.
Bjergsen?
These are like the winners that I looked up to when I was growing up. I know that I played like a long time now, and I also have, like, have done well, right? For sure. It still feels like weird to compare myself to what I guess I'm better.
Caps, your Caps.
The achievements speaks for themselves, and being on top for like so many years just is really incredible. So.
Let's go outside of League of Legends. This one's strong.
캡스가 서양 최고 선수라고 하니까 인정, 불인정.
Worldwide.
What?
I mean, I disagree because we had a pastry on the way here. We had pastry on the way here, and it was not that great. From France, we were at the airport. Compared to the Danish pastry I had.
Sure. And like the one he's talking about, it's not from.
근데 이거 유럽 영어가 조금 알아듣기 빡세긴 해요, 근데.
You will see that it's like unmatchable. Unmatchable. How tasty and how like we have so many pastries as well. So like.
You're talking about food. Okay.
One or something else, right? And I think you can for sure find something that you will like. And if you go to a good bakery, it's gonna be like.
네, 음식 얘기를 하는
Just a general
중입니다.
that people have been in conflict.
Danish pastry clears? Okay, sure. Nice joke.
What? No. Like
it's a classic, right? The Hawaii pizza.
Wait, actually, did you ever try one?
Yeah, of course.
You actually like it?
Eat it many times, yeah.
Okay, so I cannot. I don't know. Like for me, it's just like some cheese, tomatoes.
Why do they keep talking about pizza on
having
food?
A pineapple, just pineapple. It just
pineapple pizza 질문입니다.
Berlin has the best doner kebab.
I mean, the thing is, it's a bit of a tricky question.
Doner kebab. 이번엔 케밥 얘기.
아니
롤 얘기를 하고.
Like Berlin's kebabs, I mean donuts are.
Why did they talk about kebab and pizza?
Like, I just like it so much.
Oh.
We went once with the team and it was just like magnificent. It's like a piece of art. So.
Thanks, gents. Appreciate it. Caps, Skimon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
저는 영어 발음 잡종입니다. 참고로. 모든 걸 다 섞어놓은 발음이라. My accent, my English accent is a mixture of everything, by the way. It's a mixture of everywhere, and I also speak in a weird way when I stream, just for entertainment. Like instead of just talking in like American accent all the time, I'm just talking in weird voices sometimes, even Bordeaux accent. Bordeaux accent. Your accent is unique and cute. Thank you. Thank you. I'll take it as a compliment. Yes. Real voice. Hey. I sound different when I'm not streaming, by the way. 방송 안 할 때는 근데 목소리가 좀 달라지긴 해요. 방송 중에는 좀 텐션을 많이 끌어올리는 편. 평상시에는 좀 솔랭 방송도 하잖아요. 우리는 솔랭 방송밖에 안 하는 방이었는데 그 대회 같은 거 다 챙겨보긴 했거든요. 근데 이번에 MSI도 그렇고 EWC도 그렇고 중계를 하게 돼서 정말 영광이고요. Very offshore yells at me and calls me an idiot. Yup. Google Donkey. Super toxic feviknight. GG. Gen.G fans. There it is.
I think Fearless Draft has been a great addition,
Fearless Draft.
especially for our team.
Fearless가
We are
어떠냐고.
very adaptable in draft, and I think it creates a lot of creativity in draft and like randomness.
창의적인 뱀픽이 나올 수 있고.
It's pretty cool.
全GBP 感觉对于我们来说
지투한테 좋다고 하네요.
很好的一个吧，然后感觉打的时候也是很有意思的一个思路吧。Fearless Draft thì đã giúp cho bản thân mình và team mình đã mở rộng bề
다들 Fearless Draft 극찬주.
và cho đến thời điểm hiện tại thì
Everyone
mình nghĩ
is
là team mình vẫn đang làm
complimenting
tốt
Fearless
trong cái
Draft.
Draft này và mình nghĩ là nó cũng ảnh hưởng tốt đến meta.
Positive impact on the meta, 메타에 좋은 영향을 미쳤고.
I think Fearless is good for us in
그리고
some ways.
게임들이
It's
더
enabled some of
재밌다.
our players to play champions that other people don't, or it's allowed us to avoid handshake matchups in certain roles.
그냥
things like Gwen,
서로
Leona, good for us,
악수하는
so
그런
that's been good for us,
라인전이
but I
아니라
think sometimes
재밌는 챔프들이나
in game 4
매치업이
and 5
나오기
we have
때문에
some bad
재밌다.
drafts, so it goes both ways.
선생님 잠 들으시면 어떡해.
어떻게?
저분 보다가 이제 잤다.
I would say we're also really good at
보다가
playing
이제 폰
different
이거
styles.
떨어뜨리고 자고 있네.
So
한 번씩 저럴 수 있어.
I think so far has been a really great change for the game and for our team. 확실히 이제 피어리스가 도입되고 나서부터는 되게 많은 팀적인
Even
전략도
Faker says
필요하고,
it. Much more strategy.
준비하는 데 있어서
전략 같은 것도
전략적인
다양해지고.
것 같아서 그런 부분은
That's
굉장히 재밌는 것
serious.
같고 저희 팀에 있어서도
5판 3선 뭐 이런 거에서
두려워하지 않는 팀이기 때문에
always open to change. 이제 T1은 되게
Yeah, I think for sure
오픈.
Fearless Draft has been great for our team.
전화에 되게
because
오픈돼 있다.
We have
이런
Baron
의미.
who plays a lot of very niche and unique champions, and also I think I have pretty good counter picks now too. So I think everyone has a pretty wide champion pool that we can pull out in game 4, game 5, and other teams don't really have that edge, I feel like. So I overall enjoy Fearless. I feel like as a viewer it should be more
조조편
fun too.
선수도 이제 페레스 극찬.
I think it's impacted the meta by making it so teams aren't that practiced on everything they're playing. So like in games 3, 4, and 5 in a best of 5, the players aren't that well practiced on their champions and also the comps. So it kind of just leads players to have to play more naturally and just use their intuition to understand what's going on and problem solve in the game, because you haven't practiced it 1,000 times like you would have done without Fearless.
1,000 games of Yumi Lulu matchup, right? 야 이게 유미 룰루 계속 나오는데 핸드폰은 떨어뜨렸다. 그럴 수 있지, 그럴 수 있지. 그러니까 옛날에는 퓨레스가 없을 때는 그냥 막 유미 룰루가 세면은 유미 룰루. 그러니까 유미 룰루만 한 1000판 이상 해보니까 선수들이 되게 재미가 없겠죠.
Gen.G struck first against G2. They are up 1-0 in our second semifinals as we try to figure out who will take on AGAL to become the second ever game winner here.
Now we are in Gen.G G2. Game 2 is about to start, by the way. Game 2.
Arena. Digon here alongside Valdez and Finn. Y'all, you heard Finn in that last series give a good cast. Give it up for Finn, everyone.
What? We're all typing. We're all
right, so Finn, you wanted to dive right on into the draft, so let's do that here as Gen.G had
This will take another 30 minutes. Yeah, make sure to grab some water. Maybe grab some food as well and things like that.
What they used to do in LCK.
Stretch.
If you watch LCK, you've seen these drafts thousands of times. And I feel like G2's response wasn't really adept. I like the Maokai pick. I really enjoyed that for Scuman, one of his best champions. But I have questions regarding the Jace pick. G2 was criticized for not really playing Jace all year. And now, when Jace is kind of fallen out of favor, now they decide to bring it back into the Gwen. When the tools like Jax, who's, I think, BB has been very good on this tournament, was up and available.
잭스를 왜 안
and I feel like
했냐?
Jace didn't really accomplish what you want that
브루클블레이드 선수가
He was
되게
kinda
잭스
getting pushed in early, and then it
장인인데
was kinda
he already
playing
showed the
catch,
Jax.
Kinda getting dictated by Gen.G's tempo usage and the early game swaps, and he was really struggling to find a foothold in a game that was severely Gen.G dictated.
Yeah, I think they just really didn't have that much pressure on the side of G2, and then you look at the Smolder in game 1 for Chovy. It's one of his key champions that he always brings out, and it was just free. He was sitting there farming the whole time. Wolf was talking about it. He just got to do whatever he wanted. They had oodles and boodles of damage as well with the Gwen getting super fed. The whole draft was very classic LCK, as Finn was talking about, and Gen.G just looked awesome there.
Yeah, let's take a look at our first highlight here as both junglers kind of waiting till level 6 to have the type of impact that they wanted. The Maokai.
I mean, this is when the game exploded for
G2.
G2.
3-man impale by Canyon, the former world champion, setting
Holy
the stage
moly,
for the first blood.
Canyon!
Living the Scorpion
Crazy.
dream catches
And
on the
Lobrev
back
kind of
end
ran
that
it here.
ult, and here G2 just went for play after play. This 2v2 top lane jungle didn't really end up working out. BB, you see, he wants to dive this. Lobrev is about to walk out, so he's a little bit late, and in the end, Duro cancels his recall, and they don't have the damage quite yet, not quite the item components that they need to really get that burst damage onto Keen.
And Valdez, this is the type of thing we see teams attempt against Gen.G, but as soon as there's a moment of hesitation, they are so good at punishing against them.
엘리시에서 그나마 제이스 잘하는 분이긴 해요, 근데 브로큰 블레이드가. 그래도 요즘 제이스 자체가 별로 안 나오는 추세긴 하죠. 구현 상대로 잭스가 많이 나오고 제이스는 수업 메타에서 힘을 많이 못 발휘하는 다이브 당하기도 쉽고 라인전이라는 게 없어지기 때문에 구현 상대로 이제 가면 갈수록 잭스가 이길 수 있는데 가면 갈수록 제이스는 구현 상대로 밀리거든요. 6대 비율로. 그런 점을 생각하면은 I mean, Labrov is trying to help his jungle, but you know, honestly, he should just be running at that point. Like, look at the location of Caps. Caps just farming in the top wave there. Not even near. They're not even trying to contest.
Use the Maokai saplings to kind of poke them as they walk into their control, but missing that opportunity, I think that was when the nail really hit the coffin.
Yeah, let's put the
요네가
exclamation point here on
텔포를
it.
한 것도 아니고 요네가
Game
가까이 있는
number
것도
1
아니기
with our
때문에
third
탑에서
highlight
탐이
here.
나는데
Gen.G
방금
really
그냥
in
도망을
control of all this, and they're able
싸움
to absorb
자체를
the pressure
걸리면 안
that
됐다?
G2 put around the Drake.
Just a beautiful surround here from the side of Gen.G. Canyon's right over the wall. He knows how
요잉킹
fed and how
한스마
tanky
한스마스
he is.
플래시
He just tanks everything, allows Keen to get the
그리고 이제
perfect
플래시
flank,
쓴
and immediately you just have
한스마였는데
the damage follow up. Jovi's
바로
right in
두로
there for the beginning of
선수가
this
탈진
fight.
걸고
It just doesn't
앞플래시로
matter. Gen.G are so far ahead, and it was just lights out
falling
once
apart
again from
52 here.
G2 now select the blue side here for game number 2. Finn, kind of give me your thoughts here, given the fact that they went a little unorthodox in the top lane. They went Maokai in jungle. I feel like there are things up
Blitz, crank, pick.
We
please.
Pause.
Okay, pause.
Take a deep breath.
Deep breath, everyone. G2 side, deep breath.
And we'll look towards
We're breathing
the
again.
A
Deep
lot
breaths.
of the power picks are still up and available. There was a lot of mid lane bans, and I expect us to see a really similar draft phase with all these mid lane bans taking out Dizir, Talia. I don't think they'll get through, but I think most likely what we're gonna see G2 hone into Skumon and try to find him an early skirmish jungle, because I really feel like he needs to get a foothold in this game.
Jungle?
If the jungle is not really facilitating the lanes, it becomes really hard to play the map and really hard to really propel the game forward. And we need Skuma to be comfortable. The market didn't work out, so we gotta try one of the other picks, like the Xinshao or the Wukong, I think.
Yeah, we've seen what happens when these junglers that dictate the
정글에서
tempo
신짜오
don't
50
get
이런
going.
걸로
We saw it in last series.
그
Tarzan
초반을
was able to
하자고
stifle Owner.
얘기하는.
Here, how does Gen.G
스큐먼트
slow
선수가
down
잘해야 된다.
G2 and book
So
their
they're
ticket
basically
to the
saying
grand finals?
jungle.
It's
needs to
I
step
think
up.
it's Gen.G
Yes?
are in the driver's seat right now. You know, I think for G2 they need to pull out something. I'd really love to see Caps on something like he's played earlier, like a Syndra, like a LeBlanc. Try to throw Chovy off, because Chovy, again, he just got the free laning phase, the free game. He needs to be pressured. They need to do something about Canyon
I mean the
as
smolder
well
pick
as,
is just
Finn was
like
talking
what the
about. There are a lot of
hell.
questions to be
결국
answered here.
젠지는 돌고
Now we're
돌아
standing
스몰더
next to the
하고
game trophy here for League of
펜타킬
Legends,
앤
but
스몰더.
this isn't the only one that's on the line
결국
this
이게 스몰더
weekend
메타도
as we
아닌데
send it
스몰더
on
픽을
over
해가지고
to
펜타를
Free Fire.
먹고 이게 EWC까지
Hey
우승하나요?
everyone, we are currently at the Kadia Esports
Ooh,
Arena
Kitty?
where I've stumbled across Free Fire. Please introduce
Free
yourself to
Fire?
us.
Hi, my name is Gideon Q. I'm with Free Fire. I'm one of the panelists for the show.
That's super duper cool. Nice meeting you. And of course, talk me through today's games, because I heard you guys were in the semifinals right now.
Yes, we are in the semifinals. Players are going to be battling out to try and get as many points as possible for our championship happening tomorrow. Our very own grand finals is just to give them a little bit of edge before we get into it.
And of course, because it is the championship weekend, we have both the semifinals and grand finals for both Free Fire and League of Legends. So keep your eye out for it. and
She
we'll see you
says this
soon.
is Free Fire, but it's not Free Fire. It's a
Thank you very
game.
much,
It's called
Kitty.
Free Fire.
It is game winners to be crowned here.
It's
and
okay.
it
I
will
mean,
be a new
honestly,
one
Kitty,
in League of
she can get
Legends, as it was
confused.
T1 following
She's trying to
earlier
juggle like 10
AGAL
jobs right
already,
now.
already waiting in the grand
Interviewing
finals.
everybody.
Valdez, is it going to be
Why?
a Gen.G AGAL finals?
Free Fire.
I think based off of what we saw in game one, you know, just like T1
최악의
unfortunately
원딜러
fell
한스사마.
super easily to AGAL,
네.
I would say that
한스사마랑
G2 might
키티분이랑
suffer the
이제
same
서로
fate here. I think
연인
Gen.G
관계입니다.
have their number, and it should be a 2-0 tonight.
All right, Gen.G fans, let me hear you.
What is this
2-0 for
EWC
Gen.G.
break? Hey, come on, man. Hashtag
Finn, you got
ads
20 seconds
for
to
other
get this
games as
G2
well.
crowd riled up. 20 seconds.
G2, you have Europe behind you. Play with confidence and pick your champions and play your game. You are better than them and you can beat them.
You're better than them? Okay, G2? G2 fans?
The FTC
Where's the G2 fans in the
arena is
chat?
rocking as we get ourselves to
I know there's some
game
of you
number
guys in the
2.
chat.
Will it be Gen.G
EU,
or will it be
EU.
G2?
My region.
Thank you so much, Tigon. I love
Just
the
kidding, I'm
little
not from
rhyme,
EU.
or is it a rhyme
My
when it's like
region
rhyming two with
is
two? I'm
Korea.
not entirely sure, but it was very,
So,
very cute nonetheless. It is time for game 2.
Little bit of an awkward
and we'll
situation
see
here.
whether Gen.G can
Because
make
of
it a
T1.
2-0 or whether G2 can come back. Man, there are so many twos in all these sentences. It's
T1.
kind of ridiculous.
You love to see a smile on Caps' face after
lost.
a crushing loss like that, where you know he got outranged by Chovy. Chovy just outplays him
Your
in
region.
the early game, and then he gets free stacks. They had
Your
that really
region.
cool skirmish with Canyon.
혜민이는 머리카락 무슨 색인가?
Things went really well. I think we're gonna have to see a big change up here in
검은색이죠.
draft. Remember, against BLG, Caps pulled out that LeBlanc pick, right? And that was series defining. He crushed Knight so hard in the lane that Pejuan couldn't even play the game, right? Something like that.
Are you
is
hate watching
what
Gen.G?
we might need
No,
to
I don't
see
really
here
hate
from
watching teams so
G2. They
much.
have blue side now. The Azir was not
had
blue
Hate
side
watching
in
is
game one.
cringe,
I know.
my
They
guy.
have blue side again.
All right. So they now also have blue side.
But like some of these picks are gone, right? So picks like the Azir stock goes up quite significantly. see if the Talia is left open as we see a big change up here with the Rumble ban for G2 in this second game.
Yeah, it's going to mean that it's not 100% trophy bans
Leeson
on the side
banned?
of G2, giving that Rumble
Time to bring out the Canyon, Canyon Italy and the
taken
Keen
away
Renekton.
from Canyon, one of his
Renekton
most
이달리
impressive
나오나요?
champions, but a surprising ban
Canyon
here,
이달리
as
나오면
the
이제
Azir
난리
still
나거든.
left up the Vi and the Talia
I don't know what
going to be the
we're gonna
options
be
that
seeing
these
here
teams are
from the
playing with.
G2.
I think
First
banning
pick
the
on blue
Azir is
side.
still the safest bet, but it is
They're gonna ban
Caps,
Azir, 100%.
after all, who might
I
have
don't think-
something else prepared.
Never mind,
I think
Azir's
instead
open,
it's going
Azir's
to be
open.
a ban towards Humans.
뭐야,
Jarvan
캡스
in
선수
this
아지를
one,
이거
which gets a
선픽
big
안
laugh
하면은
out of
초비 아지를
Dylan Falco
나오거든요.
there.
캡스
So the first pick is
하스페
going to
아지를
be
or
is Trundle is strong into so many of the available jungles
I mean,
right now.
that's
Like, it's
Azir.
gonna make you feel pretty good into
Chobi Azir.
Xinjiao. If you know, Gen.G
Or are
might
they
go
trying to
for a
play like
Sejuani
Annie
draft
Yukong
here,
or
it
something?
is
Annie
also going to be
Xinjiao?
incredibly powerful into that, so that's not really an
아지를 안 할
option
이유가 없어
anymore.
근데.
And even
Especially
with
into
the
Trundle,
Talia
I think
still
Azir is
up,
really good. You
they're
do have the
looking
Shurima
for
Shuffle
this
away from the
Azir
Trundle
for
trailers.
Chovy,
Slow.
a pick he's so known for.
And you also have
Every
the ult,
LCK
which
mid
can,
who's ever called themselves
like
an
push
elite,
back the
an
Trundle,
LCK
right? You can
champion
block off the
is
Trundle.
known
He doesn't
for
have a
the
dash or
Azir.
anything. So.
And of course, Chovy is the strongest of said mids right now, and will be
Talia's
confident
open
enough to
too,
lock
yeah.
this one in.
I
The
mean, I
question
guess
is what
Trundle
comes
and
with
Talia?
it.
Is it going to be the jungle pick? Does Canyon just take something that he's willing to play
이러면은 상대가
into
그냥
the
탈리아
Trundle?
트런들
I mean, I
이렇게
think
할 것
Xinjiao is
같은데
still
더
playable
봐야
into
될
Trundle. You
겁니다.
don't feel great about what Trundle can do to you, but it is strong
Oh, there it
elsewhere.
is.
The Vi, not as
Canyon
effective
Vi.
by that Subjugate, and works really well with so many different other follow-up champions here. Can be a
Rumble is
pseudo-dive
open.
composition here with a strong side laning Azir.
No, it's not.
And they do end up
Rumble's
just
banned
taking that
Feviknight.
one away.
Okay, so now G2 are going to show us what they had prepared.
mundo.
When you pick the Trundle this early, you do have the opportunity to go towards whatever tank you would like.
Wow, they're
towards that
going
top
for the
side. It's
Annie
gonna be
there,
Annie in the
instant
mid lane, and there is a
And
Renekton, so in
Renekton.
fact, no tanks.
Okay,
to be
Broken
picked up
Blade
here by
Renekton.
G2.
You already have
They
a
are
very
going
good
pedal to
Renekton
the
game in the
metal,
tournament,
keeping up the
EWC so far.
aggression.
이미
As
EWC에서
Renekton has
브로큰
been
블레이드
pretty good
선수가
this
이제
tournament, I
레넥톤으로
have to say. Gives a
잭스를
little bit of that
쏠킬
Shuriman
따는
flavor
장면이
over to
있었고요.
G2 as well, and Gen.G, they are staying in the deserts of Shurima themselves.
I
The
mean,
Keen
I
Sante
think this
looking to
is
be on
not.
it in.
I feel like a lot of people would be shocked to see the Keen Sante because the Trundle is on the other side, but
Yeah, and in fact, it doesn't
happen.
happen.
It doesn't
Aatrox.
happen, but I actually thought that's what he was
Keen
going to pick
Aatrox
because
is
it's
not
just
to be
so
messed
safe
with
into
either, by the way.
Renekton, and in the laning phase, you're not going to be interacting
just really
with
good
that
with like
Trundle
infighters like
anyways.
Aatrox.
Feels pretty good into the Annie, but they pivot, and this draft
For
has a
Renekton,
lot of
champions
power
like
with the
that.
Vi. There's a lot of
Hey,
really
what champion
strong
can
mid-game
Keen
here.
not
We talk
play?
about the
Actually, he
late game
plays almost
Azir,
every
the side
champion,
laning Azir all the time, but because of his ultimate,
Keen
he
plays
can be
everything?
quite powerful
Yeah.
in mid-game fights with a composition like this where
Yup.
you can cut the team in half and split somebody off. The Vi follows up, the Aatrox follows up. Picks like the Kai'Sa, I feel like are really strong, even though we haven't been the biggest fans as the LCK casters here at this event of the pick for Gen.G, because you already have a ton of magic damage in this comp. You go into the AD
루시안
variant, you
브라운
follow
하지
up
말라고
on the
루시안을
mid-game power
배내고
of this draft
You're like,
so
okay, don't play
well.
Lucian Braum.
And there's
Ban
also the
Lucian.
fact that, I mean, the cease and desist, very
Probably
single
going to be
target,
done in
right?
a
The
support
Kai'Sa
now.
is able to follow up on anyone you choose to go in on. But I think that the combo that they are already representing with the Azir and the Vi is just something we've never really seen. Because these are two first-pick champions, Wolf.
Yeah.
And,
There it
they're on
is,
the
the
same
Poppy ban.
team right now.
They do leave the Xayah up.
Poppy
Gen.G
support.
do here for Hansama to potentially take. We've seen him be such a menace on this pick throughout EWC 2025, but see what it does eventuate here, as we could see a Kai'Sa ban to come through.
Xayah
I think
Rakan
Ezreal is
ankle,
also
no?
still really
Into
strong
Vi,
into G2's
Azir,
comp
Aatrox,
because you
Xayah's
can
pretty
stay
good.
away from
Xayah
the Renekton, you
Rakan이
stay away
나올
from
수
the
있긴
Annie,
하거든요.
you can just shift away from the
G2
pillar.
쪽에서 Xayah
Oh,
Rakan을
Senna's
선호할 것
similar
같은데.
strong.
Actually, because Rakan's so good for Gen.G, but G2 may be hoping that that is not going to be the decision. And a cow
Is
is a
G2 going to
possibility,
just,
right? Alistair is
play
definitely a big
Rakan?
one, but I
Yes
think
or
just
no?
picking an R4 Rakan just feels so good for Gen.G because it goes so well with so many things.
Gen.G,
There's so many
Rakan?
different options here for Gen.G.
Rakan
Like,
with
I
Vi?
feel like if you go Ezreal, you go for the
돌진하는
Rakan.
바위를
If
이제
you go for
같이 라칸이
even a
들어가줄 수
Kai'Sa. Like, all
있거든요.
of these things work well.
와,
The
근데 이제
Alistar gives
라칸,
you,
알리스타
even more
상대
robust mid-game power because of
그중에서
how
이제
tanky he is
알리스타를
in
먼저
those
픽하네.
fights. And you now have a front line because before everything else of this draft is relatively squishy. And, you know, the Alistar is just going to be happy to go into the front line of the Sani, happy to eat a Tibber stun so that the rest of the carries can go in and follow up.
아, 맞다.
Yep.
And that's
the one
Jarrakan?
tank that doesn't get get worried
Jinx
about
from Cancer Zyrocon. Okay, I think Zyrocon makes more sense.
And this is the danger that you had.
And what are we going to see from Ruler then?
You
Ruler?
were staring down the barrel of
check.
a lovers duo.
Zeri?
It's understandable. That's a Zeri.
No way.
Rulers,
I was thinking more of a Kaisa here.
Zeri.
I guess Kaisa, Alistair doesn't.
So much late game team fighting
Bane?
power.
제발! Bane! 제발! Please!
Yeah, let's see what Dura does decide for Ruler here. 5 seconds to go. Is Siva going to be the consideration? Certainly a lot of AoE and a bit of that.
Bane would have been
Shireen and
absolute
Flare.
cinema though.
How do you get
Bane은
on
진짜
top of this
개꿀잼이긴
Sivir
했는데,
Punisher
까비.
is the question that G2
근데
is
이
gonna
조합
have to
상대로
answer
베인 고려할
because
만했어. 근데.
The Azir is super safe, right? Has
궁
the
나오고
Shurima
그냥
Shuffle,
부른다.
they could use to engage, but also can just use the
I think
Empress
this
Divide
comp, I think Bane was
defensively.
actually
The spell
playable.
shield here for this Sivir makes it really difficult to lock her down. Even
But yeah,
Annie
Sivir's
doesn't have
way
a tough
safer.
time
You have wave
actually
clear.
stunning
베인의
Ruler.
제일
And the wave
최단
clear
점이
means
이제 웨이브
that
클리어가
Gen.G
개꿀이다.
can get prio on objectives
특히 이제 라인 섭을 해야 되는
really easily when
메타인데
it comes
베인
to
가지고
setting up
라인 섭
later on for third,
이거
fourth
할 수 있냐고.
dragon,
웨이브
barons,
밀어야 될 때
Archon.
못 밀고.
So
제때.
while I think if you cover Gen.G's comp and you look at what G2 have, there's a lot of synergy here. It's not a great trundle position. I think Gen.G
그러니까 이제 아지르 11이면은 웨이브 클리어가 말이 안 되나서 혹시라도 초반이 힘들어도 젠지는 이제 계속 미드 웨이브 다 지우면서 타워를 지키면서 성장하지 않을까. I mean, the thing is, Azir and Sivir probably the best wave clear in the game. So, especially Sivir. So we're gonna see a very long game. Even if Gen.G somehow loses the early game, I don't think they're just gonna keep clearing mid wave again and again and again and again. And we're gonna see a super long game, and then probably gonna just outscale. Yeah. That's probably why they picked Sivir in the first place, with the wave clear.
We'll see whether their key can survive one more game or whether Gen.G are going to be crushing it on their way to the final against AL. And AL, they have been on a bit of a tear. They are no strangers to crushing
Here
the
it
keys
is.
of
Game
LCK
2, hopefully no pauses.
And
I
Gen.G
think
gonna certainly have to study
who
up
won draft,
before
guys?
that one,
Let me
but
know in
they
the
do
chat
need
who you
to
think
make
you won
sure
draft.
that they
There's also a
dispatch
prediction
G2
going on in
in
Twitch
this
chat if you want
second
to
game
vote on the top of the
first.
chat.
And here we are onto the Rift for that second game. Maybe G2 can catch them napping.
Gen.G won the draft.
They've got a bit of a plan moving into this second game. We'll see. Otherwise, it's a date with T1 tomorrow in that best of 3 to decide who picks up the third place.
T1.
And that is an extra
3-4위전 해야
돼. But that's it's not small money.
저서 그냥 집도 못 가고 3-4위전 해야
We
된다고.
do the big money at EWC, and we have massive prize
I
pool,
know.
and every single step up you go,
We'll support
the
them
more
now.
you are going to get.
T1 has to play
Team on
tomorrow
Broken
despite
Blade
being
here
out.
playing aggressively at this level.
Depression.
One Keen gets the ward onto the
Are you watching
blue buff
LR Gap
there
after? Yeah,
of
that is the
G2,
plan.
so
We're going to be
Vision
doing that.
Traded across the map here. Duro and Ruler at the ready
T1
there
페니시가
in
뭐예요?
the
네,
bottom
맞습니다.
lane. We'll actually have the
복장도
fast
T1.
track. And it looks like that's just
T1은
going to be
복장
now the
입고
5-point
왔는데.
starts to eventuate. Caps does obviously have stun at level 1, but I don't think they're going to look for a play here. And Gen.G just playfully letting G2 know that there ain't anything happening
Samsung
at
Galaxy.
level 1.
Ruler also giving us a bit of a history lesson, which is
SSG.
kind of cute. Of course, one of the JDG flares there, and then Samsung Galaxy. Kind of cute. Just, you know, the teams that he managed to pick up international titles on.
So they are going to try to utilize
아니,
this
거의
extra
무슨
pressure here
축제야,
that Gen.G has
지금.
to relinquish with the level 1 Alistair
Look at the
to
crowd, though.
set up some vertical
That
jungling
energy.
here and invade for Skumon as he is going to take away the blue buff here of Canyon. And Gen.G very well aware that this is happening. And so we'll see what Canyon does respond with, since he is starting topside on that red buff. Has vision, of course, of Skumon's blue, so he may just simply cross, and we have that vertical jungle.
LeBron not able to give that heal over to Hans.
Hansen are having some good trades there. 다이아 좀 좋은데?
Like we were saying, it is indeed just vertical jungling
Canyon, you were seen on the
these,
award though.
these
맞아요,
two
보여가지고
junglers.
근데.
Skymon coming on over though.
Oh, Skymon is
just
not
feeling
letting him
like
have
he can do
this.
battle with Canyon, and he absolutely can. The chomp is so valuable.
이거 잘못하면 잡겠는데. Wait, Canyon might actually go down here.
Flash. Yeah, Broken Blade looking for it. Does manage to vault.
Okay, I thought you queued already.
굉장히
So he's fine. Doesn't have to
무섭고요.
flash. Still,
Now Skymon's gonna counter engage, counter invade.
It's not over yet because there's so much pride.
이러면 바이는 바텀 뛰어야 되고.
out of the lane. Canyon
바이 좀 망했는
really
걸?
in trouble here, and G2 playing around this early prio so incredibly well. weren't able to make a level 1.
Because
you know,
if
happen
Vi
to
tries
where
to
they
contest
get
the
a picker,
Raptors
they
here
have to
without
use extra
HP, you're
pressure
gonna
to
die.
set this vertical
Gonna
jungling
die.
and shut this Vi down. As now Canyon's looking to cross over into this
Jungle.
quadrant here and take the red buff
오, 상대 레드인데. So this is very interesting. So Canyon just runs to the enemy top lane. So Canyon's gonna get 2 red buffs, right? But like, look at the bot lane though. He's pushing up. So this is actually scary for Hansama and LeBron. They have to be watching out. 오히려 G2 바텀이 위기에 쌓였거든요. 이거 초반 인베 때문에. 바텀 2대2 되게 잘하고 있었는데 라고 말하는 순간 바로 그냥 이거 바이 오거든요. But is coming here. They have to watch out. Oh, there it is. I think they have to flash or something. Okay, they got it.
Doesn't get too much, and there's the flash forward to block the Vault Breaker. Beautifully done. Duro gonna have to go in, make sure that he keeps his jungler alive.
Oh my gosh!
Out of the way.
Wait, this is so bad for Canyon though. 이러면은 바이 역대급으로 망한 게. He's gonna grab Scuttle and going to grab the enemy jungle. 그럼 바이는 이렇게 되면은 다시 탑으로 뛰어서 탑에 캠프가 없는데 there is no jungle camps in top lane. And the thing is, like, his top also doesn't have priority. Aatrox is getting pushed in, so big headache situation for Canyon. Oh, he's actually gambling on the wolves. 네, 늑대로 뛰었는데. 하지만 이거 그냥 질 수 없다? 와, 이게 진짜 이게 트런들 체급이 꽤 정말 좋구나. 전도 just has a crazy 1v1. So thankfully for Canyon, he does get his Grump back. Skimmer's just gonna go and run to its top side. Right. 이러면은 칼날불이 먹고 이제 트런들이 탑에서 바위기 하나 더 먹을 것 같은데 그다음에 이제 본인 캠프 먹겠죠? 본인 캠프 나중으로 남겨놔도 되는 게 굳이 Trunks was discussing early. Yeah, I'm just surprised like this is turning out because of the one word. 와드 하나 때문에 바이가 좀 들킨 거긴 해서. Baii actually go for an early dragon. Look at that. Or what? 바이가 설마 이거 용을 먹는다면? Bai's going for the dragon. This is really smart from Canyon because there's nothing on the map that he can do other than grabbing raptors. 이러면은 용을 챙기는 거라. Let's see how many CS he's gonna be behind. 트런들이 더 이겨먹고 더 들어오까지 않을까? 칼날불이 더 들어갈 수도 있어. I think Scumon's gonna invade the Raptors as well. Enemy Raptors. Look at the top lane matchup going on. They both all day. 잘한 듯한. Wow. Some crazy stuff going on in the jungle. Canyon is trying to farm whatever counts he can. There it is. Oh, Duro has no flash. I think he might be dead. Never mind. No W coming through from the profile over there, so that's okay.
Sometimes that's all. He's also got a mouse and he's got a right-click button on it.
I mean, at the end of the day,
you will get
camp gap is
like
similar.
Potential split back is TP is going to be committed here by Duro and Hansama.
6렙이 아직 아니라서 이거는 어려워 보이거든요. Whoa! First spawn, but LeBron is gonna get it, and LeBron might be dead here. Goodbye. Or is he? He's gonna walk out?
Tanking the turret is a little bit dangerous here for these guys. As LeBron, one more auto.
Wait! LeBron gets a double kill.
Never mind, one of them
was
in fact.
That's Canyon! You should farm up a little bit, my guy. I mean, there is no camps to farm, that's the problem. 근데 이게 먹을 캠프가 지금 나오는 거라서 블루랑 두꺼비가 지금 나오거든요. 그래서 그 남는 시간에 이제 바텀 들는 건데 또. 와, 얘 진짜 많이 꼬였다, 이렇게 되면. This is really bad for Baii, I think. She's gonna fall back. I mean, the level, I mean, she got her kills, so she's actually ahead in the gold, which is really interesting here. But the thing is, the caps are still advantage for Skimon. He's actually going for another read. I think Canyon's actually catching up pretty well, and his decision on Dragon was good. The bot lane dive was a little bit too crazy though. 제일 중요한 거는 근데 라칸이 킬 먹은 거. 라칸이 킬 먹어서 괜찮은 거 같기도 하고. 지금 보시면은 레벨링 오히려 5렙 대 5렙 이렇게 잘 됐거든요. I think this is actually not too bad. 남는 턴에 갱을 가는 거라서 그렇게까지 손해가 안 나는 느낌이긴 하다. I mean, let's watch this again. Let's watch this again. Hansama has some really crazy E-flash. E프를 되게 잘 사용했는데 그거를 예상을 했겠지. They're both thinking about it. 룰러 선수가 살짝 바텀. Hansama just getting caught out. Look at that. Canyon is involved in the ball lane. 바텀이 근데 진짜 다행이가 계속 바텀적이네요. Like the way this Canyon is playing is crazy because like he should have fallen behind a lot. But every single time he's making a huge impact on the map, despite being early invaded. You know, I think the fact that he went from rep off to enemy rep off, really smart, really smart. Obviously, obviously we're gonna do that heavy. Like, obviously, I still think the fact that he also grabbed Dragon. When there's no caps to grab, he grabbed Dragon. When there's no caps to grab, he go for the bot guy. And now Hansama has already died 2 times. 그리고 6렙 타이밍에 또 미드 찔러가지고 미드 6렙 지금 바이가 바로 그냥 미드 갱을 가버리네. 진짜 감탄이다 라고 말하는 순간 바로 라고 칭찬을 하는 순간 바로 그냥 I mean the moment saying that Canyon is playing super good. Canyon's
just used his, so if anyone shows up, I don't know what he expected was going to happen. But a lot of greed there from Canyon.
Every time,
and that's a massive swing
me,
back.
I'm just cursing everybody.
The pendulum of the bottom lane goal just keeps swinging as they trade kills in these moments.
이건 다지 그래. 그러니까 라칸 잘해도 기분이 좋을 것 같기도 하고.
But at least they kind of tripped over their
In the
shoelaces
end, though, Trundle is way ahead. Trundle's 0-0-0 though.
For Gen.G,
트런들이 000이긴 합니다.
perhaps a bit too proactive in the aftermath.
결국은 그래도 이제 남아있던 정글까지 다 돌면서 Three board grabs secured by Trundle.
Just dealing with Ruler.
Second Drake is
Some crazy jungle 5 head coming
Ruler is
through.
going to back away.
제가 이래서 정글은 정말 리스펙트합니다. 거의 뭐 체스를 두고 있어. The jungle players, they're playing chess or something. I don't know. I really respect good jungle players. Not the bad ones.
You know, Broken Blade doesn't have TP.
Good jungle players, they're actually just playing chess.
So it would be a
4v4
at most.
Duro just playing with his Hex Flash, just enjoying himself.
Pawn to
Try to
A4.
feather call back me.
Yeah.
Jump those.
And then it's enemy turn.
I hold this wave, and he does definitely do that.
They move the bishop.
Cleaning up those minions pretty satisfyingly as the dragon is going to spawn.
And then
So who's going to be able to take it, and then we'll be able to see what
They really want to contest this bot dragon. Look at that TP coming through from Labrov actually.
Just wanting to hold this wave as best he can.
A little bit,
이거는 근데 바텀 시야를 되게 잘 잡아놨다 라칸이. Look at Rakan actually placed 3 wars into the enemy jungle bottom side.
Quite nicely. See whether he's trying to trade back as Gen.G looking for a skirmish potentially here in the
has
river.
to start from the start.
Full health, but Hansama looking to go aggressive as on the hunt comes on in there. That spell shield just glorious.
Start from the beginning.
But it does mean that the
Good
root
E
comes
coming
down
there from
the blade
Ruler. Hansama is not looking too good, so despite having the vision, now Gen.G is sweeping the vision like that.
from Caps top lane. Wanting to punish Keen here.
이러면은 용은 그냥 주는 판단인가?
Uses it to get out of the way, but Tivers
I
comes
think
down.
Keen might be dead
Should
here.
be the burst damage available as never mind. Keen just umbrally dashes away.
Broken Blade! You had a flash, but no HP.
Okay,
well, that's Dragon, and I just don't think that's worth it here. You're going to pick up some additional gold, but it's split here between two players.
탑에서 템포로 타는 순간 그냥 용 주는 거라서. 근데 애초에 자야가 방금
레이드에서 멤버십 가입 환영합니다.
I wish for 6 really pushing it.
Yes.
And I think Scuffle. Okay, Scuffle flash out. Okay.
Anything that he wants. Does get the subjugate off, and that is going to give him a bit of his health back. But already, even
I think the moment Zaya is really low, though. I don't agree with the casters. Caps actually tipping top was smart. because
you
I
know,
was already too
Ensemble was
low
already
in the
losing out. The
2v2.
mid lane was significantly low, as this isn't done yet up here. Oh man, Caps.
Caps is
There's no
super
ult
bad.
for Canyon. Caps does not have flash though. He gets chained.
Unless
everything kind of misses except for that Q2, and he's still.
he's warning out. 잠시만, 이러면 아까 바텀에서 그분 장면이 누웠어요. Canyon is doing the same thing that he did bot lane too. Yeah, he got the kill, but at the same time, it's like
Gen.G could have just let him get
giving
away.
over
This
enemy
game
team
is getting a little bit weird in terms of the constant hard forcing. We're not really playing the map. We're just playing C champion.
뭔가 즐긴 모드인가라고.
But I think we have to give credit to Skumon and having a
뒤로
good
그냥
read
돌아서
on what the
갈 수
points of
있긴
attack
했는데
there are
뭔가
for
스킬샷이 좀
Gen.G
안
because he
맞아서
doesn't see
나온
that if he's
상황이죠,
not towards the
솔직히.
top side of the
I mean,
map
Aatrox
there,
kind of
and
missed
Caps just
everything.
dies
That's
for
why
free.
that
It's a
happened.
disaster.
So
I think
I
it's
have to
still a
go
big win here
underneath
for
tower
Gen.G
to finish the
'cause team's gonna
kill.
get a demolished proc here,
I mean,
pick up a
Viper
ton
probably
of
just
free
like
gold.
backed out
Caps
after
is pushed
Aatrox
off
missed
the map,
everything.
doesn't have
But,
TP, so at the end of the day, still a massive win. But you know, you've got to give credit where it's due. Could have been worse for Gen.G or for G2, excuse me, and maybe
So Wu thinks
sticks
it's actually a
around
good
little
ending
bit
for
too long
Gen.G.
here. Doesn't look like it.
I think it was half an hour. I think the kill on Toronto was huge. I think Toronto 이거 봐, 트포 나왔잖아. 방금 킬 먹고.
Just going to back away and play this one respectfully.
Like every time G2 lose somewhere on the map, they're
Canyon
finding
타달라는
some
안 된다고.
angle, right? Like Broken Blade picks up a little bit of
이미
plate gold. They
그때
get that split plate gold on
MSI에서
top side. You know, 4
이겼잖아요.
out of those 5 plates do go over. That gold does stack up. Like G2
근데
have
이번에
a
타잔
gold
선수
lead
폼
in this
진짜
game
좋긴
for
하더라.
sure. My issue is the
MSI의
fact
그 AL이
that the
아닌가.
farm here for Caps is very low. He doesn't have that much farm. You know, he's significantly behind Chovy here. This scaling Azir is going to do
결국
more
근데
damage in
레벨링은
team
트론들보다
fights.
잘하고 있는
So the
바이고요.
lead that G2 has right now is
다른
small. And that's
라인은
problematic because they want it to
보시면
be big. Is oh boy, this isn't it.
Chovy giving Chovy Azir might be a problem, G2.
Not exactly too happy about how this one's
뭐
going,
그런
as
느낌.
another mid laner is going to get doped this time towards the top side of the map. The exhaust goes down onto Caps. As Tibbers was trying to help out, but that is a successful dive. The world ending here is Chovy down to 200 here on the bottom side as Hansama. He's underneath the turret, manages to take down the Azir, and now Canyon will be falling as well. They overload the bot lane, and they get exactly what they want. G2, great play to answer as
대각선의 법칙.
I just don't think Ruler's going to do
What the hell? Diagonal play. Because Alistair's top lane diving top, there is a lack of members in the bottom side for Gen.G. That's why they lost this match. They lost the skirmish both sides. 알리스타가 탑에 갔기 때문에 인원이 비는 상황에서 젠지가 이제 바텀에까지 이제 싸움이 걸려버렸기 때문에 대각선의 법칙이라는 게 나온 그 얘기가 되는 이유도 결국은 반대편의 인원이 모자른다는 얘기거든요. 위에서 인원이 투입되면.
Make sure the sandworms aren't coming over.
Just woke up, yo. Good morning.
Understanding where the legs are supposed to go.
But ultimately, you know, Gen.G, it's not a lead to where this game is over by any means. Hansama is
As
still
I said
massive
again
in
though,
this
for
one.
Gen.G,
But the
they can
map
pretty
reads
much
here
just
have been
wave
pretty
clear
good
receiver
for
sitting mid.
Gen.G,
그냥
and now
미드에서
those
근데
additional stats from the
시비르가
feats of
그냥
strength
계속
looking
웨이브
for potential
클리어하고
arrow
이런
fight
플레이를
here.
할 거기 때문에
Gen.G have Keen and the
초반에
top
이렇게
side
비벼져도
rotating over. Chovy
결국은
also has
젠지가
TP
이기지
as well
않을까.
coming
나는.
back up.
Seen this one
I
before.
think Genji's just gonna win the end though, just because they have a 0 and super wave clear. So with this kind of positive plays coming through from G2, it might still be hard to finish the game, and we're gonna see like late game and 0 in the end anyways. I know it sounds a little bit depressing for G2 fans to listen to, but I'm just trying to analyze what I know
They're going to try and
from
burst him out,
League of
but he
Legends.
does create a lot of distance, and Duro comes in for the save. So Gen.G, good defensive play this time around, and even a teleport going to be invested here as King really wants to hit someone. Because he pressed a pretty important
going
button.
top then?
Caps is like, all right, cool.
이러면
He's out of here. I'm
탑에서
gonna try to push as
타워가
fast as I can on
나가겠는
the
걸?
top side and get a
Top
turret.
tower's
And
gonna
I
go
think we
down.
should be okay down here on this
Cap
bottom
is happy.
side.
He's just
Good
farming it.
rotation here from
Cap is happy.
G2. Yeah, Duro actually cancelling that one. Not sure about that, as the pillar is going to make things a bit uncomfortable. But Ruler's making his way
Duro
over.
does have
Can
ulti?
Duro buy enough
No?
time? Is the
Okay, he
unbreakable
just
will
runs off.
finally going to get pressed? And Ruler does just say, get out of here. But still, like you were saying, that is the turret going down on the top side of the map. It is in trade for the bottom outer as well, so keeping things even on the side of Gen.G. But speaking of even, it's down to a 300 gold advantage for Gen.G.
I feel like on one hand, this game has been incredibly action-packed. We're already 12 kills in at 16, nearly 17 minutes in. But on the other hand, it's also been a thinking man's League of Legends game. It's been a macro game of trades constantly, both teams making the best decision possible.
Yeah, the early game was all about the jungle tapping, by the way. 초반에 옛날에는 근데 정글 서로 이렇게 동선 짜고 이런 게 진짜 재밌었는데 킬은 지금은 좀 많이 나오긴 하죠. There's actually a lot of kills, 6 kills for 6 kills so far. Skirmishes going on. Gen.G is just gonna give the dragon that. Look at Vi's location going topside. 아니 탑에서 바위게 먹고
Duro's gonna get pushed away. Chovy.
Duro's ulti 야소자. Duro's ulti.
He's actually looking for a bit of an angle here to try and answer his. Oh dear, yeah, Hansama gonna be able to at least get an assist. I thought that they were gonna try and leave him the kill, but the Drake goes
줄
over
거면은 그냥 미드에 같이 있던가 아니면은 오 제.
Second of the game, and now Skewman doing that.
If Ruler dies here, the tower is gone though.
And now Ruler is just gonna get eaten.
What is the damage from Chongo?
Just a little bit
What do you mean?
That's 100% worth. So many angles. No, it's fantastic.
아니 알리스타랑 시베르가 미드. Wait, I think Caps. Does have flash? He's not gonna die here. Oh, that was actually pretty good from Kian, but Chovy's here. This is really far. Vi is really far too. I don't think they want to commit. 와 이거 미드 타워 있는 거 좀 많이 안 좋은데 근데. Mid tower going down is really bad though because as I said, Silver definitely want to just sit back and just keep clearing mid lane. Like, we can't really do that when the wave is like this. No towers anymore. Can have to receive the wave now. Does he walk up? They can actually engage on you. Like Trundle can just run you down. As you saw. 트런드 개사기네 저 템포 뭐야? 아니 트런드 그냥 들어와가지고 그냥 막 펀치 날리는데 막 뻥뻥뻥뻥. 결국 초비가 해줘야 됩니다. Chobi has to carry and he's actually level 13 right now. 13레벨이라서 근데 아직은 되게 잘 컸죠. CS 되게 잘 먹어. Mr. Alistar! Mr. Duro! What are you doing, my guy? This guy's lost. He needs to, if he's gonna contest vision, you have to go with your jungler and your teammates. 정글이랑 같이 이렇게 와드 지울 때, 와드 할 때는 정글이랑 같이 움직여야 돼요. 혼자 들어가면은 그냥 상대가 오 뭐야 서포 혼자네? 이렇게 들어와서 그리고 이제 용 주는 판단했을 때 바이가 탑이잖아? 그럼 이제 서폿이 미드에서 시비를 같이 지키는 플레이. 시비 옆에서 다 감사합니다. 쏘면 가고 보디가드 역할을 해야 되는데 잘리는 게 좀 아쉽죠. 미드 라인에 서 있어서. I mean, Caps has no flash. This could actually be a kill. Let's watch.
Down goes Tibbers, that's a decent quickness there.
Okay, Keen flashing though.
Flashing for it. The heal comes in though, and Keen just unable to close the gap. Caps able to move himself
that
back.
Was a crazy save from Labrov, but meanwhile, Canyon's pressuring both the tower.
Well, maybe they will. Summer is looking for the angle. There's the flash forward. Keen wants to be able to do something, but he doesn't.
미쳤네 그냥 갑자기 왜 저래? 전판에 그 G2가 아닌데? Wait, G2 is playing actually good? What is going on?
On both sides of the map here. They're gonna have to get a teleport from the outside, look for a pick. I don't think it's enough.
Yep, cease and desist coming on through there.
Lockett saving Canyon here. Oh my gosh, and flashing forward from Chovy, double kill! He might go for triple. 다시 뜯었네 이거. 스펠 다시 뜯었네. There it is! No flash on Caps, I think he's dead! Oh, there it is. I think that might be boom. 게임 터졌네. 방금 더블킬 아재를 먹어서 이제 미드 차이 엄청 많이 난다. 2,300원 차이. 2,300 gold gap from mid. If you look at Chovy, he's been farming very well as usual.
Bottom side inner goes over and trade for only the top side inner for G2, and Gen.G strike back and will take a gold lead.
이거는 좀 사고인 게 이때까지는 그래도 G2가 진짜 잘하고 있었거든. 그리고
of the Alistar here into the ult from Chovy.
This flash
to secure the kill. It's just the cherry on top there. It ends up being a win for G2, or sorry, for Gen.G.
Chovy's popping off. Caps is just getting a little bit gapped today. Then again, he's playing into Chovy, to be fair.
Now it's 1,500.
I think a lot of mid laners in the world will get gapped by Chovy.
It's just the pendulum keeps swinging back and forth. As now Gen.G are looking for an Otacon start here.
이거는 진짜 미드가 너무 잘해줘서 그나마 젠지가 또 어떡하냐고 Jen is actually just doing Otacon here, crazy. So I think Duro's just gonna try to W the Trundle rate. 트런들 아예 못 찌는 실패 못하게 알리스타가 저기 앞을 지키고 있어서. This one's looking hard for G2 now. Looking hard for G2.
Try and get a cross map happening.
Yeah,
Bro, G2 is playing so good. Look at their Rakan and Zarya's playing super good.
He has a very large lead.
G2 바텀은 근데 이번 판 진짜 자야라칸 미치긴 했다. They were getting constantly ganked by Vi too. 바이한테 바이가 엄청 많이 왔거든 바텀.
Yeah, Chovy is worth a whole lot of money here as Canyon obviously shadowing as there is
Oh wait, they really
want
to kill Chovy because no flash on Chovy! And Chovy goes down. Shutdown going over. Caps is doing a lot of damage considering it's 0-4. 야, 용키 4데스! 용키 4데스 애니가 맞아? 근데 방금... And they all live. No way. Gen.G is a one-man team right now with how fed Azir is. When he goes down, there's no damage anymore, right?
come for the play here, but they're just too slow. They're not set up as fast. They trickle through. Lebrov has gotten
that means
so
Scuffle's
much
gonna run straight to Dragon,
lock.
and Dragon's gonna be over.
Insane.
Second Dragon gonna be over to
Redemption down as well. So watch this again. Caps is over the wall here, so has to rotate
around. I think Chovy was a little bit too confident because not only does his Aatrox have TP, Vi was also behind as well. 그러니까 이게 살짝 몸이 앞으로 쏠렸네요, Chovy 선수가. 근데 이게 왜냐면은 옆에 바로 바이가 있었고 텔포도 있었기 때문에 이거 한번 해보자 이런 콜인 것 같은데 알리스타가 너무 멀었거든? Alistair was mid, like completely out of the fight by the way. So there was basically a 4v5 and like Aatrox TP didn't happen on time. 아트록스 텔포가 되게 느리게 오기 때문에 조금 급하지 않았나.
As they take down this blue sentinel.
It is what happens when you don't have flash and most of the gold is on you. Everyone's gonna focus you. So that's why Chovy's gonna grab those sequels
So much of this game, Hansama has cleaned up these overextensions from Gen.G. He's gotten the last hits of the kills, right? Like he's gotten so much money from actually securing the kills, but we haven't seen him rip through Gen.G in a straight-up front-to-back 5v5 that much this game. It's been so much skirmishing, it's been so much scrappy fighting, where we haven't seen 10 players walk to a Dragon or a Baron and say, let's go.
GT just turns into a different team when they play Zarkon. Like Lebrov's Zarkon is one of the cleanest.
But because
and then Hansama's Xayah is popping
is so massive and is so safe in this draft, Hansama I feel like has
G2
yet to play his
바텀은
biggest role in this
다른
game.
거 할 때는 그냥 그랬는데 그렇게 라브로브 선수가 라칸을 할 때 좀 되게 매섭고 그리고 이제 한사마 선수 자야 이번 EWC에서 벌써 자야를 라칸으로 하드 캐리를 했었죠. Oh, there it is, Gen.G. I think this one looks... Oh wait, Xayah? Xayah's killing everybody! Hansama's gonna get triple kill!
And they couldn't do it!
Wait, they instantly killed! Like literally Annie couldn't even do anything by the way. 방금 Annie 아무것도 못했는데. No way! G2 is doing it! G2 is doing it! Hansama's gonna grab the Baron! Oh my! Really wasn't even there. I don't even know why Gen.G is going for that then. 아니 11이 없는데 Gen.G 아까부터 앨리스 없고 11이 없고 막 이런데 싸움을 걸고 있으니까 안 좋은데. And look at the location of Silver. 11이가 미드. 11이가 미드에 보였고. 아니 이거 뭐야 이거 what is this? What is this? Okay, there we go. Okay, we're back. Okay, 괜찮아. 숨 쉬어.
Get close to him. Skewmon peels. Broken Blade comes in. It's a blender, as you said, and Hansama's damage.
I mean, it's straight up fighting a 4v5 from Gen.G. Trying to catch a Caps, but Caps is alone. Everybody on G2 is together. G2는 항상 뭔가 모여있는 느낌이고 항상 같이 있는데 Gen.G는 지금 한두 명씩 계속 빠진 상태에서 싸움이 시작되고 있어가지고.
I just don't know what Gen.G were really thinking. Maybe they thought that there was an angle and that there weren't all the members of G2 there around the blue buff that was taken. Teamfight damage absolutely gigantic, as we were talking about before. Hansama didn't even need to flash in that last fight.
And his ult's almost back up.
Yeah.
So good luck catching this guy
Flash is up for Xayah. You're right.
I mean, you didn't catch him last time.
But there's only kills.
Again, I should really say.
미카엘을 안 갔어 근데. 라칸이 미카엘을 안 갔어? 미카엘 할 게 없긴 하네 생각해보니까. They don't actually have anything to be killed.
Do enough, and yes, you kill the Annie, but it doesn't even. It just makes Tibbs
Alistair is airborne. Vi point and click airborne.
Feels like as once again, Ruler on the other side of the fight here as Gen.G look to try and defend.
Azir ult is an airborne as well.
The Baron starting to stack up.
1.4k goals still for Chovy, but everyone else is kind of
We'll see
struggling.
how much more it's going to be.
This is not the greatest sieging composition here for G2. Like, they need picks to really break open the base, as Ruler is playing Sivir and can clear these waves so incredibly quickly. Desire is low range, right? And
근데 어차피 바로 먹어도 억제기는 못 밀 것 같은데, 시드를 아직.
in the mid lane or anything like that.
I mean, Sivir is here. I don't think they can push the inhibitor, so Gen.G is going to be able to.
The greatest Baron that we have seen in terms of damage just yet, as Lebrov is going to double down on
he's
that.
battle dancing, it's fine. He's just able to get himself out of there. As Keen may not be
Lebrov?
capable of the same thing. The Ruthless Predator has
아니,
found
라칸
him,
진짜
and
뭐
he is looking to sink his
간이
teeth
배
in.
밖에
The
튀어나오는
flash
방금
ball there from
플레이
King will
진짜
get into relative safety, but now doesn't
너무
have that
무서운
tool
플레이를
for the
과감하게
next
하네.
fight.
I think Gen.G are not happy with the game state,
아재를
but I think
풀콤보
they're pretty
꽂았으면
happy with
어떡하려고.
the limited damage this Baron has actually done to them.
그러니까 바론 먹고
overall.
지금
You know, we
웨이브
saw
클리어
a
때문에
TP
아무것도
commit there
못하고
from
있죠.
Duro. It was a
This
bit
is
absurd.
weird angle that Canyon's found himself in.
Hansama does have
I mean,
flash
they
and
don't know
ult.
Canyon's in the bush there.
Canyon being
Oh, but Ruler doesn't know they're.
very
Oh
patient.
my.
Ruler's just dead. Never mind. Maybe too patient.
This
Maybe
is a
Ruler wasn't
terrible
patient
game from
enough. I'm
Ruler,
not entirely sure, but that was embarrassing.
honestly,
As now Gen.G looking to back
G2
away,
has
not
every
wanting
single
to, let any
ward,
more fall.
like all the
We've
bot side
spoken
jungle
about
has
the
been
ruler
completely
position. Well,
warded.
maybe
So.
not so much this tournament, but that was an example of exactly what that is.
Yeah, that was potentially
Hansama playground. Yeah, Hansama just auto-attacked him a couple times and Ruler just dead.
No
That's
more
how fast
Sivir,
so
no more
Zion is
wave
right now.
clear. And
Quite
G2,
fast.
now the base is open. That's the first inhibitor to fall here. They will back away, try to grab a second. That bottom wave, though, is at the midway point, so there's no wave to crash through. Baron fades away, and they'll be happy to take a third Cloud Drake. That will be Cloud's sole point for them, but they have so much additional movement speed in this game to chase down targets.
I like the let's go Gen.G and then just the cover up.
탑에서 다 빨리고 자야가 관전자가. 자야가
Respect where it's
맞아,
having
맞아.
a phenomenal game too here. Brilliant.
탑돔에서
bounce
초반에
back.
공략하긴
It's interesting that
했는데
Caps is 1-5 this game. He's 1,200 gold behind
그다음
Chovy.
교전마다
But I think in
계속
every
키를
Caps
먹어버리는
death,
자야였고.
there has been a win for G2. You know what I mean? As Chovy is now dead, maybe.
Chovy is flashing, but he has 그림은 전냐. Oh man.
Even uses Zonya's.
전냐도 못 쓰고 죽었어.
As G2 looking a
Look
little
at Gen.G's location. Gen.G 지금 위치 다 바이는지 레드 먹고 있지. 아트록스는 탑 밀고 집 가고 있고. 알리스타는 저기 마드를 저기 있다 왜 하는 건데? Why is Alistair warding around Baron? Baron's not even coming up in 2 minutes. 바로 2분인데. 근데 뭐 솔직히 지금 할 게 없긴 한데.
When they don't necessarily have a foolproof opportunity to do so. They are just taking
그냥
away what they can.
전체적으로 근데 경기 내내 4대5 싸움 하고 막 그랬거든.
We'll watch this moment here again. So this is a setup here
물론
from Canyon
G2도
where
잘했죠 당연히.
he's trying
G2
to make sure Ruler
잘하는데
can clear this wave and then
그만큼
they can
젠지도
potentially look for
살짝
the collapse,
뭔가
but they're just a little
너무
bit too desynced.
안일했던
And I think this was a
그런
greedy attempt, but when you're this far behind
I
and when the Baron
I
is
feel like
pushing,
Gen.G
you
keeps
want to fish
opting in
stuff
for
like
like
this. Chovy ends up being caught, but I wanna go back
weirdly
to some of
aggressive
the trades we talked
positions
about in the early macro
and
game. Like,
aggressive
I feel
team
like if G2 hadn't played
fights
the map
when they're down
as well
members,
as they did to keep
right?
the game as even as it
The
was, this
Divide
game
was
would look
grabbing
very
red,
differently.
Aatrox was
And
pushing
then
top,
Caps kept getting
Alistair's
taken
warding
sides,
around
right? They
Baron when
focused
Baron's
him
coming
down
up in
so
2
much,
minutes.
That's why
Like,
he was 1-5, and
there's
now
really
it's
no
2-5
reason to
after
ward like
picking up
that,
the kill to
honestly.
Chovy. But his sacrifices were
And like
not
if you're
in
gonna do
vain,
like
and
that, then
G2
you just
stayed
have
in
to
the
give the
game.
bot
Hansama
tower.
was able
They're
to
just
clean
gonna
up
dive
so
you
many
like
of the fights,
this.
punish Gen.G
Chovy just got
so
but he should
significantly
probably
that
just
I
give
feel
up
like
the
there's no
tower.
way back.
But he probably didn't
And,
want to give the
Ruler's
tower.
dead again.
And now Rulers can't
not
even
sure,
walk up the bush.
what that was about, but he did.
You just get one
face
shot.
check.
He looks mad too on the player cam. He's frustrated. He did not want to play a 3-game series before potentially making it to the finals, and now he's probably worried about his path there.
T1도 그렇고 근데
That game is
젠지도
all but
그렇고
over.
진짜
That
아니
face
근데
check
이거
looked like
뭐냐고
he
what is this? Oh my gosh. Okay, after the game I'm gonna refresh. 게임 끝나고 이거 세려고치 한번 하도록 하겠습니다.
Did want to play a
이러면은
3-game
살짝씩
series and
그
wanted to
조금
get the game
중계랑
quickly as
차이가 나긴
possible.
하는데 어쩔 수 없어.
That's what it looked like to me as
게임적이니까.
G2 looking to take down the last remaining
집중해야
inhibitor
되고요.
turret. That is going to fall.
Even the Sherman
Inhibitor soon to follow. As
Sherman
Gen.G
still
waiting
there.
underneath
What do you
their
mean?
Nexus turrets. G2
G2 actually gonna do a miracle? Pulling a miracle.
And G2 not pushing up more than they necessarily can.
Okay,
as
wait.
LeBron, he
The
can
countdown
because
yet.
he's Rakan.
The countdown yet.
And now Duro.
억제기
sneaking
파밍하면은
around for a little bit of an
근데
angle here.
이제 레벨링이나
They don't
골드
really
차이
have the
이런 거
vision. The Baron's going to
좁힐
be
수
up in
있거든.
15 seconds. G2
I mean, the
looking
thing
to
is, if
grab
you just
that
farm the
before they push the rest
super
of
minion
the way.
waves, right?
Gen.G not wanting to give up
Should be able
without a
to
fight.
catch up.
As 1
The problem
second
is
Ruler
G2 is probably
now
going to force Vision ends, right?
So
Playing
they'll
around
have their
Vision so
Sivir back
well.
once again.
Like
They're
Gen.G
just
are
gonna
like,
get, yeah, they're gonna get
think
Baron
maybe
and the
there's an
Promise
angle
push.
here, but there just absolutely isn't. And now they buy enough time for this Baron to respawn. Double super minions across every lane means to get to
매너
the
채팅
Baron is your
부탁드립니다,
toughest
여러분.
challenge, and
Thank you,
they just
guys.
simply will not be able
Please
to do
be
it.
nice in the
Catapults the line
chat.
here. super fast.
Don't be
with
weird
the
and stuff
shield.
like that.
He's
I
just,
know
like,
T1
shields himself
lost.
and he's zooming. Wait until he
But don't
gets
have to
that
be, like,
fourth
cringe
cloud
about it.
break if the game goes that
Other
long.
teams.
2 minutes until that goes over. You drop a bear and
Damn,
just
Mickey
run
Mouse Tournament.
across the finish line. As Ruler here just has no right to be here.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
there's
like,
no
I mean,
vision.
the format is
Uh,
a little
guess
bit
they
rough,
did
I
have
think.
They had a wall of vision that he thought maybe was like,
Trying to dash
like
over
there's
the
no
wall
one
and it's
here
too
like
thick.
we know, but like I don't think the wall
Wall
was
is too
quite
thick.
plugged enough. As G2 looking for a little bit of an angle here as Canyon not allowed
진짜
to take
이렇게
his
된
bluff.
이상
That
그냥
is
G2
two
만약에
months,
여기서 젠지
unfortunately, for
꺾으면은
the Gen.G
G2 우승을 하면
players.
좋겠다 진짜로.
And yeah, G2.
I mean, at this point, if EU wins the whole
getting the
thing, that
waves
is gonna
in
be
order,
hilarious.
getting things pushed
If
up,
Gen.G
Hansama
somehow
dealing with
loses,
that
by the
bottom
way.
lane, and
They haven't
G2
lost
not
yet.
giving Gen.G any
Even if they
ways
lose here,
back
it's gonna be
in.
1-1, by the way.
Yeah,
so.
I mean the silver wave
Only
clear
gonna be
can do a lot
2-1
for you,
Gen.G
but
win.
it's not going to be
By chance.
your get out of jail free card here. But it is helping Gen.G buy space for maybe one more attempt, one more flank fight, one more
아니 진짜
jump
이거
onto the
뭐냐고!
carry. But Hansama's
The
got
stream is
flash and
dying.
ult, so
Hello?
best of luck
I'll have
to
to
our
refresh the
last
page
LCK
after the game, though.
representative. I think
My
Gen.G
apologies
is
for
probably
that.
thinking about game 3. One more fight,
Big
one
Pepe
more
streamer.
chance.
Possible, but they'll need an absolute miracle. They want to hold on to this one, and I think they need to do it about 3 times.
I mean, Hansama's got
3
2
super waves.
He's got level 18.
Baron buffed.
There's no holes in this
Looking
game
rough.
plan.
Well, Keen
어 근데 여기서 만약에
was looking to try and
Toby?
start something, but yeah, G2 take the invitation. They're just going to
Oh, that was a really
eviscerate
good Zonias
Gen.G.
from
It's
Toby, but doesn't
already
even matter.
Can it be back-to-back pentakills?
싸워야 되긴 해서
in
근데
this
어차피
game?
끝나요
Is
이건 안 싸우면.
likely to be the third for Hansama.
GG.
Keen and Ruler standing near their fountain. Hansama well and truly
골드 차이가 너무 많이
legendary. I
났다.
don't know whether the Nexus is going to last. It's a Quadra, and there it is, the back-to-back pentas.
펜타?
Game 1 and Game 2 for both teams.
펜타?
Hansama Zaya has been a
한숨은 그럼 펜타?
at this tournament.
No
They're gonna
way. I
say
thought it was
that
no 펜타거든.
When you think about Gen.G, you think about their macro, how oppressive they are, and the lead
No
that
way.
they had early.
비공식 펜타였잖아
Most
방금.
LCK
That was an
teams
unofficial
can't go
pentakill though.
toe-to-toe with
Unofficial
that.
pentakill.
90% of the time, our best
비공식이었어.
LCK
안
teams can't
떴어요.
go toe-to-toe with that, but this
Congrats, G2. What? This is crazy, by the way. 아니 11위가 미드. 물론 레넥톤도 없긴 했는데. I mean 레넥톤 wasn't there either, but 레넥톤 gets her faster. 근데 레넥톤 먼저 왔어. 와. 그리고 후진이 파는 원딜이랑 후진이 파는 레넥톤 탑이랑 느낌이 아예 다르거든. 뭔지 알죠? 그니까 이 한타 와중에 다야가 평타를 얼마나 많이 때렸냐고. 원딜은 계속 그냥 한타에서 참여를 해야 돼요. 그래서 원딜은 이제 사이드를 안 가는 이유 중에 하나가 중간에 서 있어야 이제 한타 때마다 참여를 해서 평타를 막 때려주는 그런 역할이라. 그러니까 룰러 선수가 못했다 이런 게 아니라 이 한 선수가 못한 건 아니죠. 젠지도 뭔가 전체적으로 합이 좀 안 맞았다. 요렇게 말한 거. 그러니까 만약에 이게 11위가 없는 상황이면 아예 그냥 저런 플레이를 하지 않았으면 좋겠고 요런 거. T1도 살짝 요런 문제점이 있었거든요. 4대5 싸움 막 하고 한 명이 잘리는 거까지? 괜찮아. 그럼 한 명 잘렸네? 아타칸 주면 되지. 뭐 이거 주면 되지. 그래 나올 때까지 좀 파밍하자 이런 느낌. 카운터픽이 트론들 지금 너무 잘했습니다. 스큐먼 액션 플레이스 crazy 그런 전도. I think Canyon also tried to counteract the plays from Scummons, but in the end, this Trundle just was able to farm enough to become an absolute giga monster.
因为我刚打劫的时候，可能玩中单的时候上分比较快吧，然后可能中英雄玩的都比较好，所以就选了中单位置。Being mid laner is very important in terms of being a part of the game itself because you're in the middle, so you will always be involved in every play, and you need to make sure.
Okay, are we refreshing or okay, guys? Are we refreshing or are we not refreshing? 지금 트레고치 해야겠지 그래도. 그 트레고치 타이밍은 아마 분석가분들이 좀 얘기할 때 하겠습니다. I'm going to refresh when the analysts are going to be yapping about the game.
Mid
So
lane kind of takes the role
think
of
we're
like
gonna do that.
the third jungler almost, like you have the support as the second jungler, the mid laner teams up with the support and jungler.
G2 win only game 2. Hey yo 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 yo.
Can be more impactful.
We never know what's gonna happen game 3. If they can win game 2, they can also win game 3. So Gen.G has to literally lock in and make sure LCK doesn't get eliminated here. Because T1 already got eliminated by
Of
LPL.
course, watching better players or other professional players.
And I watch VODs and I
알리 11일 픽이 아쉽다. 아 솔직히 나 베인 호버 있었을 때 정말 베인 설마 이거 나오나 했는데 이렇게 된 이상 베인이 차라리 베인이었으면 어땠을까. 까비. 재미 쪽에서는 진짜 재미는 챙겨가지. 물론 베인이 훨씬 안 좋긴 하지만 재미는 있었을 거야. 과연 젠지가 저런 칠까? 에이 설마 이 24연승 젠지가 G2 LPL도 아니고 G2한테? 그게 에이 피드백 빡세게 하고 3경기 이기면 됩니다. 3세트. Betting odds in the chat. No one believes in Gen.G. Everyone's a G2 fan. What is that going on? Only 120 points? 120 times? I'm gonna take a quick break as well. I'm losing my voice, so I'm gonna get some water. 지금 저도 이제 잠시 휴식하고 오도록 하겠습니다. Please behave in the chat. I'll be back soon. Let me know if the stream dies again. BRB! Bye bye. 그러면 잠시 후 갔다 오도록 하겠습니다. Bye bye.
And my goodness, the boys from Europe are finding their way. They kept it close throughout. And we're sitting in the audience being like, man, G2 are unable to shake them. They're unable to put them away, but we've seen them been able to punish mistakes. However, G2 did not make mistakes. They forced Gen.G into bad plays in the top lane. That 5-0 changed the tide, and they are one win away from their first international finals since 2019. Welcome back, everyone. Degon here alongside Finn. It is the Vald analyst and me.
Okay, I'm
after that
back.
last one.
I'm
the
back,
West
guys.
has life against the best team in the world, Finn.
It's just like a standout game from a lot of the players on G2. I feel like everyone just kind of stepped up. A lot of individual highlights created this game, and I feel like that's the
무슨
only way
일이
G2
일어나는
can compete with
건데?
Gen.G.
T1도
Gen.G as a
그렇고
whole is
젠지도
stronger than
그렇고
G2.
뭔
I
일이
can admit
일어나는
that
거야?
even
What
as
is
a
going
G2
on,
biased,
guys?
a little bit analyst, but I will say that
사우디
I mean,
공기가
G2
너무
stepped up
뜨거워서
massively.
그런가?
Stand out by Hansama, Labrovsky,
Hoi,
even
hoi.
Brokenblade. I think so many people stepped up.
Now, we do have championship weekend this weekend. This next game is going to be who is going to be in the
1대1입니다,
finals.
지금.
So we do have an update
It's
from one of our other
1-1.
games from EWC.
G2
Let's send it
might
on over to the
actually
Dota 2
end
stage.
Gen.G's win streak,
think
and
I'm
that
in
is
the wrong
insane.
venue.
If that
This
happens,
looks like a lot
that
smaller
is completely
than the League of
insane.
Legends venue.
If that happens.
Over there.
Absolutely. Welcome, fancy.
이 연승을 끊는 상대가 설마 G2? 이거는 정말 전 세계가 난리가 나지 않을까.
guys came from, all right? I know you guys are watching your league games right now and you're thinking to yourself, is there Dota 2, does that still exist? Yes. Yes, it does, my friends. EWC has asked me to convince you guys to stop watching League.
Power of the Desert belongs to Europe.
Why should I watch the grand
I mean, maybe. 근데 진짜 사막의 기운을 받은 건가라는 생각을 할 정도로 G2가 갑자기 미쳤습니다. 이거는 진짜 G2도 잘하는 거라서 젠지가 못하는 것도 물론 못한 것도 2세트는 있었지만 2세트는 깔끔했죠. 우리가 알던 젠지 1세트에서 봤지만 G2 Twitter. G2 Twitter? Okay, I gotta check G2 Twitter. One sec, guys. I gotta check my phone real quick. 폰 좀 확인하겠습니다. 이거 트위터 좀 봐야 되겠는걸? 또 못한 거들. Or X.com. or Twitter.
You guys enjoy your game. Better marketing. Just as much money. Very voluptuous heroes. We ain't got any of that. But if you guys want to grow up and come back home to us boomers, come on back to Dota. We're having our finals right now.
G2 already memeing.
That is so unfortunate.
G2 already
Guys,
memeing?
we're gonna miss Fancy. Thanks a lot for watching. Goodbye, League fam. I'm coming for you one day. I'll be hosting one of these. Enjoy yourselves.
Oh wow, T1 fans are mad. 아니 T1 져가지고 T1 지금 트위터에 지금 난리 났네. 리트윗 이거 뭐야? They're all like retweeting and reposting like. And
here though. It is G2. It is Gen.G, the reigning back-to-back
1,191 courts. 좋아요는 1,400개인데.
And it was a fantastic game. G2 starting off not so great. It was Hansama getting ganked here, able to turn this one back around. Didn't look good. Gen.G gonna dive and punish. However, LeBron plays this one.
다들 화가 많이 났네요.
I mean, not even LeBron, the presence of mind of Hansama to kite.
나는 오히려 화 별로 안 나는데.
Not towards the proposed safety, but to up in the lane because it knows.
I don't know. I'm not actually that angry that we lost.
And they actually managed to get that extended
질 수도
range on the
있지
dash.
뭐라고 생각을 하는 편입니다.
Trade 1-for-1 in the beginning there. Well prepared by LeBron as well, trading under tower. But for me, like the standard.
모든 걸 다 이기면은 여러분 e스포츠 망해요. 롤 e스포츠.
That was impressive.
한 팀만 지금 엄청 많이 해먹긴 하거든. 지금 월드컵 5번이나 우승한 팀인데.
It felt like Gen.G was for funning or something like that. It was the least Gen.G looking game I've seen them play ever, especially from Canyon. This dude was the entire scoreboard for like the first 10 minutes of the game. He was just diving and trading 1-for-1 all over the place, which, I mean, it's awesome to watch, but I feel like that's not usually
Feviknight,
how
he was
they play.
Razvan, hi!
So it was definitely a departure from that, and it felt like they
Are
were
you the
playing
real
more on
Razvan?
G2's tempo, which was great for them.
Another update that I've been told currently, it is a new title winner over at MLBB Women's Invitational. It was Vitality winning 4-0 over Gaming Gladiators.
T1 월즈가 안 중요하다걸? 당연히
C9 roster being signed
월즈는 당연히
and,
중요하지.
the first Western team to make it to the finals of MLBB Women's. So congratulations
Mobile
to Team
Legends
Vitality
bang bang
for this victory, picking up 1,000
Team Vitality
EWC championship points, which is the dream of these
wow,
two squads
congratulations.
here in League of Legends, G2 and Gen.G, if they can get themselves the win and get into the finals against AGAL. One more time, Team Vitality getting the victory 4-0 over Gaming
네,
Gladiators.
모바일 그 게임 혹은 이제 21가지
So we
종목의
got to see one highlight here
다른
from
게임들까지
Gen.G and G2.
다 진행을 하고 있어요. 이거 롤만 진행하는 겁니다. We don't only have league. There's also all these 21 other game esports, including chess. I think chess is not considered esport, obviously, but
it was a very back and forth kind of game because
yeah, this was really bad. Yet again, the Aatrox TP took long. Aatrox, the Alistar wasn't even here. 알리스타도 없는 상황에서 이제
too far. They tried to dive here in the top lane. Caps just broke their ankles rather, and Ruler wasn't able to get that kill
with good angles. Yeah.
Yes. Broke the had the angles. You know, it was actually pretty impressive. It just felt
젠지도
like
비오시 농강 살린다. 그러는 것 같기도 하고 지금 비오시
just felt much better for G2, whereas it just looked like Gen.G were getting tilted
T1이 지금
on the opposite
탈락해가지고
side. So it was kind of like Gen.G were playing G2's
T1이가
game,
탈락해서
and G2 ran away with it.
Yeah, I love that though. I love the way that you kind of break it down that
수고했는데
way.
위로해줘야지. 그러니까 건강한 마인드 좋아요. 건강한 마인드. 그래도 건강한 마인드를 가지신 분들이 그래도 많이 계신 것 같기도 하고.
Take a look at your mini map. There's no Sivir here, Meteos.
아직은 괜찮다
This
우리.
was a crazy fight from Scummond. Like Gen.G committed onto Caps, and
okay.
one thing that I thought was super noteworthy was Caps kind of had a rough start to this game. He was
Again,
0-3, 0-4,
Silver wasn't
having trouble
there.
side laning, but
Going
he
too
didn't
deep
build
without Silver.
defensively at all. Sometimes you see
Going for
Andes go
4v5
for
fights
the,
constantly is
mass
not good.
build or
Not
getting
good.
in early Zonias, and Caps
Very
just
bad.
said, nah, I don't want any of that. I'm going to go Malignance, Shadow Flame, Storm Surge, just do as
Have
much
you ever went
damage
to
as I
see
can,
LoL
because if I'm
Esports
gonna die
live?
anyway, like I might as well, you know, have a big Tibbers.
Yes.
So I thought
Multiple
it was cool
times.
that he opted to go that route, and then in that fight we
I
just
watched
saw Steven
Worlds,
was absolute beast. He
SKT
just
Rocks
ulted the
Tigers,
Aatrox, and he was
Madison
just
Square
pretty much
Garden,
1v3
New
in
York
the
City.
backline, just beating everyone down, chomping
then
them,
we also
and
have,
just doing so much damage while not
2023 Worlds
finally here,
Finals.
From the Pro View,
Weibo
the
Gaming.
eyes of the man himself, it was
T1.
Hansama getting the unofficial penta here.
This is Steven lives in his prime.
Oh
Look at it, full
my.
Messiah. He is just a shredder.
Hansama
Anything that is within his
APM,
out-attack
bro.
range just dies within seconds.
A-click, A-click.
He's so strong. This game, I think,
3.
is on his back. He did so well in the
Legendary.
early game, and I think he is rewarded with his beautiful
쿼터 킬,
unofficial
펜타킬. 아니 저 펜타킬 근데 진짜 안 주는 거 판정이 좀 억울하겠는데? 자야 입장에서.
Something that he was criticized for actually not
방금
being
저
able to play
펜타였는데.
just a few
I don't
years
know why
ago, but
that's
now
not
he's
considered as a
kind of
penta. I
his main
don't.
champion,
The pentakill,
and
like.
something internationally, he's really relying on
The
to
rules
secure
behind
G2
pentakill
these
doesn't really
hard
make
carry
sense.
wins.
I don't
I
know.
mean, he was making the feathers kind of rain cats and
야,
dogs there,
한스마.
making sure it was all
아니
over the
여친분도
place and coming back to him.
이쁘시고.
Hansama putting an exclamation
한스마
point on this
Kitty
game number
is
2 as they've got
has
the
the
STC
cutest,
arena rocking here.
Kitty
And the
GF,
G2 faithful, the Samurai, they are just
And now also just popping
absolutely
off.
filled with hope.
God
And
damn.
I think the West,
He's like the enemy
Europe
protagonist
just
last
filled
game.
with pride here,
Crazy
Finn,
guy.
As we have 45 seconds before we head back to the stage. How you feeling?
I mean, I'm feeling optimistic.
세금 2배 내라.
After game 1, I will
뭐야.
say I was a little bit worried, but seeing now that
근데
G2
유럽이라서
has it in
세금
them,
겁나 많이
they
떼고
have the
오긴 한데
fire and
유럽
they
프로
have the
선수들.
hope and the confidence to go blow for
유럽의
blow
세금이
with
거의
Gen.G.
40% 가까이
I
되지
believe they have
않나라고
what it takes to do
들었는데
it. G2 has
좀
reached
많이
international
높아요,
finals
거기가.
before. They can do it again.
Let's go
They can
G2,
knock
yeah.
down Korea and make a non-Korean international
North
finals happen.
Korea?
We will see
What do you
happens
mean?
here on the line again. The last time
No,
that G2
no.
made it to a
결승에서
finals of an international
중국 대
event
유럽?
was in
ACK 없는
2019.
결승?
6 years later, can they write their
No.
name in the history books here at the
Sounds
EWC?
bad.
Let's find out as we send it on over to Ian and Fancy.
비오십 대흥을 결국 설마 T1 탈락했다고 T1 찾아서 그 내려오는 건 아니겠죠, 젠지? 그러지 않으셔도 됩니다. I mean, we always have the T1 Gen.G in the finals, but just because T1 is out doesn't mean Gen.G should join us down here, okay? Don't need to join us down here.
Since the G2 fans made it to an
I know you guys
international
love
grand
us.
final, and now they
But you
are just
gotta-
one game win away from making it.
돌고 돌아 티젠 이거 장난으로 이겼는데 진짜 돌고 돌아 티젠 설마. No. Oh wow, G2 fans are going crazy.
Gen.G fans, let's show them what you got. One more time, Gen.G!
The G2 army is here, loud and proud. The players are sitting right here. They can hear you. G2, make some noise! This final game is worth $320,000.
T102 AL. Yeah, I know. You don't have the money.
Against AGAL to fight for this trophy in the center of the stage. One
Gen.G
game,
win.
one winner, one key crushed. It's Gen.G versus G2. Let's finish the fight.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Man, the crowd absolutely electric here for the final game between G2 and Gen.G. And last time around, I want to remind everyone, this
한국인입니다.
series between
질문이 되게
G2
많네.
and Gen.G at MSI
외국인인지
began with a
한국인인지.
victory for G2.
No losers bracket,
This time,
y'all. No losers
it began with a
bracket.
victory
Single
for
elimination.
Gen.G. After that first win, the other team, that team did not find hope in the series. Maybe that is going to repeat itself. Maybe Europe is going to have
Let's see what Coach Kim
another
is cooking.
representative in the grand final.
And you know, Atlas 2019, the last time G2 was in an international final was, I believe, the last time we didn't have an LCK team in an international
There it
final.
is, assaulting it.
G2 might lock out the last of our 3 LCK teams here if they can win on red side this final game of our semifinals. Varus, Pantheon gone again. The Senna taken away here by Gen.G. Broken Blade
Varus, Pantheon
on that Jax, and we'll see what this final ban
Talia.
is going to
Why
be
else would
here
you ban
for
Talia?
G2.
Talia 벤이 나오겠지
Interestingly, that
당연히.
Talia is still up.
Yeah, this is some eclectic bans to come through from Gen.G to start us off. It will mean that there will be a fair few things left up.
Aurora ban. I feel like the casters are a
has
little
seen
bit
a lot
ahead
of
of the
success here at
Champions
this
League.
tournament.
They already talked about
Now,
Talia not being
what
banned.
is Keen going to be picking first? Lucian? Just insta-lock.
Ruler wants revenge.
Yeah. And Ruler did not
Wow.
look very happy in that last
루시안
game.
선픽은
Both on the
T1도
Rift and in the
했었던
player
MSI
cams,
전
you can
때.
see
During
very,
MSI
very
we
vocal
already
right
had
now.
the Lucian first pick
As
by
Dura
T1 as
feeling a
well.
little bit stressed after
So
that one. I mean,
oftentimes
the
later
bot
on
gap
in the
was
draft
massive.
when there's less
Summer and
ADCs,
Labrov had an
you prioritize the
absolute day
Lucian
out
there.
in that game number 2. The Zyra Khan has been great all tournament, but man, I haven't seen
와
G2 perform
잠시만.
as well as they
EU
did in that
Ezreal
game 2 in a
back it up
very long
G2.
time. There is
Stop
the
to back it
Ezreal
up.
lockaway. Ezreal versus Lucian has been a tale as old as time
잠시만.
here. Skimon
유럽의 이즈리얼? 유럽의 제이스랑 같이 뭔가 이즈리얼은 좀 한국이랑 중국 쪽에서는 그래도 되게 잘하시는 분들이 많은데 한스 서머 이즈 잘함 그렇게 막 이즈리얼로 유명한 선수는 절대 아니고 칼리스타, 코그모 그리고 드레이븐 잘하는 선수고 요번에 자야로 하드 캐리했죠. Ezreal Karma, so they're literally betting everything about this bot lane. He's smiling it though! Lebron's just smiling it! 근데 막 완전 그냥 분위기 좋은데? 이게 전판처럼 좋은 판 있으면은 이게 둘 중에 하나야. 너무 기분이 좋고 도파민 뿜뿜해가지고 이제 너무 게임이 막 이상해지던가 아니면은 오히려 정반대로 자신감에 뿜뿜 찰면서 하드캐를 이번까지. 이게 카르마는 아닐 것 같은데. I think that's a support combo. I think Braum Lucian is so much better, but then again, we'll have to watch how it goes.
Braum and Lucian will have a lot of value outside of the
Braum
lane as well.
개사기예요.
Shinjao actually going to be played way late
Braum is
in
just
this
really
series, down on B3 here of our third game of Fearless. Probably the latest we've seen this champ pick at this tournament. We'll see what the response
카르마
will be
상대로
here from
라인전에서만
Skimon,
어떻게 버티면은
as I think it will
브라움이
likely be his pick
그냥
before
말도
we
안
move
되게
to the second
좋으니까.
banning phase. So that's where things get really interesting because the mid lane
As long as you don't
champions,
lose
there's a
lane
few
too
of them left
hard,
available, but they
Braum
might
just
all kind of
outskills
get
Karma
cut
super hard.
down.
His E skill is just really broken.
Comes to mind.
And it's going to be all solo lane bans, which is kind of crazy. We don't see this all that often.
Not Leona
I feel
into
like that
Ezreal
puts
Karma
Red
though. We don't
Side
really
in a
see
little bit of
Leona
an
anymore
advantage, right?
because we haven't seen
Finally
Leona in
get
a
to
long time.
utilize,
Only time
the counter
was
pick for top
when
side, counter pick
Kyle
mid
played
lane
it
perhaps
into
as well, depending
carry
on
as
where
Nico.
G2 want to take it. Maybe it's just going to be a safe top lane choice.
During MSI.
There's no Trundle, you can take Sion, something like that.
I feel really good about this Wukong pick because they needed some engage because they have the Karma, and Karma also helps Wukong engage and is very strong with him when he is getting on top of multiple members there. The Victor I mentioned is gone now. We may see Rise to follow.
이거 초비 선수 타겟 밴이 들어올 것 같은데. I think they're gonna keep banning mid lane champions
also
for
a strong
Chobi.
pick that can work really well with both
Chobi's
these
champion pool is
compositions
very large
and
though.
will impact side lanes quite
so
substantially.
we'll have to see what bans.
Because if you ban the Rise
Gen.G
and
is
the
gonna
Clear's left
have.
open, then one team gets that massive global advantage. The Galio, also
a big one.
a really strong consideration. I feel like Galio is really good for G2's comp here, just simply because they already have the Wukong, they have the shielding from the Karma, they'll have the Galio shielding on top.
See what's going to happen here is this final
Oren
ban feels
ban.
like it's going to be Rise, right? 18 seconds to go. See how long they're going to use to think about it. And is it just going to be Ornn and Sion? Get rid of the two tanks.
What if G2 just play Camille and look for insane lockdown in this composition? Camille Galio could be incredibly
Choga.
powerful if they get their hands on both.
So they keep spoiling. I think the casters are a little bit ahead of the Champions League.
Potentially just bait the
They're gonna talk about Sion ban. They already talked about it before we see it happen.
Anyway, but now it's really a Sion.
Yeah.
Or maybe
unless
they're
there's
not
a
spoiling,
checkmate
they're
that
just
they're thinking
predicting. I
about,
don't know.
right? Maybe
Actually,
there's
I'm kind of
something
confused.
that, they wanted to get their hands
I'm
on.
kinda
Maybe a
confused.
Talia, for example.
죽었으면
Talia
이라고.
has been very, very powerful.
사연이
And they
밴이
won't
되지
have the
않을까?
opportunity to ban that away unless
Really
there's going to be a largely unanswerable. Okay,
That is
never
a
mind,
Sion.
Rumble.
That
Going to
is
be
a
the
Sion for Broken
decision
Blade.
here.
Really strong position here for G2 in this draft.
Oh, yeah.
The Rumble ban doesn't feel that powerful. Sure, there's no Ornn to answer, but That was your own choice.
Scared of a Rumble or a Scion in this case?
Broken Blade
I'd probably
Rumble?
be
Why
more
would you
scared of a Scion, personally.
아니 브로큰
It is
블레이드인데
going
럼블을
to be
밴한다고?
a choice
On
that
Summer
G2 will
Draven
make
Hover
right
as
now that
usual,
will
nothing
define
crazy.
this draft.
There it
Well,
is.
it's a Scion.
사이온을 밴을 안 해가지고
The
사이온이 나와버렸다.
answer has to be there.
이 토가스 밴을
There's
하는 것
no
자체가
Cho'Gath.
사이온을 하려고.
There is no
Cho'Gath is actually
Rumble.
really good into
There's
Scion
no
because you can
Jace,
Q or W
to
during
answer
Sion's
this pick
Q.
right now. And it's just
Therefore, you
such
can
a
actually
tough
stop
lane,
his
and
wave
Scion
clear
is
Camille
and
Galliard.
trade.
They just play Camille Galliard.
But that's what I
And
was
you also
mentioning
have a
earlier.
kill potential
I was
after
so
level 6 with
I
your.
was so tunneled on G2 playing
But
Camille
it's
Galliard.
kind of hard to play that into Wukong. You know, it's
So
not,
I think
it's not
Gen.G
impossible,
probably
right? But it
knows
is
that, but
tricky.
they don't
I actually
care
kind
about
of
it.
prefer this. Because it has a little bit more
젠지는
of
그래
a
사이온 해라
safe
이런 느낌일 수도
path.
있습니다.
You know, the
토가스
Camille
팬이 너무
can be
사이온을
shut
대접하고
down,
싶어하는
can
그런 느낌이라.
end up getting punished
이
really
유럽에서
hard. This is
사이온을
gonna give
되게
you so much chili,
좋아하는
so much brawling power,
분들이 많아서.
and access to a backline at a larger range than a Camille can necessarily give you. And if you
근데
play the
안배사면은
Galio,
그래도
you're blind.
안배사
They will
Galio
play it. Yep.
crazy
And
front
we will see
line.
what the answer here for Caps
Lotus synergy
ultimately
with
eventuates to be.
Shinzhao as well.
Could end up playing an AD pick
신짜오
here.
갈리오
It would
조합은
make them
이미 우리가 많이
extremely low on magic
봤던
damage, but in
굉장히
this comp,
살이
I feel
좋아.
like that's okay,
We
actually.
already saw a lot of Shinzhao Galio. It's really, really broken. Very hard to kill the Shinzhao once you pair it with the Galio like that.
Here, and it would feel pretty solid for them. They've got a lot of reset potential. There's a lot of shielding set up for those resets. But he is
Okay,
going to pivot
Syndra.
over to the Syndra to look to try to command the lane. This is something that
I
analysts were
think
asking for,
G2's
talking
comp
about earlier.
looks very
Seeing
hard
these
to
these
navigate.
niche caps
Not gonna
picks
lie.
come out that we're not really seeing any
G2
other
조합 너무
mid
어려
laner
보여요.
play.
G2 조합은 뭔가
These are your compositions. Chovy is very famous for his Galio play, but I feel like this comp doesn't have the same amount of cohesion that we've seen from others
G2 comp
in
looks like
Gen.G's
Shinzhao is
past.
gonna have a field day into that comp. 신짜오가 너무 행복하게 막 들어와서 막 난리를 낼 것 같은데. 신드라 이즈리얼 카르마 다 신짜오 궁에 막히고 브라움 E에 막히고.
Can throw some orbs around. Broken Blade can be largely unkillable on
Thank
that
you,
Scion
G2.
of Q1. If he continues the form from game 2, it is going to be
G2, check
gigantic
PayPal.
because this
Just
Wukong
kidding.
could really run away with the game.
They lost engage in their support, but they found it practically everywhere else in this draft. I do think that it's hard to generate a significant lead as Syndra into the Galio in lane, but
Caps
you
just
are
close your
always
eyes,
going
it's
to have that push.
2019
You are always
again.
going to be
Great.
able to impact
Yeah.
the jungle. And
Caps
the
has to
big
channel
jungle
his like
synergy
inner
that
2019
we've seen
moments.
from
I think.
Skumon and Caps in
Because
their
this
best
one's looking
games
kind
of
of
this
doomed
tournament
from
has been
점수 낼
tournament defining for them, and
I
maybe
could be wrong.
what actually sends them to
Okay, let
this
me move
grand
go
finals. I
ahead
like
and
their
move
draft
on a
better,
bit.
if I'm totally honest with you, Atlas.
I like it too, but I think that Lebrov was such a big
Toby's
part of
meditating as
G2
well.
in game 2.
토비 선수
Karma
명상하는
just
거야?
doesn't have a
Closing his
right?
eyes and
Like,
talking.
You're not going to be making those big plays
눈
yet
감고 막
again. So the
집중하는
rest
모드.
of
집중
G2
모드.
needs to step up. We're going to have another one of those incredible days like yesterday for BB, right? Where he can really take the bull by the horns, make things happen. His on was so good. His Scion could be the same thing as we go into the deciding game. Remember, guys, Gen.G have won 24 series in a row. And a lot of the last few went the distance. So it's not a surprise that they drop a game. It would be a surprise if they drop a series. We'll see whether G2 can be the first team to do that since what?
Okay, this is it. Whoever wins here moves on to the finals, the grand finals, and whoever loses here
in game 5,
going to get their keys crushed.
At that time, praising Hanwha Life.
Not again. Not again. Not when the game starts. Everything was fine, and then the game starts, and now we're having lags. Okay. 선생님? 아까는 괜찮다가 갑자기 또 이러냐고. Stream bro, 야. 버퍼링 진짜. 좀 이런 부분은 제가, 그러니까 저의 문제일 수도 있기 때문에. I don't think it's EWC's problem because Keijo has no lag, so it's my problem.
To fall here, I think
There's
would
so
shatter
invade going on
everyone's
from G2 though.
expectations, especially with what they've accomplished already, even in this tournament.
So Kong's gonna be
they'll drop
popping
the game
bottom.
to FlyQuest,
So we
but
see
the
Cosmic
drafts
Inside,
for
Cosmic Inside,
Gen.G
Cosmic
to
Inside, Cosmic
play,
Inside. Full Cosmic
if I'm
Inside
being totally frank with
into
everyone, and sure I'm an
full
LCK
Cosmic
representative, so I
Inside
hold them
as
to a
well.
higher standard. I think a lot of people hasn't
내가
lived up to
시간으로
the elite Gen.G macro, hasn't lived up to the oppression that Finn was talking about, that we
라고 하니까
had,
진짜 엄청
one of our G2 managers talking
웃기긴
about on
했겠다.
the desk for the pre-show.
I think
and we're gonna have to see some of that Gen.G magic.
really nice word
here
coming through
in this
from
final
Kian,
game.
no?
We're gonna bring it back because I feel like there are so many tools and ways to get on top of this incredibly low range composition here for Gen.G. Like Ruler already had a tough time in the previous
Canyon's
game, and
fucking
this
tough.
game.
그냥 브라움은
there's,
버리네.
so many threats. You're gonna have to deal with the
그러니까
Wukong. Can't
버리는
get on top
얘기인가?
of you. Broken Blade
처음에는
can
그냥
flank you. You have
어차피
to deal with
주도권
the
없고
scatter the
밀리니까.
weeks. And the follow-up is
정글이
just so
당연히
easy
탑을
for
가는
an Ezreal.
모습.
Yeah. And this lane not going to
Just
be
pathing
easy.
top
Of
makes
course, lane
sense.
swaps exist, and so that will help Gen.G here, but the early laning phase is going to be very rough against Ezreal Karma. They are known for being able to shove
already?
in the lanes.
One of the,
I think similar things can be said here for this mid lane as well. Broken Blade also going to have a fair bit of control
Some
on the top
crazy
side, so I think eyes are going to be
trade
glued
going
to
on.
the jungle to see whether Canyon can put out some of these
사이언은
fires.
근데 체급이 얼마나 좋은 거야. 안베사가 도망을 가야 돼요. I mean, Sion's one of the most broken champions.
Is because she wins a lot of matchups by default.
He's a tank, but he has a
especially
really
with the
strong
range
early
advantage
game.
he has, the
초반이
consistent
좋은
poke she can
탱,
layer in,
그러니까
so many
라인전이
matchups
좋은
we had
탱커
about
이런
Streaker
느낌이라.
into this pick just because she's so strong. She was a Corki counter pick for a long time with the old AP damage Corki, the burst package variant. And you can see here already into the Galio, like Chovy just can't really do anything. It's somewhat reminiscent of when Chovy was playing to the best of his ability that Smolder into the Yone, right? It's just a tough
한사마
matchup to
이즈리얼
play out, so you're going to
아파요.
have that perma-prio.
아니 오늘 한사마 무슨 날이야? Wait, Hanzama's actually hitting
prio.
everything. What?
And Sion's a brick wall.
He's not really
So
known for his
G2 have a
Ezreal
lot
though.
of early
He's
game
known for his
control.
Draven.
Let's see what Canyon can get done.
Draven
Here,
close
looking
to
for an early
combo.
gank onto
There goes
Caps.
Caps.
They can get a flash. It's a big deal, and they
Oh,
do manage to get
he
it.
had
Can
a
they get
nice
more? Is the
E
scatter
buff
week is
Canyon?
so good.
Oh,
When it
he's
comes
not gonna
landing,
commit.
no
He's not gonna
dive here
commit.
for Canyon. They're going to be happy with a flash, a return gank. A very scary thing here
이러면은
now
또
for G2.
굉장히 불편해지는
Very, very
신드라.
powerful.
Very uncomfortable
He's
now.
gonna sidestep and do a
Syndra.
little bit of damage there.
Now going to be able to take a cannon as well.
이 잘 썼어
Maybe
큰 거.
nervous just for a
플래시
couple of
빠지고
moments, but is able to
죽기까지
lock
했으면
that one
난리
down.
났는데.
Obviously, the
At least he
most
didn't die, I
important
guess, for
thing
G2.
on the rift is getting as many cannons as you
Skimon just
can.
gonna grab
You can see
bolt scroll.
Skimon has taken a bit of a lead, obviously, because he didn't go for a gank in terms of the farm, and now could potentially look for a gank here onto Chovy, who is flashless. He has red buff as well. Chovy not being very respectful here. Okay, does back away now. Skimon not quite able to path over fast enough. If
I
he's,
think though,
just a little bit
there's a
quicker,
little bit
maybe
of CS
there is
gap
an
coming
angle
through from
there, but
Lucian
we'll
and
just try
Ezreal. To be expected
look for a
when you
tri-brush
play into
wraparound.
Ezreal
Sees
Karma.
there's no ward there, but there is one outside of the pit.
Oh my gosh,
Heal's already
들어왔어
dropped.
런.
Both of them are going to be invested here into this attempted play.
웨이브가
but
좀
I think,
불편해서
Gen.G had a bit of an
앞무빙을
idea
계속 할
as to what
수밖에
was going to be
없는데
happening,
여기에서
so not going
만약에
to be, allowing
정글갱까지
that one to
당했으면
eventually
큰일 날
get
뻔했는데
much at
웨이브
all, as Broken
그
Blade continuing to take a lot of
방금
aggression here
와드
from
위치
teams.
너무
This
좋았습니다
Ambessa play has
바텀에서.
been
The
some of the
ward
most
is very
aggressive
good.
that we've seen so far this
They knew
tournament.
that
Yeah,
Wukong
and
was
it's
pathing bot
really
lane, so they're
hard
playing pretty
to
safe
generate
with
a
the
lead like
wards.
this on a Sion. Sion is just so tanky. It sits back, grasps.
Oh,
so hard
but
to kill. Skimon heading
they're
over here.
looking?
Broken Blade's trying to bait.
Nice ward coming through
I
again.
feel like
와 와드 위치 너무
Yeah,
좋고요 저거.
I feel like Keen is not going to bite off more than he can chew. and,
Remember
with
level
that
1
ward
that
there,
really good word on
certainly going to
Wukong?
be,
Kind of
able
gave
to
an
make
idea
all the
where
right
Wukong was heading.
choices, knowing exactly
So
where
then
this
bot lane
Wukong
was
is.
able to
So
play safe
Keen
and
will
have a
be able
good
to get
ward
the
for the
shove,
Wukong, right?
And the
It was
teleport is
happening
going to
bot
bring
lane.
Broken Blade immediately
Now again,
back
his
in.
location got
Does have
seen.
that red rock and a cloth armor, so
와드
he's
진짜
gonna
잘
get
깔아요.
fine. As Duro coming forward, shows
Okay,
them the
Duro?
door up close.
I don't know if you want to do
And
that.
the flash
Okay,
come on through
but
here, not able to break those chains is now Ruler
the
in
bro
point
flash
blank
forward,
range.
but the
Then
Ruler has
LeBron
no
gets into
flash
the
there.
fog of war, and
와
Hans Sommer is
방금
able to
2대2
answer
진짜
back. So Gen.G
어떻게
looking
될지
much more after
몰랐네.
that trade.
Yeah, interestingly, a lethal tempo here.
Ruler
for
had
Hans
no
Sommer on
mana,
this
otherwise I
Ezreal.
think he could
The
have
most
just
common rune
shut
choice
down the
here,
Karma.
but is going to be fantastic.
방금 근데 만화가 없어서 서로 킬이 안 나오는
Duro will
장면.
lose his flash, but it's a trade.
Angry Duro,
So
yeah, that
far,
was actually
even
kind of
one
scary
at
for
that.
Lavrov as well.
G2 getting the better of them,
라브로브
but it won't
선수가
amount
좀
to
매섭습니다
much.
지금.
Keen is going to head towards that
As you
bottom
see
lane
from now, the bot lane
As that
CS
swap
gap
goes
is
towards
building
top
up for
side.
Ezreal Karma.
And finally,
To be
Ruler
expected, but you definitely didn't expect
Alright.
this kind of gameplay from
Caps
Hamza and Lavrov.
and Chovy facing off here
오늘
in
뭔가
the
한사마
mid lane.
라브로브 선수들 좀 예사롭지 않긴 하네요.
And we'll see
이지 카르마가 막
what's going
그렇게
to
막
happen. No
G2가
flashes
잘하는 조합이 또
available, but we can
아니거든.
also
그래서
see what's happening around
특히나
EWC
그런 거
as well
같다고?
as it is the championship Championship weekend, and the MLBB Women's Invitational has just concluded their grand final winners. Team Vitality, and they clean sweep.
Team Vitality?
4-0.
Congratulations.
Congrats to Vitality.
Yeah, that puts Vitality actually at 1,500 points as well in the club championship as well.
이거 방금 플래시 맞아가지고 되게 nice try. I think Hansona is and he was dead there. 그러니까 이즈리얼한테 너 우리 브라운 플래시 썼는데 앞비전 안 해? 앞비전 안 해? 이런 건데. 이제 잘 참았네. 굉장히 매서운 갱이 될 뻔했는데. Canyon was just waiting for him. Oh, no flash from Galio, right? Kind of missed the E.
Finds the taunt onto Skewmon eventually. Caps does avoid it, but more of
Is
these
Hook
ults
such?
just sidestep
Canyon just
gloriously
grabbed
by
the skull
Chovy
crab
here.
for now.
I mean,
PC Wolf, I think.
for some people,
Pretty good plays all around
Chovying
for each
means
team.
just getting a lot of farm in CC. And sitting in a side lane, you know, that's kind of like the Hanwha Life Esports Chovying moniker was. But for me, it's Chovying meaning something like this, like generating a significant lane lead as Galio into Syndra, into First Strike Syndra, and having perma prio and forcing jungle resources in this matchup, sidestepping scatters like that, and just walking out like it doesn't matter.
True.
Like you saw it coming. 2
방금
minutes in
갈리오
advance.
충분히
That,
잡을만
to me, is
했는데
what Chovying means.
갈리오가 잘 피하긴 했어.
He just didn't care.
오, 근데 이거는 좀 이즈리얼 참았네 이거를. I thought Ezreal was gonna E forward to proc his W. Oftentimes you do that. W 맞춰놓은 상태에서 E를 충분히 할 만했는데. 이거 잘못하면은 바텀 이거 둘 다 죽고 게임 끝날 수도 있긴 해요. Canyon's looking, he's level 6, he's looking. Look at that. Oh, Labrov is level 5 though! Oh, 1 for 1 going through. Canyon might be going a little bit deep. Handsome has stacked 5 stacks.
So first blood is going to come in as Keen. That was a bit of a surprise. Public execution and Hansama lying on the floor in the blink of an eye.
Public execution. Top tight. Top
Watching him rotate up, he
Top
pushed
gal.
the bottom wave, came over with the prio that
와,
Chovy
이거
had,
바텀 이거
and
난리 난
walked all the
거를
way in. They
기인
continued to exchange
선수가
there in the top side of the map
특히
to
이제
make it
캐니언
look
선수를
like a juicy
같이
opportunity
엄청
for
잘
Hansama to
봐줬다.
continue
와.
to chase. He gets caught
I mean, the
right
bot
into
lane
the
2v2
public
was looking so
execution.
fucking
And now
doomed, and then
Canyon is gonna
really
be able to
nice gang
take
coming through from
all of
Canyon.
these
Kill
grubs.
going over
Ult
to
comes through
Lucian.
here for Broken Blade, doesn't have TP, can
키를
come over
먹어서
here
루시안이
and clear up
바텀에서
this wave.
힘들었던
But
그
man,
CS
what a
차이
play there from Keen.
다 많이 했죠. 많이 했습니다.
Check it out one more time.
Coming over here at the initial
mean,
part
Skewmon.
of this fight, like the
You're level
Skewmon
6?
ultimate
What?
is so
Yeah, he was
powerful,
level
but it is
6.
completely denied.
6렙이었네.
Those
5렙으로 왜
eventually
보였지?
collapse on
버그인가?
here. It's a
제가 눈이 안
trade
좋나
of
봐요.
kills.
그래, 분명히
That's the
궁을
TP that
썼는데
comes
뭔
up here from Keen. It's in this,
죄송합니다.
they bait this over.
안경을 써야 되는 거. 그걸 푸는 거 Okay. Oh, that one Q did not connect. And what is this lag coming through? Is that my computer or my internet or is it 아니 잠시만. 근데 이거 너무 끊기는데? 잠시만요. Too much lag. I need to actually reboot the page. One sec. 아까부터 왜 이러냐고요. What is going on, bro? We gotta fix this real quick.
That was very, very close, but unfortunately not quite enough. Ruler will get lucky this time.
There we go. What's good? Okay, it's not even loading, guys.
On the bottom side of the
there
map
it is.
there, and then
It loaded.
TP over to
It loaded, but I will
take out
cost
Hansama
everything.
with a really nice
Okay, nothing
placed
happened
ult.
though.
You know, you get those advantages, allows you to have a lot more freedom over
아무 일도
the map,
없었다.
just in general. Chovy is going to eat this Mystic Shot, but sees Labrov and thinks about going back.
LeBron is looking in, but Chovy
Presses the
does have
inspire
flash.
button, gets
Flash
a bit
있긴
excited about the
해서
fact that Chovy used that
죽진
Justice
않을 것
Punch a
같은데.
little bit too aggressively.
Oh, he just actually
And
dodging
he
everything.
sidesteps a Mystic Shot by time.
단단하고요.
Come back again.
Very
And
tanky,
Chovy's
by the
not going to
way.
be dying just yet. The control of the wave certainly here. The tempo certainly available here for G2 on the bottom side.
와,
of the map.
이즈리얼 그렇게 초반 라인도 다
Bit of a rotation
잘해놓은
over here
거
from Caps as well.
망했죠, 망했죠.
As Chovy is super
저런
low, they want to try to
딜이 안
turn this into
들어가는
something more.
모습이고.
Teleport available here for
Ezreal
Chovy
played
as well.
early game lane phase
Skewmon
so
gonna
well.
make his way in. Caps
He's
gonna
still ahead in
steal the
CS,
Bramble
but
back, and there is that teleport that we were talking about. The smite from Canyon is
Skewmon
going to take his
just
red.
ran, but,
and Chovy with that teleport, he's going to make sure
Canyon
there
was
is
like,
no
thanks for
further
the leash.
aggression.
That was a bit of a scary situation there on both sides. That play
I mean, at
looked
least
like it was
Skewmon
gonna be
lived,
on the
right?
knife
Could be
edge.
worse.
The force of will
Skewmon's
there
just
from
gonna run
Caps
top
pulls it
with
out,
the
but Canyon
Voidguard
says, I
piece.
don't care. That's the end of that fight. If there's an overextension there from Gen.G though, or if a single member gets caught out by a
이러면은 요거
scatter
하나
from
남은 거
Caps, it gets blown
먹고
up by his ultimate.
본인
Could've been a
그
huge
돌고부
angle
가나요?
for the side
Maybe he's
of
gonna go
G2, but instead
Crocs,
it's
or is he
still
gonna
a
go for
very
Lisa?
even game here. Hansama
Crocs
now the
into
target as they look
Raptors?
for a potential dive.
Yeah, the flash forward from Dura, but he misses.
Dura?
And the teleport is
What do you
gonna make
mean?
sure that Hansama stays alive.
텔포가
Dura shows
들어오긴
them the
해서
door.
근데 오래 하면 안 되긴 했어. 급하게 빨리빨리 딱 잡을 거면 딱 잡고. I mean, the thing is, I was CP things, or even if they try to commit, they have to do it fast.
So I'm going to say newest.
I think Duo's trying to go for some crazy Q flash play.
I think it makes somewhat sense.
I didn't even
It's a
think
big
you
win
could
for
Q
Gen.G
flash
though,
on
because
Bro.
they got the TP out of Broken Blade. Now it's the ult top side.
덤벼
Are they going to
지나가.
get punished here onto Keen? I don't think so.
불나오면
Public
지나갑니다.
execution comes down. Nimbus Strike is the last of the gap closed there for
무슨
Skirmishes.
각인지는
The train comes out of the station
아쉬운
and Keen.
They're not losing out on anything. Broken Blade, all these
I mean, that's a lot of damage, actually. I feel like what could have been worse here for the side of G2 kind of works out because Skumon did that. Now, he doesn't have his ultimate here or this skirmish.
Oh wow, Caps dodge everything. But he's getting flashed on. Oh, he's so dead. 아니 근데 이거 아니 신짜오 힐량. Are you looking at how crazy Shinjao's heals are? No fucking way they live. LeBron like literally healed for the move speed too. 와 이거 플래시로 다 살아가는 거 봐. 젠지 교정력, 집중력 좋다 이거 젠지. That's probably GG for Gen.G2. I mean it's not over yet. 끝난 건 아닌데 게임이 터진 거 맞다. 뭔지 알죠? 젠지가 결국은 집중력이 한 끗 차이로 높은 것 같고요. I mean Caps tried his best to live. I think the biggest problem was that Skumon wasn't able to finish off the Shinshao when Syndra did the full damage onto Shinshao inside the ulti. 신짜오가 되게 피가 없는 상황이었는데 여기서 50이 신짜오를 처리를 했으면 이렇게까지는 안 됐거든요. 보시면은 캡스 선수는 그래도 최선의 플레이를 한 것처럼 보이지만 Skumon was actually pushed out. 그다음에 여기 힐 봐봐. Look at his heal. Q 키고 나서 평타 치면은 그 체력이 엄청 차거든요. 거기다가 이제 지금 갈라질 하는 게 나왔으니까 갈라질 하는 평타. And wow, the flash from Canyon really well played. And of course, oh, Keen's is flashing out as well. I mean, Gen.G is just playing better in these skirmishes, guys. G2's playing good too, but it's like just a little bit, just a little bit.
It feels like whoever counted flashes better in the previous engagements were the ones that were the benefactors of this, because it was so many flashes invested just to make sure.
조합 사이드 교정 아니 그냥 신짜오 갈리오가 제 생각에는 이번 대회 핵심 픽인 것 같아요. 볼 때마다 이렇게 상위 조합이 없어. I think Shinshao, Galio, both of them are just a little bit lost. And then you pair that with like another damage dealer in the top lane, like Ambessa or Gwen or something. Right. 탑에서 또 이제 암베사나 구엔이나 이런 거를 같이 페어링 하면은 그 시너지가 와 말이 안 되는 거야. 짜오 갈리 짜갈리죠. 맞아.
Let's see what the soul is, because this could be quite significant. Okay, it's going to be Infernal. That is big. So G2 fans should at least be able to feel
Hansama is
good
sitting
about
on the
possibility
tiers.
of what
He's
happens if
stacking
they
the
can get a few
tiers.
more of these dragons. The game state is definitely Gen.G favored, but that's something you've got at
이건
least
캐니언
in your
캐리어 아니
back
그냥
pocket for later
캐니언
on to win some
선수가
of these big objective
바텀을
fights.
풀어주는
We've
플레이부터
talked
계속
about CC here.
바텀도 엄청
This game has
냄새를
just
잘
been
받고
hands
한사마
checking
선수가
non-stop.
앞비전 안
As
타고
you
막
said,
계속
flash
타렸거든.
counting.
그래도 결국
A
성공시키는
little bit
케인.
dangerous here as Canyon walks forward, doesn't find the wind becomes lightning. As Keen just looking for that public execution angle.
I don't know.
And
Canyon
now
just
Herald
literally
in control of
gave
Gen.G.
all the
And
advantage that
you look at
Ezreal and
Caps
Karma
doesn't
had
have
in
TP,
lane. He
Broken
gave
Blade
it back to
doesn't have
Lucian
Prio.
Brawl. He
And
kept
unfortunately, I think
Karma
Gen.G
sitting in a
or
bush
unfortunately
bot
for G2,
side.
Gen.G is gonna
I
get
mean,
this one for free.
for
See
Lucian
a bit of a
Brawl
wraparound
side.
here, but
Yeah.
it will be spotted on a ward, and Chovy just has enough mobility to get out of here.
Oh, Chovy gonna get knocked back there.
I just think Shinshao Galio is probably one of the most broken mid jungle duo. Considering Pantheon's Pantheon's permabound right now, so the next most broken jungle. 진짜.
The Black Cleaver comes in for Keen. That's when even
짜오 체급이 말이 안 돼, 맞아. 평타 Q 키고 평타 몇 때리기 시작하면 난리가 나거든요. 이게 킬량을 좀 조절해야 되지 않나라는 생각이 들 정도로.
Keen is not. He does not want to lose this series, this tournament.
He's
He
the
is
one who was
playing
talking about how
so well.
It really
Galio's so
impacted them
broken
that
by
they
itself.
lost so
No,
early
I think
last
Galio is
year,
really,
and he
really
was not
good.
able to lift that
If you
trophy.
pair it with like an
And they were
infighter.
the favorites coming into last year's EWC as well. This was, Gen.G coming off an extraordinarily
Definitely
dominant
Galio's not the
spring
best
split back
if you
then.
don't
And
have
this
enough
is the same
damage.
story, but finally actually living
other
up to it here in Riyadh. As Labrov,
I mean, look at Ruler. He's just having a field day now.
저거. A bit worse for wear at the back end of it.
루시안 저거 라인전에서
This wave.
이즈리얼이 겁나 잘해놨는데 지금 계속 그냥 앞대시하고 룰러 선수 이제 템 다 나오기 시작하거든. Like Ruler, the thing is like his Lucian's really good, but the problem is Lucian's just bad. Lucian Braum's just really bad into Ezreal Karma. It's not really like a player thing, it's more like a champion comp thing. The 2v2 matchup is just really wrong.
I don't know about that one.
Oh, I don't know Ruler though. I did praise Ruler and now he's about to die.
A trust fall, I guess, into the mid lane to make sure that Duro was paying attention.
칭찬하자마자 바로 돌발 앞대시 해가지고 깜짝 놀랐네. I mean, they just run out. But can they run out? Oh, the Mantra E! Mantra E! Labrov just lived.
Gen.G will back off as well, but you can see
Hansamah might EN, but it's too dangerous. Duro's nearby.
Barrier. He's just playing on the tightrope here. Scummon.
아 뭔가 정리가 안 되고 있다. They're all super low, but like G2 just doesn't have an engage. 아니 근데 이게 뭔가 Oh wait, they stun him. Wow, Duro the E, stun behind bro. Oh my gosh, Duro E was so broken there. They all have to run though. Oh. Wow, Caps is pushing it. No way, Key's gonna get him though. The Q missing. 그러니까 Q로 이제 뒤로 도망가는 줄 알고 신드라가 Q를 살짝 뒤로 줬는데 앞으로 들어와서 정리를. 이 젠지도 이런 행동을 굳이 할 필요가 없긴 해요. 근데 I don't. Genji doesn't even have to do this. They could just back out. Genji can back out.
Said if you're going to be greedy, we will match you at every turn. It ultimately ends up being a trade that Ruler had flash and barrier, and he was not afraid to use them there.
They're just like testing their limits right now.
Favoring
굳이 여기서 미드에서 칼바람 할 이유가 없거든? 다시 사이드 가서 사이드 웨이브 먹고 이제 천천히 하면 되는데 살짝 뭔가 자신감으로 유리하더라도 너무 오래 있으면 아무래도 골드나 체력이나 마나도 그렇고 골드로 템도 안 산 상황이라서 I mean it's not too bad for G2 because you're behind. Gen.G fans.
And it's just a slight
Gen.G
trade up for
팬분들
Gen.G.
표정.
The Gen.G fans until the last moment there weren't sure if they liked it.
Yeah, there was a lot of apprehension from everyone. You could see though Chovy did 0 damage. He was on the bottom side of the map trading up for Gen.G. So the Gen.G fans probably not feeling too bad after the outcome there of that one. And I'm not going to praise Keen ever again.
Really
he
cute
did some weird stuff in that strength wrap around there.
아니 그러지 말라고 이런 표정이라고.
I mean, Duro was an absolute hero though, eating the
T1
entire unleashed power.
already crying.
That's going to make Caps' life
이미
really
우리는
difficult. We
근데
haven't spoken about it just yet. The fact that the Unbreakable can stop those orbs,
I mean,
the one-shot potential of this
we just
Syndra
played
needs to
bad.
be
I don't know.
carefully
We could have possibly got
mediated, you could
eliminated
say,
by
but
Koi.
now, standing behind Broken Blade.
Keen just all in the air.
From Keen, unfortunately.
Keen holding Evelyn.
A whiff on that one as G2. Remember, this is Infernal Soul Point for them. They have the choke point controlled, trying to clear this vision.
Arcane Shift from Ansama gets him to relative safety. As Gen.G feeling like they have control.
아니 근데 웨이브 상황이 너무 안 좋은데? G2's waves are really bad. Oh, but Keen is dead, but is everyone else okay? 와! Dude, Lucian 상태 너무 좋아요. Lucian's actually really healthy. He can actually run them all down. Ansama is healthy too. He's looking. Ansama's looking. I think if he eats forward, he might get the short.
5,000 damage nearly on Hansama in this exchange. So bold, never afraid to look for
nice W to dodge on the Q.
to maximize the damage. The Crescent Guard is
주로
down.
선수 브라운
And
매섭습니다.
G2 start up the Dragon. Chovy's back though with
W로
the
Q
TP.
피하는 디테일.
And G2 are going to think better of it. They already have a
이러면은
2 Drake
젠지도
lead. They're down 3,000
공을 절대 안
gold.
주죠.
If they
Gen.G
lose
is
this
gonna
fight,
contest
gave the
and grab
Dragon
this one
and kills
because
to
the
Gen.G,
Scummel
it would
is dead.
certainly spell their end
No spy.
in this tournament. Despite it being so close, despite that pick onto Keen, Canyon being that second front line is just a bit too
Let's watch
much.
this again.
Keen making some crazy attempts on this one. This guy is
I mean, if that landed, that was crazy. 아니, 방금 신드라를 노린 건데 신드라 다시 앞으로 가서 안 맞은
건데.
건데.
Just go forward, and I trust that my team will back me up in every
Let's watch this
scenario.
again.
And it also knows in this fight as well,
Hansama
Hansama
no
takes very
E.
little damage.
웨이브 is really bad. 탑도 웨이브 되게 안 좋았고 미드 웨이브도 밀리는. See, Jovi actually deleted the wave there. So G2 wants to fight ASAP. They're gonna lose on so much.
Either way, Keen is the one who gets focused down. Hansama doesn't end up taking that damage. He gets taunted, but again, the focus goes on
Three-man
overall.
taunt,
Wins a
but
war here, not really hitting Hansama, so Chovy is pushed out. Caps maximizing his damage here, hits the scatter to prevent follow-up here. Broken Blade has to back out here with the flash, but the Gen.G are like, okay, we don't have
Caps
that
is really uncomfortable on the right side. 신드라가 오른쪽에서 뭔가 딜을 넣으려고 했는데 사이드에서 좀 전체적으로 되게 불안했었죠.
So much damage done by Hansama.
Because she didn't have flash.
This has been an
플래시가 없었기
unbelievable
때문에.
tournament for this man.
I mean, he's just the guy. Just when he gets a
going
lead,
on?
he knows
I don't
exactly
know if
which
G2 wants to
fights
contest
take.
this.
His positioning has been so phenomenal. I mean, we've seen him very rarely get punished or get caught. He plays
Okay,
these
now they're
safe champions
contesting
like the
vision.
Zaya,
Not
like
bad.
the Ezreal, but he still walks the line. You know, he stands just on the edge of safety to maximize damage.
And the way Ezreal
이거
looks good
사이온이
is
되게
how well you
땡땡하긴
play
하거든.
aggressively
사이온 is
with
actually
the
really
fact you
tanky.
have so many good defensive tools, right? And
Okay,
Hansama
can I do
showed
it? No, they
exactly that
can't.
in that last
저런.
fight, pushing back Canyon almost.
이게
managing
신드라가
to find a bit
더블리로
of an
이거
angle there.
캠프 같은 거
Make sure
가져가서
that
이제
they only
정글이
lost
스마를 하면
Skirmishes.
그림이
They
많이
did lose the
나오는데
dragon, but it's not
2톤
end of the
얼마는
world.
좀 너무
And
테레비
G2
좋았다.
certainly still in this one.
한스사가 이지로 1 내냐고. 일단
일단
이번 판 이지로 2코 나온 타이밍이라서 지금쯤 보여줘야 되긴 하는데. Ezreal has 2 items. Possibly his biggest spike. Ezreal's 2 item spike.
No, not really great. We'll see whether maybe.
So I think
maybe
Ezreal
G1
needs
in
to
the gang
sort
have got something
taking
for us
over the game
on
if
that
he
front.
wants to have a
Maybe
chance
who
at
knows?
winning.
Maybe
But
Finn
it's
has,
really
like, something
hard.
that
You're
they
playing
say.
Ezreal and
It is a Scion
enemy
and a
team
Syndra,
is very
so
tanky. A lot of tanks from
just kind of how it goes in terms of you want to be grouped in the mid lane or you want to be 4-1ing at best so you
and
can.
his number goes up, right? And as these numbers go up, G2 are going to be feeling better. As LeBron goes down, though, they're going to be feeling worse as Keen does break the tether. But he's very scary.
Lavrov
I think I would
gameplay
have
is
had a little
not
bit of
too
a heart
bad
attack
this
as
game.
well if I had have found a Keen in that brush.
Well, I mean,
이번 판 뭐
for
라브로브
Gen.G,
선수
they
나쁘지
end up
않게
pushing
하고 있긴
Lavrov away.
한데
Has to now back, so there's a window here to potentially start up this Otacon.
확실히 그 탑에서 상체 교전이 아까 조금 되게 아쉬웠던 거기서 게임 터졌다 그 상황 빼고는 솔직히 G2도 되게 날카롭거든. I mean, they 100% will contest this because Duel doesn't have smite. They don't have spellbook. 공프 칠 수는 없습니다. 더 던져. Skimmer's gonna try to go for steal.
As Canyon looking for the angle there.
Oh, there it is! The Galio combo on top of the oh, Galio best combo. I mean, I don't know. Like they have to give this now.
By Gen.G, Caps all out of mana actually, and not with too many options either. As that was a
Broken Blade
position
positioning is so
Broken Blade, but he's not really able to do anything.
안베스가 진짜 저게 사기다. 안베스 dash is so broken by the way. You can just straight up ult into your into the ADC like that, and then Galio ult on top of that. 그 카밀 갈리오 이런 거보다 그냥 안베스 갈리오? 그냥 막 이런 게 확실하게 들어가고 확실하게 갈리오공이 깔리니까. I mean, there's a choke point as well, so it's just really uncomfortable place for G2. They're all stacked on top of each other in a choke point. 그 좁은 데서 다 같이 몰려 있는 상황에서 깰 수 있는 상황이 아니거든요.
Gen.G fans, I feel so scared, so terrified that maybe this
Syndra
final
needs the
LCK
gold.
rep could have gotten knocked out. The
Syndra
draft was so
definitely
good here
needs
for G2, but
a
they've
lot of
taken full
items
control over this game now.
if she wants to
Hansama
be able
quite,
to do all these
Blasconing
fast
his way in here, but we'll drop the
tanks and
True Shot barrage
bruisers.
right into Duro's block,
Duro
which
dodged
also
it?
blocks the scatter.
blocked it?
And then the instant follow-up. The second those cooldowns are down, Keen's like, I'll go in, we take out Hansama, target selection is perfect here.
저거를 만약 플래시 반응했으면 인정인데 안베스공이 플래시 반응하기 좀 빡세긴 해요 진짜. 요네공은 진짜 It's like unlike Yone ulti is similar, but like unlike Yone ult, 안베스 literally like teleports when it connects. 그러니까 요네공은 뭔가 날라오거든요. 그래서 그걸 반응해서 플래시 쓸 수 있는데 안베스공은 아예 안 맞으면 안 날라오고 가만히 있기 때문에 맞으면 바로
where Gen.G have decided, oh, well, G2 They gave us a run for our money in game 2. We're gonna have to give them the best.
얇아서 안 보인다. 그런 것도 있고 내가 맞는 게 아니라 내 뒤에 있는 놈이 맞는 거 아니야? 뭐 이런 것도 있고. 또 내 앞에 사람이 있어서 걔가 맞는 거 아니야? 확실히 기인 선수가 좀 안 됐어. 좀 날카롭습니다. I mean, Keane is just kind of popping off. So is everybody. It's looking a little bit rough for G2. They drafted an Ezreal Karma and now they're losing the early game. 진짜 카르마는 아무리 봐도 저거 템프가 좀 T1도 5세트 결승 5세트에서 카르마 해가지고 지금 몇 번을 2022년도 월즈 결승도 그렇고 카르마 이거 맞나라는 생각이 들 정도로 뒷경기에서의 활약이 좀 적은 느낌. 그러니까 물론 굉장히 좋고 잘 사용하면 좋은데
This Lucian hits so hard. Even Chovy's
럭스
Qs are
서폿을
going to
너무
be
구려서
massive later on. And there's just no sign
옛날에는
of like,
좋았지만
yeah,
럭스
they push
서폿은
mid,
너무너무
they don't get
구려놨다.
anything, but they get the dragon, and it's not like it's oh that Syndra's pushing that top. Not
Don't
really.
hate the
It's
Karma,
Syndra,
bought the girl.
She can't actually
My
threaten
bad.
the cross, and then Chovy just slowly goes up.
Karma
and
hater
answers
in the chat.
as Keen demolishes this Scion, makes the Scion look like he's made out of aluminum.
I think in a big game that really matters though, elimination.
Over and over,
Elimination
bending
game.
him to Keen's will.
Karma just doesn't have that like
feeling broken
a
in
little
this
bit of
one.
a impact.
And a Baron attempt.
It lacks the impact because if you don't snowball hard and win early game,
so I guess it's almost there.
It feels like you're like in the back foot. You don't really have chances to engage.
Relatively recently completed.
And at that point, you're like, hey, what if you just play like Lulu or something?
I mean, the Baron start.
We're just gonna be
for
shielding
Gen.G is
things,
so
like Lulu
incredible,
shields
especially
and
now that
Lulu
Chovy has
peels
level
better.
16, he gets before this back. We'll pick up an additional item and head straight over. There's a little bit of vision. that
안페사
needs to be
후반이
cleared
너무
here. That
사기다.
one control
안페사 쪽
actually
사이언
plays by
상대를
G2
그냥
as they
너무
replace
편하게
with the
라인전하는
block.
거죠.
There's one there in the pit. Once Gen.G clear that up, they
I
can
mean,
start
Ambessa
to look
just
to
had a
push
free
this
lane phase
Baron
into Scion.
in.
Zero
And
two
without
tank.
vision, it's hard to play this Syndra comp. You know, it's hard to engage. They have a Wukong, so steals are possible, right? But winning a fight, that just sounds out of the question at this point.
And getting to the pit is what I feel like is going to be the most difficult part, because Gen.G, I
Total
don't think they
goal
really want
number
to start
one,
something up with
ruler.
all 5 people grouped up, right? They want to start
Ruler
something with 2
number one
people
gold,
and have
and then
3
after that
ready
is
to
Key.
kill whoever's trying to face
한숨을
check.
써서 번째 gold too.
And that's what they've been doing when they've built leads like this in the past. As Chovy goes over to take this minion
Sanko
wave,
Lucian.
and
3 item Lucian.
get this top lane
If you want to
pushing
take a look,
forward as well. G2
Galio
given a little
does
bit of
have
respite
a
as
Seeker's
they
arm guard,
clear
so
out the vision
Zonia is
around this
complete.
Baron. So at least
갈리오가
that isn't
그리고
gonna be snuffed for
보시면
now.
좋냐.
But still, G2 on the back foot, well and truly.
팔목 보호대가
4,000
나와
gold
있는
is the
상태거든.
approximate lead, but it's the fact that Arakan is there. There's a couple of
하이.
grubs. There's the cool shoes. There's a lot that's putting Gen.G even further ahead than it might look as far as the money is concerned.
Chovy in such a good position to deny any entry. That vision
I mean,
we
the
were
thing is,
talking
it's
about
gonna take
moments
forever
before
for
is now
G2 to even
completely
kill
cleared.
Galio.
Keen
But like, Galio has a
looking
Zonia's
for a great
anyways, and
trade
like
here.
at the
Can
first
TP
fight,
into the
do you
Baron
do you
pit
even
at
want to be
any
focused on
point, really,
Galio? That's
without
the
any fear of
problem, right?
Broken
You want to
Blade
kill
interrupting
Lucian,
him
you
while
want to
he
kill
just dash
Lucian,
away
안배사?
and channel that one up.
이게 갈리오를 죽일
He's a
딜도
first
없는데
strike gold,
갈리오를
keeps stacking up
잡는다고
here
해도
for
팔목
Caps.
보호대
Piece
있는
by
갈리오
piece,
어떻게 잡는다고
little
해도
by little.
그래도
With
갈리오를
this
뭐
cosmic
무시하기에도
drive build here, he's
굉장히
got the
뜨거워서
void
이게
staff, but
타밍이
like you
G2
said, getting to the
입장에서도
pit,
되게
getting to the
와
fight,
듀로스
much
이
less
타이밍
winning
is
it
really good.
just is
집중도가 되게 높아
impossible
보인다.
here for
듀로
G2.
선수가 아까부터
It's feeling
1호
difficult, but they're
이지리를
not gonna
공을
go
다
for
맞고
50-50.
있거든.
It will be Canyon just
네,
backing
확실히
away, looking to secure
전판보다
that blue
훨씬
buff.
더 다들
Still on that bottom
집중해서 하는
side, Broken Blade,
모습이고요.
I believe, was
일단 결승은
losing out
진출한
on
것
another trade,
같은데
but as
이런
you can see with
부두스를
the
하자마자
health
이상한
bars,
일이
they're actually
일어나진
looking kind of
않겠지.
okay for Broken Blade here,
근데
holding
이건
his own.
진짜로
I mean, at this point, Gen.G are just backing away,
젠지가 한
resetting, grabbing
5번
items,
연속
pushing waves, and they're just gonna
던지면서
do it
막
again.
난리가
And if they can
나야
keep just
지는
stalling this
수준이라서.
out, because the Baron is tough to take. It's relatively high health, obviously.
단단한
They
팀이라.
can stall it out and then just turn their eyes to Dragon, then they get a third Infernal Drake. And for Gen.G right now, the
See
name of
what
the game is
happens
just
here,
not to lose your lead and continue to stack up gold on this Lucian and Ambessa. GA completed now for Keen.
뱀픽 건가?
Means you have to kill him
뱀픽에서 이미
twice
끝났다?
if you're going to
I mean,
win
I don't
the
even know,
fight.
like,
And
Ezreal
Chovy
Karma,
makes it tough enough
B1, B2?
already. Lock it online
I
for
don't know,
Duro.
guys.
Like,
Yeah. The old guard is a big deal as well for Chovy. The fact that he can
Feels
dive in on top.
really bad.
Hopefully
I mean,
he
they
presses it this
played
time
really
around
well
as
in
well.
lane, but
on the flank. So much, yeah. Chovy looking for that taunt
just
angle,
wrong.
gets it onto Hansama.
한숨을 파샷.
With the public execution,
오케이,
they
그
do get
루캉
JCC
ulti actually.
onto
500이
King,
그래도
then
좀
gets
시간을
the shield
벌어줬어. 없어. 거리랑 it earns some time for. Okay, not too bad actually. This fight is not too bad for G2. G2가 그래도 반응을 잘했습니다. Oh, I don't know if you want to tank. Whoa, Toby! The flash forward onto the flashless cleanseless. That's real, and that's probably GG. They didn't have vision in this side, right? 그러니까 여기 이쪽에 와드가 이미 젠지가 다 먹어있는 상태이기 때문에 갈리오 위치를 정확하게 몰랐습니다. 갈리오's location. So Hansamah walked on, trying to hit some more Qs and drive them back, maybe go for kills. Really great. Hansamah 이거 전멸 반응 너무 못하고 있긴 한데 그만큼 근데 부담감이 장난 아니죠. I mean the thing is Hansamah literally getting so he cleanses it. I think he has to flash them. That's all. The Keen is just crazy, always hitting the ultis on the ADC though. Don't get me wrong. But I think Hansamah is expected to be flashing that faster. Because right now, even if you flash faster, you're gonna be way higher HP.
And then it looks playable here for Hansamah until
and then he eats forward.
Part 2. Chovy comes in flash taunts. The Ezreal has no mobility, no summoners, and wins the fight.
Mr. Hansamah.
Really double taunt plays.
거기서 앞비전을 타? 방금 플래시 크런치 다 썼는데 바로 그냥 참교육해버리는 초비. Chobi just flashes forward the moment he sees Ezreal, who doesn't have flash cleanse.
Gen.G managed to win that one out, but that was so extraordinarily close. The whole start of that fight is in the meantime. Keen is going to have to be
crazy things are happening here.
to stay alive. The unleashed power there from Caps doing a lot of work.
Yeah, Baron was secured by Gen.G, and now Gen.G is doing a weird 1-4 formation. I'm not sure what's happening. The Ruler's like solo pushing. 루시안 위치가 근데 좀 이상하긴 한데. Wait, how come they didn't hard punish on the Lucian? I don't understand. Okay, they are hard punishing. There they are! They're hard punishing on this Lucian position, but it's too late. Oh, goodbye. They all got baited. They should have gone in faster. 룰러 선수가 타워 밑까지 막 위쪽 움직였을 때 그때 그냥 들어가지. 뭔지 알죠? 그러니까 들어갈 거면은 좀 더 일찍, 좀 더 루시안이 앞에 있었을 때. I mean, he just baits it every single time. Every single time. 근데 V4 상대로도 그렇고 뭔가 룰러 선수 루시안이 꼬리를 잘 흔들어요. 여기서 루시안을 잡아도 물론 게임이 끝나긴 하지만. Anyways, that's GG. Congratulations for Gen.G. They do make it to the grand finals to play into AL. 집한테 지는 거 말이 안 되긴 했어. 설마 했는데 역시나 젠지는 강력했다. 역시 강력하구만. Gen.G looks beatable? Yeah, I think so. AL is probably going to be preparing a lot right now. Top is probably has his notebook out. Congratulations to Gen.G. Rest in peace to T1.
Tomorrow in our third place match.
What a cool.
No way we lose to G2 tomorrow, right?
Oh yeah.
진짜 최악의 상황은 내일 이제 T1이 벌써 지금 3-4위전에서 G2 때 지는 그런 끔찍한 상황이 있거든요. The worst case scenario is T1 losing to G2 tomorrow.
And then we're able to defeat them very
That's the worst
one-sidedly as they
case
seem to
scenario.
have leveled up since MSI. And this is going to be a really tough opponent for Gen.G. And for G2, they played it so close. And Hansamah, sure, he got caught by that last Chovy taunt, but I think he should be insanely proud with his performance he had all tournament long. The guy deserves your praise.
3, 4위전 상금이 다릅니다. 3위 상금이랑 4위 상금이랑 정확하게 얼마나 차이 나는지 모르지만 아마 한 5만 불 정도 차이가 날 수도 있어서 굉장히 큰 돈이거든요. Yeah, third place and fourth place match is going to be tomorrow. It's going to be an hour earlier than today's start time.
We've seen Gen.G versus G2 in the past. It's been heartbreak on both sides. More recently, Gen.G has got the better of them, but it's great to see that G2 can bring.
And the reason why it happens is because of the prize. Third place prize is different from the fourth place prize.
What a semi-final.
So definitely want to be winning their money.
World Cup.
As we're talking about big money.
With Chovy of Gen.G just secured their place in the grand final. We will talk about your opponents shortly.
1등 상금
But
60만 불?
let's reflect on that series with G2. You
There it
started
is.
so strong.
Trophy.
Even yourself, you got a pentakill. You made it look easy. But then they really fought back and gave you a different fight from game 2 onwards.
일단 초비 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째로 드릴 질문은 굉장히 좀 압도적인 경기력으로
Congratulations,
또 펜타키까지
Shubi.
드시면서
Wait, I don't need to
1세트를
translate. What the?
승리하셨는데 2세트 때부터 좀 달라지기 시작했어요. 그래서 G2와
The guy is asking in English. Why do I need to translate?
G2와의 경기에 대해서 좀 어떻게 평가하시나요?
일단 아무래도 좀 G2가 잘하면서 혈전을 벌인 장면도 있는데 저희가 기본적으로 인원 분배나 턴 분배를 좀 잘 못한 것 같아서 이런 부분을 잘 보완하면 될 것 같아요.
Yeah, I mean, obviously G2 put up a great fight, but I think we made a mistake on some of the team fights or even some of the placements on the teams. So I think we'll have to fix on that.
You are literally 1 week removed from becoming MSI champions. This time last week, you raised the trophy. You had an MVP performance. How do you not let the success go to your head?
이제 지난주까지만 해도 MSI에서 우승하시고 또 MVP까지 받으시면서 어떻게 보면 정말 최고의 순간을 계속해서 보내셨는데 그럼에도 불구하고 이렇게 최고에 올라온 만큼 계속해서 이걸 유지해야 된다는 좀 부담감이 있지는 않으셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단 뭐 이렇게 높이까지 올라왔는데 유지해야 한다는 부담감보단 그냥 당연히 잘 해야 한다라고 생각을 해서 별로 부담은 안 되고 그냥 해야 할 일 하는 것 같습니다.
I'm focusing more on what I have to do right now more than a pressure of
Toby's like a robot.
So
Like,
I think
holy
that's
moly,
what
bro.
motivates me more.
Let's look at what you have to do right now. I think maybe yourself, many of the viewers and the fans woke up this morning expecting T1 to make it into the grand final to give us an MSI rematch. That's not the case.
T1 머리
You'll be
때도
up
되게
against
귀여운데. Look at the T1
AGAL.
heart.
Can you beat them
Heart.
in a best of 5 and why?
이제 많은 시청자분들도 그렇고 많은 분들이 이제 T1과의 결승 리매치를 좀 기대를 하고 계셨을 텐데 예상과는 다르게 좀 AGAL과의 이제 오전제 승부가 기다리고 있습니다. 그래서 AGAL과의 오전제 승부에서 좀 승리할 자신이 있으신지 그리고 승리할 자신이 있다면 왜인지 궁금합니다.
일단 당연히 승리할 자신이 있고 그냥 뭐 승리할 자신의 이유가 뭐 긴 말 필요 없이 저희가 이미 이겨봤고 또 저희는 MSI 우승도 했기 때문에 저희가 충분히 잘하면 이길 수 있다고 생각합니다.
Yeah, of course. I'm really confident because I'm not going to say it long. It's because we are the better team. We have won.
We are the
before,
better team.
And pretty sure
True.
we're going to do it our best.
페비야
and we're
눈떠?
going to bring us to the trophy.
They're chanting MVP over here. Just before we crush a key, you are on a sensational run of form. Your fans have
Goodbye,
traveled
G2.
from all over the world to watch. Gen.G fans, make some noise for this man right now.
에일이 진짜 잘하던데 맞아요. 에일도 정말 MSI 때보다 더 좋아지고 더 잘해서.
G2 키를 부수러
I
가시겠습니까?
mean, Ail's playing even better than MSI. So
Let's go.
finals tomorrow gonna be a complete cinema for sure,
Gen.G book their
100%.
spot
Complete
in yet
banger.
another grand final. This is the brutal part of EWC, Europe's last hope.
그래도 젠지가 우리 거 안 부숴서 다행이기도 한데 그런데 뭔가
It's time to say goodbye.
다행이야 불행이야
to
뭐요?
G2.
진짜 젠지가 T1 거 부셨으면은 정말 최악의 경우긴 했겠다. 결승에서 특히 그랬으면. 진짜 이런 실력으로는 근데 아예 그냥 2대0으로 쓸렸을 듯. T1이 정말. I mean, goodbye G2. 오, 7. 되게 오래 걸리는데? it didn't smack? Huh? I guess G2 key is just invincible. 아니 G2는 뭐 비브람을 그 뭐지? 비브라늄? 그걸로 만든 거야? 캡틴 아메리카 방패 같은. G2 just refuses to go get destroyed, I guess. G2 key is like no. You can't crush
Hey
me.
everyone, this is the post-game interview of Gen.G versus G2. Caps, you guys
There
are
it is.
one game away from taking the series from the
He's
MSI
smiling,
winners.
though.
So what went wrong in that game 3?
He's smiling.
I think we had a decent start for sure. We ended up getting the first breaks.
표정은
They were getting a
좋은데요?
little bit ahead in goal, but I think the third dragon is really where they took the edge. I think it was.
We bend but
looking
never
so
break.
decent
Yeah.
to start off with. We had a lot of
Crazy.
control, but then they just found a good
3세트
flank,
뭐가
and
문제냐고
From
하니까.
there, it felt a bit harder to contest them up.
And of course, going
방금
into
좀 놓쳤습니다.
EWC, a lot of people on the internet and fans in
EWC.
general have been saying that G2 had this glow up. So how would you reflect on your own personal growth and G2's growth?
본인의
as a whole?
성장이랑
Yeah,
G2
definitely
성장
happy with
이번에
what we
EWC에서
have, like,
어떤 것
improved, like the way we improved. I think
엄청
the
좋았다고
way we play
했는데
is definitely more competitive now than it was at MSI. I think
확실히
we
MSI
kind of
때보다는
just
훨씬
sat
더
back and
경쟁력이
waited to
있었고
lose. Today we still lost, but we at least tried to fight our way.
오늘 지긴
And especially
했지만
game 2, we
확실히
also
보여줬다고
found a lot of
생각한다고.
angles, and especially Hans was
게임
probably up.
2 2세트
You guys
한스
aren't
사마
out just
특히
quite
한스
yet,
사마
because
선수가
tomorrow we will
보여줬다.
have our third place decider between G2 and T1. So how are you looking forward towards that matchup?
내일 3,
Yeah, I mean,
4위전 있는데
definitely
그
would have preferred the
T1
final, but
상대로
I can
어떨
hear
것
from the
같냐고.
crowd that we're looking for a third place finish. So we will look to win.
네, 우리가 이제 팬분들도 많이
Thank you,
오셨지만
and we have a lot of
3위
fans from G2
엔딩을
at the Riyadh Arena. So do you have anything to say
예상하고
to them?
있다고 하네요.
I mean, a big thank you guys for the support. It means so much. Like I was quite
팬분들한테
sad
한마디.
after the loss, but
Thank you for the
seeing
support.
all of you guys
정말
definitely brings me
감사합니다.
up. And after this, I'm
네.
ready for tomorrow.
The heart. Ready for tomorrow.
Thank you
그러니까
for the support,
팬분들한테
everyone. We'll see you
열대
tomorrow,
응원
Caps, and back to
감사드린다고
you guys at the
얘기하네요.
desk.
다소 위력이 있을 수 있습니다. 제가 번역하는 사람이 아니어가지고.
Thank you so much, Kitty, as we had 4 post-game interviews with 4 of the best mid laners in the world. That last one, you hear the main
3,
man
4위전은
for
그냥 즐겨야지.
G2 trying to get them
오.
back. 6
그래도
years
T1은
in
돈은
the making to an
많잖아요.
international
이번에
final and falls just a couple of team
사우디
fights
스폰서
short.
이거 뭐냐고.
Caps and G2 should be proud with the way that they fought.
이번에
But they
레드씨
ran into the
글로벌
indomitable
스폰서십?
force that is Chovy and Gen.G. A 2-1 victory going
다
the
4위
way of the
엔딩은 근데 뭔가
LCK
자존심,
side.
돈이
The
문제가 아니라
back-to-back
자존심이
MSI
굉장히
champions have an opportunity to etch their
유럽
name in the history
분들한테
books
저는 이제
here
또
at the
유럽 분들이 많이 보거든요,
EWC
방송을.
as game
굉장히
winners
놀림을
of
받을 예정입니다.
2025 against AGAL, and it was scrappy.
T1
The
G2한테
angles
지는
were
그거.
angling, and still
7년 전에 그
Gen.G
지금
came out on top as it was
I don't
just
know.
a
I'm
fight
just
after
scared
fight
that
after fight,
we're gonna have a hard time.
and so close every time.
Oh man.
Heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking.
T1도 적자예요.
I feel
그나마
like
근데
the longer the series went
다른
on,
e스포츠 구단보다는
the more I
그래도
saw
제일 괜찮긴
what
한데
G2 is so
그래도
good at, the more
적자라고요?
I saw what G2
아이고.
is known for, and the more I saw G2 evolve. I feel like they were pushing Gen.G in a lot of the aspects of the game,
참
but
이게 힘든다.
Gen.G
e스포츠가
is
진짜
just
힘들긴
that
해요.
team that
구단들이 다.
no matter how hard they get pushed, they remain their
트위터에다가 박제하고
composure,
막
and they just stand so proud and calmly at the top in the terms of the macro game. Like I feel like they were just, despite whatever punches G2 were throwing at them, they just blocked them.
I
and
think that
blocked them
one
and
fight
sure,
top
they lost a
side
few
pretty
fights
much
here and
blew
there,
up the
but
game. That's it.
solid performances all across the
상체
board. I
쪽에
think
한번
Chovy
그
Keen had a
싸움이
massive game
어,
3 here, just so strong.
아쉽게
performance by
됐습니다.
those two.
I think jungle
Yeah, it was pretty
gap
insane what they were
정글
able to do
차이라고
here in
저는
game 3.
생각합니다. 이건 진짜
You know,
바텀
they
입장에서
didn't
너무
really stay pretty
억울하고
strong. I was,
아니 2대2
a
이렇게
little bit worried
잘해놨는데
about that
갑자기
game two, right, where I
계속
feel like their mental
신짜오가
did definitely
근처에
fall off
있어가지고
pretty sharply.
눈치
I do wonder
보면서
what that means
절대 안
for the
당해주려고 했는데
finals
결국은
tomorrow, the best of 5 up
무작위
against
킬을
AGAL,
먹고
who look like
성적
maybe
다
the
해가지고
favorites at this point. It's kind of hard to tell
이지 카르마
just
오열.
because of the 2 different matchups, but that's definitely going to be exciting for Gen.G versus AGAL. Good close out
Looks like
here
Tony's going
for
to scream
Gen.G.
Gam today.
It got a
Yeah,
little bit
I like
dicey.
it. We
G2
actually
were
have to
still
end stream.
fighting back the entire
참고로
game,
이제
even from
유튜브
behind, so
방송은 이제
props to
끌거지만
them.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the
트위치
big moments from that
방송에서는
last
계속
game. Highlight number
할
1 in the
예정입니다.
top side
So I'm
of the
gonna keep
river.
streaming on
Things
Twitch.
looked like it was
I'm probably
going
gonna
good to
end the
start.
YouTube. Yeah, I'm gonna end the
And
YouTube
Gen.G
stream,
able to come out
and we're gonna
on
go
top.
watch the
Flash
Losratones
engaged there on the Caps,
vs
getting
Gam.
over first blood.
This was
그
such a
로스라토네스가
tough
가미
fight for
스포츠
Caps
상대로
because
베트남
he'd actually been doing a
챔피언
really good
상대로
job, I
이제
think,
스크림을
playing
할
in a
건데
mobile mage up
그거 보러
something
가야죠.
like Sinjao Galio,
얘도 루스라토네스 응원 방이거든요, 우리가.
you pretty much have to hit every
캐드런님
stun
팀.
perfectly and flash at the right time. He did a
No,
pretty
I
good
mean,
job of winning games
this is
early
where
on, but
the game
this one
ended.
he just
This is where the
didn't
game
quite
ended.
get the
Until
stun on
here,
Xin Zhao,
it wasn't totally
and he
over.
ended up
They
going
had a
down,
chance,
which
but
then led to a pretty like
just
uncoordinated
became
fight by G2
pretty
where they just
impossible.
got ran down and got
혜빈님은
really
롤만 해요. 다른 게임도 한 번씩 하긴 하지만 거의
I feel like they
롤만
were,
하는 롤 방송이긴
trying
합니다.
to salvage it for so long.
Maybe
you
you're
know,
watching
the fight
LRV's
kinda
cam? Yes,
starts
I
with
will
Caps
going to
getting
be doing
caught
that.
and
Yes.
Flashes out,
Yeah.
Chili follows the flash.
We're going to be ending EWC right now. 다들 봐주셔서 감사하고요. Thank you so much for watching. I'll be catching this tomorrow. Tomorrow starts an hour earlier than the usual. 오늘보다는 1시간 더 빠른 5시에 3, 4위전이 있고 그 다음에 이제 결승이 있는 걸로 알거든요. 내일 보도록 합니다. Thank you so much for watching, guys.
And then here
유바
comes
다들
LeBron with
좋은
ranged
주말
empowered Q for
보내시고
Karma.
have a good rest of the
It was
weekend.
just
I'll
great
be
matadoring
seeing
for
you
the
guys
side of
in the
Gen.G,
Twitch chat.
but they weren't done yet here at
Twitch as
23 minutes
well.
near Otacon. This was our next big fight and the top side.